Good morning, Mandyverse. How's everybody doing this fine Sunday morning? Thank you so much for tuning in. Right now, the child and the partner are somewhere out on a Kennington loop. I know they've begun their journey. They sent me a picture from the starting point, which was Ashford International train station. They're taking all the steps they can to try to raise some money for a trip to Africa for the child to help teach English and maths. Yeah, so every step that they take, we'll be bringing you some coverage along with it. We're gonna get photos and updates at every checkpoint. And I can't be there in person because of my foot injury, which is a little bit gutting. But we're gonna try to cheer them on together from here. So let's get her to the finish line and let's see if we can smash her fundraising goal. The goal was set as 500 pounds. Let's take a quick look and see where we are before we get started, just to give us a jumping off point. I know that a lot of you have been so generous already. I haven't checked it though. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. This is so much higher than the last time I checked it. Oh, let me show you guys. Hold on one second. Excuse me. Where is my thing? Hold on. There we go. So exciting, you guys. 300 pounds we've raised already. Look at that. Oh my gosh, it's so exciting. You guys are incredible. Thank you so much. If we can get to that 500-pound mark, that would be perfect. Just so you guys know, I don't want there to be any, full disclosure. The actual trip part is paid for. This is more for like her food and the extras and stuff like that. And the last, any last minute things we have to get, whatnot. Very exciting, but I think I said that, and now I'm not 100% sure, to be honest with you. You guys are so generous. Thank you so much. I'm so excited. You guys are the best. You are so supportive and so lovely of all of our endeavors here at the Hickson Diaries, and I'm really, really proud to have all of you as part of our community. Really appreciate everything you've donated so far. Definitely send in your thoughts, your good wishes, your any super chats or anything else if you can. Any money that's raised today goes directly to this fund to try to get her up to the 500-pound mark. And yeah, any money raised on the replay as well. So if you send a thanks or any revenue generated from this on the replay will also go directly to this fund for her. So bear with me as I do not have all of my wits about me 100% just yet, because I can't believe I'm up and doing a live stream this early in the morning. I appreciate you all that are joining me. I know the time changed at the last minute as well, but it looked like the weather was going to hold out till the afternoon, so they wanted to get it done a little bit earlier, so they try to avoid getting caught in the rain if at all possible. We will see. So the estimated time that this will take is between 5 and 6 hours. They are eager to get it done. The child was not in the best of moods this morning. So we'll see how long it takes. The loop is... Here, let me add this part too. Hold on. So this is the loop that they're taking here. As you see, it's a hard one. Apparently, it's 20 kilometers, which is about 13.8 miles, and it's going to take 5 to 6 hours. And it's got lots of elevation as well. So they start at the Ashford train station. Then the first checkpoint is Honest Miller Pub and Style, where they're going to have a little rest, and then view of Devil's Kneading Trough, which is kind of cool. The view of the Valley, Kent Downs National Landscape. And then I think that's the halfway point, right? Let me just double check. 13, so that's about 7 miles. Yeah. The halfway point will be between the Millennium Stone. I think this will be the halfway point. And the Crown viewpoint for why Lindell's will start making their way back with Great Stour Valley. And then St. Gregory and St. Martin's Church. And then they'll probably take a rest here at King's Head and Wye before their final leg back past Black Horse. And then it's supposed to come back to the Ashford train station. So I hope they hang in there. It seems like a little bit of a tough one. But I don't know. Power to them. They're going to figure it out. I know they'll be okay. And I'd be interested to see if they can do it without arguing. They're like an old British couple. They just bicker all the time. It's pretty funny, though. Sometimes it's funny to sit back, and sometimes it just annoys me. Anyways. Let's see who's here. If anyone is here, I know there's a few people here, which you guys are awesome. Hello, Manny. How are you? Thank you for being here, and thank you for your generous donation on the fundraiser. I appreciate it. Diana's here. Thank you so much for being here. I believe you were a donator as well, so I appreciate that, Di. Richard's here. Good morning. Richard said, I've been invited out and there is food, so Richard's gone. Okay, well, thanks for checking in. I hope you have a good time. We appreciate it. F11 is here. Good morning. Happy Sunday to you. That'll be smashed, I'm sure. I hope so. I mean, they're both in pretty decent shape, so I don't know. I'm more worried about, like, I don't know. For me, I'd be worried about, like, bathroom facilities and stuff. But we'll see what happens. Oh, I'm sorry, Diane. There is a Diane on the list. I thought it was you. My apologies. But no, I appreciate that you will, if you can. This is a fantastic opportunity, once in a lifetime. Yeah, I am very excited for her. A little nervous, but I am excited. It'll be good. It'll be good. I'm just keep telling myself it'll be good. I'm just gonna keep telling myself that. Diane said a teenager getting up early on a Sunday morning is rare. Yep. As I said, she wasn't in the best of spirits this morning. I think she was a little bit nervous as well. Just because, you know, she knows it's a big deal. And she put this whole fundraiser thing together all by herself and figured it all out. And we just kind of filled in some holes, you know, things she didn't think of and stuff. So, but here's a little picture of them starting off. Obviously, I have to do the emojis over the faces because neither of them like being online. The child is allowed to be online because she's underage. It's private groups that we monitor very closely. But that's her in the background, and that's the partner. And they are well on their way. And we are excited for that. So they're going to be sending us updates like that throughout the day. And as soon as I get them all doctored and ready for camera ready, then I will share them with y'all as well. And of course, we'll be putting some updates on the website as well as the time goes on. The actual trip isn't for a few months yet, so I'll keep updates on hicksondiaries.com as we go when we get closer and closer for those of you who are interested. So what do we got going on today here? So we're going to obviously check in as we go, and we are going to we're going to do some reacts. We have some stuff to set up to react to later on. We're going to talk about some things, and hopefully we'll just be able to get through this to get through this as much as possible. I'm sorry for being a little bit distracted, but it looks like they sent the first check-in point already. So bear with me while I'm grabbing that for y'all. I'm just looking at the stage here. That's not the first check-in point unless it's out front. Hold on, I got another text. Bear with me. Oh, see, they're doing it. They are doing it. It's just a matter of where they are. I have another image for y'all. Hold up. There we go. On her way in her Manchester United shirt. I'm really, really proud of her. She, like I said, she set all of this up herself and everything. So I'm very proud of her. She's doing awesome. She would have never had this opportunity in America. I can't think of anybody that I know who's ever done anything like this from the United States anyway. I know there's some people that have been on trips to like Haiti or Honduras or something like that. Obviously that makes more sense because it's closer and everything, but those are really, really elite opportunities. So, I don't want to downplay this, make it seem like it isn't elite. Africa's a pretty big opportunity, but anyway, I'm just wandering on now. Thank you so much, Manny. You're awesome. I'm doing okay. I'm a little tired, as you can tell. I'm a little bit tired. I'm just not used to having to get up and be ready and be on, this early on a Sunday morning. Sundays, because Saturdays, the child, I think I mentioned to you guys, she does volunteering at a local soup kitchen. So she has to work, then she's got to be there at 8:30. And the partner sometimes works some Saturdays as well, or has coaching on Saturdays. So Sundays are usually our days of like slow mornings. Even if we go out and do something, it's usually later in the morning that we get up. So we're all a little bit off this morning, but we have tomorrow to recover. Thankfully, tomorrow's a bank holiday here in England. So she planned it well. Let's be fair. Nerves are natural and we wouldn't be human without them. Yeah, that's our instincts and everything, right? I'm sure she'll be fine. She said she downloaded one of her books that she wanted to read. She's going to listen to that. Partner will put it on a podcast. I'm sure they'll have some yapping sessions throughout as well. Diane says she's got her mom's organizational skills. She does. She was one of those people, even as a kid, she spent so much time with me, especially when she was little, because after the first year and a half of her life, my partner had to go to work, and my sister was watching her during the day, and I would obviously pick her up and have her at night while my partner is working. He's working 2 jobs because we were in so much medical debt. We were trying to pay off all the medical debt. So she would spend a lot of time with me, and he would be home like just as she was going to bed. If he was lucky. So she spent so much time with me. So I think from an early age, she was helping me like wash dishes and cook, and she would help me clean and everything because she wanted to be a part of it. So I think that's kind of where she got it from. We would clean her room together and things like that. So yeah, she's probably picked up a bunch of stuff from me. F11 says, if you need a lift anywhere up there, just give me a shout. Oh, you're awesome. Thank you. No, I'm going to stay here. I'm going to stay in the humble abode and let them do the hard work. I'm just going to commentate because that's my job. Commentate and get the money organized. It's very, very sweet, though, of you to offer. I appreciate it. There must be those portaloos en route, surely. I hope so. I hope so many. The problem is the child is a little bit picky. Like, she won't use the bathrooms at the train stations and stuff. And she doesn't like using a lot of public bathrooms. So it'll be interesting, to say the least. We shall see. Okay, so let's do some reacts. Let's have some fun while we're waiting for them to catch up to the next checkpoint. Where are we? All right, so as you all know, we have lost a couple icons this week. So I thought it would be kind of fun to catch a tribute. One of you guys recommended the King's tribute to Dolly Parton, which we're going to get to in a second. And then I found this tribute to Tim on Facebook as well. So I thought it would be fun to do it together. I hope you guys don't mind. Yeah, let's make me smaller on this one just because it's bigger. It's a small screen. Just want to make sure it looks okay. And this is from, let me give the right credit here, Theater Mania on Facebook, which, of course, y'all know. Facebook, of course. This is the Rocky Horror Shows on Broadway right now in New York City. So they're paying tribute to Tim Curry. So.
It's a beautiful night, and it's really, really freaking great to have everyone in here tonight. And, you know, Frankenfurter is a marvelous beast. And Frankenfurter inhabits spaces and sneaks into spaces and places and old theater houses and old theaters like this, movie theaters, teenagers' bedrooms. The way Frankenfurter survives is that he finds vessels and he goes into them, he takes them over, and he keeps moving and moving and moving all around.
Okay, I'm getting a little bit emotional, you guys. Oh, okay.
And many people in this room, on this stage, have been a vessel for Frankenfurter. And over the years, but if you trace it all back, 53 years ago, there's one home and one vessel, one mothership that Frankenfurter could actually call home, and it's Tim Curry.
Okay, this is hilarious. This is Luke Evans, who is a country singer, I believe. And I remember when my daughter was little, and my sister and my mom really liked country music. well, my sister liked country music. My mom went to all the shows with her. But I remember they went to a show and they got like beers and it had cups that had Luke Evans' face on it, and it might have been him, a picture of him performing or something. I don't know. And I remember all the kids, they got one for all the kids, including my daughter. And that's hilarious now that he's playing Frankenfurter. It's hilarious. Sorry, random memory for me.
It was 53 years ago, Richard O'Brien laid a piece of paper in front of Tim Curry with ingredients on it. And he took all those ingredients and he created this beast that everyone found something within it and could see a piece of themselves inside of it. And this beautiful beast, just as Richard O'Brien created Rocky Horror Picture Show to find something more about himself, you can also say that Tim Curry created Frankenfurter to express and find something deeper about himself, and somehow it resonated for this long with this many people in this room here right now.
The incredible thing to me about the Frankenfurter character and Tim's portrayal of it overall, of course, but just the character itself, is that it's so unique and distinct, but also, as he was saying, like personable. It's something very relatable. There's so many different things going on with that character, and I think that's why the show became a cult classic. I know here in Britain it was much bigger, but it wasn't as, I mean, the show itself was pretty popular, but the movie was like kind of a flop in the United States. And it developed this cult following, which actually like made it that, created this phenomenon internationally as well. And I don't know the history of the movie part of it in the UK, so y'all could school me on that if you do know it. Excuse me, but I know in the US it kind of became this cult following because they could only show it because of the content. They could only show it at midnight, and that's why it became what it became in the United States. And it's just now like this internationally recognized phenomenon that's gonna live forever. It's really special, but it's special because of the content, obviously. Richard O'Brien's writing and the amazing songs, but it'll always be more iconic because of how Tim Curry played Frankenfurter by far. I mean, to me, that's like the epitome of coolness and sexiness and talent and, all kinds of stuff all together.
So another thing really quick is obituaries always say that he didn't have children. And that's bullshit. Because he has so many children in this world. So Tim Curry has more family than I think any of us could ever imagine. So it's really beautiful. And as Frankenfurter runs around and finds vessels, we'd like to bring to this stage a Frankenfurter of the past, a Frankenfurter of the future to join us here with the one of the present. To celebrate their lives.
I don't know who these guys are, so
I think we all know this one. It's a really, really beautiful, beautiful way to be here with y'all today and all of this wild, beautiful madness. So, let's do it. On the day I went away, it was all I had to say. I want to come again and can stay. A smile that will mean I'm paid. 'Cause I've seen blue skies through the tears in my eyes, and I realize I'm going home.
Oh my God, you guys, I'm gonna cry.
I'm going home. Everywhere it feels the same, like I'm outside in the rain, free to try and find again.
I might not be able to finish this, y'all.
Cause for sorrow, cause for pain.
Guys,
'Cause I've seen blue skies through the tears in my eyes, and I realize I'm going home. I'm going home. I'm going home.
oh my goodness, that made me cry. It made me cry. Oh, Tim. There is nothing like Tim Curry. Oh, forgive me. I am, as I recover and add a checkpoint photo of the child and doctorate for you all. Oh my goodness. How can you I just don't know how anybody can watch Rocky Horror and not love it. I know there's people out there that do not like it and it's not their cup of tea, but I think they might be a little bit prudish or something because I don't know, there's nothing about that show to me that isn't fun or edgy. Like it just, there's so much there. There's so much going on with it. I suppose there's some that think it's ridiculous, but I think they're ridiculous. If I'm being honest. That's how I feel. What can I say? Oh. All right, let me show you all this checkpoint pic. Let me get it over to the laptop. As we move along, I can't believe they're at the first checkpoint already, so that's pretty good. That is promising. I know some of you said that it might not be a full 5 or 6 hours, but I don't know. That was a really nice tribute, though. Those guys can sing. There you go. First checkpoint in her Manchester United shirt. We've hit it. Oh, exciting. Exciting. Hi, Bex. How are you? Long time no talk. Glad to have you. Bex says, Hun, it's just a walk here, not Mars. I hear you, Bex, but remember, we come from a land that does not walk. This is kind of a big deal. I think what it is I'm feeling a little nervous for her. The hope that she makes it all the way through without her and her father having a terrible meltdown. But also, I guess I'm just feeling a little disappointed I can't be there with her to share it. And she's not a little girl anymore, So maybe I'm feeling a little emotional about that. This is a big deal for me, I guess, because she's never really done anything like this before. At least, planned it on her own and all this kind of stuff. And it's a big trip. So also remember, as I said, we come from a land where people don't walk anywhere. Anyways, this is not like a sanctioned school fundraiser. Like, she just did it all on her own. I'm like, have this weird mix of emotion. It's like, now I'm a little bit like sad because we watched the tribute, but also I'm a little bit just like, I'm excited for her and I'm proud of her. I'm a little bit nervous for her for the trip part, not so much for this because she's with her father, so I'm sure she'll be fine. But just a little, it's just a whole bunch of things going on. And also maybe, reminiscent of when she was little. Anyway, let's move on. Let's not be sad. Okay. Oh, that's all right, Diane. If you have to leave, I get it. This was changed around and somewhat impromptu, and I don't. If it does go a whole 6 hours, I understand if you all can't spend the whole 6 hours with me this morning. It's totally fine. Do what you have to do. I get it. Everyone's got a life. Please take care of your life first. Much more important. Manny says, yes, but if you can come back, that'd be great. Love to have you back, obviously. Manny says, yes, it was very, very sad. We lost two really awesome legends this week in Dolly Parton and Tim Curry. Both were consummate professionals in their own right. Rest in peace, both. Yeah. You know what the thing is about, I completely expected the outpouring of emotion about Tim Curry because he's, a British treasure, right? He's an international treasure, but, he's from England and all that kind of stuff. So I expected that here. I didn't expect that the outpour of emotion that has been shown for Dolly here, honestly, just because she's a country singer. And I knew she was like an international star and all, but I thought it was very niche, like much more niche, I guess, than she is. And it's been kind of heartwarming to see such care and such respect and everything for her, and that she touched so many people's lives, even, this far away from her roots. It's really, really cool to see. But it was just something I wasn't expecting. I didn't know she had reached that far out. And I'm not surprised she has, though, given her legacy and everything. But it was good. It's nice to see. It was really beautiful to see. We're going to check out the King's the tribute to her, the King's Guard tribute to Dolly in a second, and catch up on some of your comments here. Neil Morrison is here. Hello, Neil. Good morning. Thank you so much for joining us. I appreciate it so much. Manny says, my first memory of seeing Tim Curry was in the film Clue, where he was the wacky butler. Yes, we watched that over the weekend, actually. The child requested that we watch that. And I used to watch that, and that's like summer vacation. It was one of those summer vacation movies, me and my sister. So Loved it. That was, you think that was the first time I knew who Tim Curry was as well. Now that I think about it, he was Pennywise the Clown, which I didn't know until like later in my life. A hotel receptionist in Home Alone 2, and of course Frankenfurter. I just remember because we knew him as the butler in Clue, and we loved that movie. And then when we were old enough, my dad was like, "Oh, you should see him in this movie because this is the same guy." And we were like, "What?" He showed us a picture, I think, and we were like, "What? That's the guy from Clue?" And we finally, when we were old enough, sat down and watched the movie, and I fell in love with the movie like right away. And I already liked Tim Curry, but I definitely fell in love with him during watching that movie, and I've been obsessed with that movie ever since. And then I remember when he was in Home Alone, he was really funny, and I didn't even know he was Pennywise the Clown in it for the longest time. And he started showing up in all these other things, and I was just like, "Oh my God, it's Tim Curry, and he's incredible and kind of sexy, let's be honest." F11 says, "Gotta run, but have a great day, and let's hope the weather stays good." Yes. Thank you so much, F11. Have a wonderful day. Appreciate you popping in. See you in a little bit, Diane. Thank you so much. Ewan is here. Hello, Ewan. Thank you so much for joining us. Lost 3 music greats this summer. Bonnie Tyler as well. Yes, you were right to point that out, Ewan. Thank you. I forgot about Bonnie. I'm not as big a fan of Bonnie Tyler, in all fairness. I respect her and her contribution. She was a unique talent by far. Just wasn't necessarily my cup of tea too much, but definitely somebody that contributed to the music industry and everything in a very positive way. So definitely somebody that we will be missed. And good morning, Simon. Thanks so much for being here. Simon says nothing to do with stardom. She was a good person. The Dolly Parton thing. I think you're right. I think that's why she translated so easily to a lot of different cultures and stuff, because she's just genuinely a good, decent person. She liked to make fun of herself. She didn't get offended, and when she did get offended, she was very good at defending herself, right? So yeah, that translated a lot. That's probably why. So let's check in on the checkpoint real quick to see. So we are at the first checkpoint, apparently. So they said it wasn't the, I don't know. I'm just gonna, they know what's going on. So here's the pub. The first checkpoint might be one of these, actually, but that's okay. So the child is well on her way. A couple miles in, I would assume. And I was looking at all that without sharing it with y'all. So this is supposed to be the first, I guess this is the first rest stop, not the first checkpoint, but she is well on her way, a couple miles in, and fingers crossed that she doesn't collapse. I'm probably making it a bigger deal, honestly. She's probably like, just shut up about it, Mom. Jesus, let me go and do my walk. All right, let's see this Kingsguard tribute to Dolly. Oops, my bad. I clicked the wrong one. Do you think they had this planned? You think they had this, like, they were rehearsing this or something? Because it's not like it's a normal song that they would play, right? I don't really know that much about the Kingsguard as far as like the musicians part of it. I don't know what, I guess suppose they're brought out for moments like this, but they're all professional musicians, so they should be able to like sight read, which for those of you who don't know, sight reading is like you put a piece of music in front of them and they'll be able to never really sing it before, or just for a short amount of time being able to sing it as it is. When I got taught how to sight read when I was in school studying singing. So I would think that's a skill most professionals have no matter what instrument they play. So I guess that's probably what it is. They can put the music in front of them. They all have it, so they can just play it because they're all pros. It's probably the most likely explanation. I should have known that ahead of time. My bad. Go ahead. Moving on. How do you like march behind all these people are marching behind? I would totally be in step with the music. I wouldn't be able to help it. I'm definitely one of those people that has their headphones on and they're like dancing down the street, looking like an idiot. But that's just me. Sometimes I even bust out singing too. I'm not gonna lie. I embarrass the hell out of people around me, but I don't care. Life's too short. That's so cool. That's from the London Standards YouTube channel, just FYI for everyone. That is so cool. I really didn't expect all of the outpour from England, but I'm loving it. And I heard that the king actually like requested that. I don't know if that part of it's true or not, but that's what I read somewhere. Love it. Love some Dolly. We watched 9 to 5 over the weekend as well. But I have to admit, another one we used to watch over the summer all the time. Watching it as an adult, like many years later after not seeing it all the way through for a long time, it was a little bit kind of disturbing. It was more dark than I remember it being. It like steal a dead body. For those of you who haven't seen it, don't worry, I didn't really ruin anything. But I recommend it because it was still fun to watch, but it was just a very different perspective at this stage in my life, I guess. Oh, anyways. If you guys have if you've seen it, let me know if you've seen it again as like a later in life kind of thing, if it's just me maybe. Because I was, kind of in a sad place from losing Dolly and then Tim and like right after each other. But I was kind of like, I used to watch this as a kid. Like, but I will say that a lot of the themes, as far as the workplace themes that were in that movie, could still be applied today in 2026. And the movie's made like 1979 or 1980. That's sad. That's really sad. It was like 35, 40 years later. And you could have made it today. It's ridiculous. Is Monday Labor Day in North America? I don't think so. I think it's later later in September. Hold on, let me just check real quick. It's this Monday the 7th. Yeah, it's usually not in August. It's usually because the kids start school and then they have the long weekend because I don't know why. Because people are weird. This is a British calendar, so it wouldn't be on there. That's what the internet says. It's on Monday the 7th, and that makes a lot more sense to me because it's usually like the second week or so. All right, Manny, go do your workout and have some breakfast, please, by all means. Hello, Patricia. Thank you so much for being here, Patricia Krangle. Don't worry about the people around and the spectators will see her to the finish line. I was helped enormously when I did a half marathon when I was 71 a few years ago. Wow. That's incredible. That's awesome. I couldn't do half a marathon now, and I'm definitely not close to 70. So, geez, admiration and respect. But she doesn't have any spectators, as far as I know, anyway. She organized this on her own. So I think her and the partner are doing it by themselves. Unless I'm sure they run into some people on the trail and stuff like that. But she's doing it all on her own. No friends or anything. Just her and the partner. She organized it and all. I think she was going to do it with some friends, and something happened where they didn't end up doing it at the same time. I think it was like vacation time and stuff like that. Hello, Sam K. Thanks so much for joining. I'm glad you could be here. All right. One sec. I got a WhatsApp. I just want to make sure it isn't from them. No. Okay. All right. Make sure all is well. All righty. We're 45 minutes in already. That went fast. Let's see what else we have. Let's get off the sad stuff and let's do something a little bit more uplifting. Okay. So you all know, I'm sure, Red Bus Russ, right? Red Bus Russ, awesome. If you don't know his channel, definitely go and check out his channel. But he did a video about what it's like to date British people as an American. I haven't watched this yet, and I was specifically saving it to watch with you guys because I am interested in what he has to say about this, having dated a Brit. I don't know his story. I know that his girlfriend is British and they live here now, but I don't know if they met in America or how that worked. So I don't know if he's going to get into that or not, but I'm curious because obviously I met a Brit in the United States and dated him in the US. So I'm curious what his thoughts are and if there's any similarities at all. And I thought it would be fun. I mean, he always does great videos and everything. So I thought it'd be fun to share it with y'all. Let's see what he has to say.
Size international relationships, different cultures, different backgrounds, different traditions. It's all very exciting. And to be fair, a lot of it is, until you realize you're trying to build a relationship with someone who's got a completely different operating system to you. Now, see, I've been dating a British lady for long enough to have just a few opinions on the subject.
Okay. I don't know how long they've been dating, but I have to say that the operating system is true. Because, whenever you start dating someone anyway, they always have a different operating system, right? Because everyone's raised differently and all that kind of stuff. But then you add the cultural stuff to it, and it does make it a lot more complicated, I think, than people realize. And it is exciting at first, but the novelty wears off pretty easily. I remember about even a decade or so in, when people would find out that my partner was British, they would say things like, "Oh, that's so cool," and "Oh, with the accent and everything." And I'd be like, "Yeah, it all gets real old real quick." Anyways, let's hear what Russ has to say.
My name is Russ. I'm an American and I've been living here in the UK for the last year and a half. So without further ado, here's what nobody warns you about when dating a British person. Now, one of the more obvious things that deserves attention right off the bat is something that I underestimated to a serious degree, and that is accents. When I first got here, I thought that if I could at least adjust to my girlfriend's accent, I'd be fine. Not even close. Because getting used to one accent does not prepare you for the rest of them. Lottie is from the north of England, and just in England alone, there are a whole slew of different accents.
All right, first of all, she's a northerner. First strike. No, I'm just kidding. I just say that as the wife of a Londoner. Who's told me that basically anything north of Watford is another country. And he's absolutely right, though. So her accent would be very, very different than even my partner's accent, right? Which was from Southeast London. So the northern accent I find a little bit difficult in some aspects. I was watching something the other day, and they were based out. They were based. It wasn't Liverpool, but it was in one of the surrounding areas of Liverpool, and I was like, I had the subtitles on. It was bad.
I mean, she alone has friends from all over the UK that I've personally met, and some of them I understood perfectly clearly first go, and others I could not understand for the life of me, even though they were still speaking English. Because getting used to one accent does not prepare you for the rest of them. And every time I thought I had cracked it, I'd meet someone from somewhere else and I'd be right back to asking them to repeat themselves. One of the best things about the UK, despite how small it is, at least compared to America, is how much it changes from one place to the next. You don't have to travel very far at all before people start to sound completely different. Different accents, different expressions, different idioms, and sometimes even different names for the same thing. Coming from the US, that was definitely a bit of a shock. America is enormous, but for the most part, people sound pretty similar no matter where you go. But here, you could be on the train for...
No, I'm going to push back on that one a little bit, Ross, because I'm from New Jersey. My child is raised primarily outside of Philadelphia, and we have different accents on stuff. And I have a very different accent than New York, and definitely a different accent than like the Carolinas, which is not that far away. I think he's from Chicago, so I don't know if like the Midwest accent is similar throughout Midwest. I mean, my experience is that it isn't, but then I don't know that many people from the Midwest, in all fairness. I think what he's saying is, as far as like having the same words for things, that's probably a lot more similar here throughout the United States than here in England, where you could just like go to the next town and there's a different like set of lingo and everything. But I don't know about the accent thing. I might have a different opinion on the accent thing, but c'est la vie.
Less than an hour, and all of a sudden people start sounding like they're from a different country. And oftentimes they are from a different country. There are 4 of them that make up the United Kingdom, but not a lot of Americans know that. But I genuinely love that about the UK. It really does keep you on your toes. It's both a blessing and a challenge to live in London, because I certainly get a lot of exposure to different accents and still constantly confused all the time. But little by little, with all the variations that I hear these days, I'm starting to sort of understand many more than I would be if I was living in an isolated part of the country instead. But that said, a lot of the time, I barely notice an accent at all, especially for my girlfriend. But I'll tell you, the one time I'm reminded is when I ring up a company or end up talking to someone from a different part of the country, because every so often I'll get halfway through a phone call and realize I'm only hanging on to every third word. I'm looking at you, Scousers. But somewhere along the way, the accents of the UK sort of stopped being accents to me and just normal everyday voices. I don't hear my partner's accent anymore. I don't hear her family's accent anymore. My friends don't hear their accents. And I don't think twice about people that I chat to in the pub or at the supermarket. But something that's strange is that my voice hasn't stayed the same either. I haven't suddenly become British or anything, but the rhythm of how I speak has certainly changed. Certain words just come out differently, and the way that I stress sentences changed without me even trying or noticing. If you watch some of my older videos...
It's interesting that he noticed that about himself. And that makes me think about something, because of quite a few people have put in my comments that my accent has changed. And I've brought that up to people in my private life, and they don't seem to think my accent has changed at all. But I'm wondering now if it's more that people are picking up on the inflections and the rhythms and stuff, as Russ was saying, more so than like my actual accent changing. I do disagree with him about not hearing the accent anymore. I think it's kind of like when, like, a name, right? The person becomes the name, like the person becomes the name because you associate the person with the name. So I associate my partner with his accent. So it's not that I don't hear it anymore. It's just that it doesn't like ring to me as unique in any way, right? But I've been with my partner a lot longer, I think, than he's been with his. But that might be part of it. Also, they live in London, and obviously there is a plethora of more accents, not just British accents, but international accents, right? Because London's a very international city anyway. So I would think that that's probably part of where he's getting that from as well. So his experience is a little bit different, obviously. I think for me also because my experience might be different as well, because I met my partner in the US and we lived in the US for so long, and I was the one who had to translate for a lot of people. So maybe it feels more like maybe I've gotten used to it a little bit more as far as deciphering it because I've had to be the translator. That could be. I wasn't thrown into the British mix as early in the relationship as he is too. That might be part of it as well.
Those you can definitely notice. I still sound pretty American and pretty similar to how I always have, but my choice of words and the way that I sound, especially my volume, has most certainly changed.
My volume?
When I hear a completely different voice. But the funniest part about accents...
Has my volume changed at all, y'all? I don't think so. If you saw the video with me when we were at the farm with me and my partner, or even when if you guys are members and you saw the special members only on location that my partner joined me for in Canterbury, I'm still kind of loud, so I don't think my volume has changed at all.
Is that it's not just me getting rubbed off on. My girlfriend has started saying words the way I say them, or using certain terms that are not common where she's from. And hey, listen, I can't really deny any involvement in that. We spent enough years listening to each other every day, and I suppose bits of each other's voices start to stick. Let's talk about English.
So my partner has that issue when he came back, and even now to newer people, they're like, "Oh, you're American," because he'll say things like driveway or parking lot or highway. All right, Yank. And it's funny because he's got a British accent, but he'll say American words like that because he was living in America for so long. It's funny. And I wonder if he has picked up any northern things and then he says them like in London with the American accent. That would be a really fun conversation to be a witness to, I think.
The language English. My girlfriend Lottie and I, we both speak English. Or so I thought. Living in Britain has taught me that speaking the same language means absolutely nothing.
Nope.
Before I moved here, I just assumed that I would understand everybody straight away. Worst case, I'd have to learn a few new words. But I could not have been more wrong. It was never the obvious ones that would catch me off guard with her.
Nope.
I already knew what trousers were. I knew what rubbish was. But who's going to tell me that a washcloth is called a flannel? Or what she meant the first time she told me she wanted me to...
A washcloth is called a flannel? Not heard that one. I've not heard that one at all. Is that a northern thing maybe? Y'all got to let me know in the comments. I've not heard that one.
I already knew what trousers were. I knew what rubbish was. But who's going to tell me that a washcloth is called a flannel? Or what she meant the first time she told me she wanted me to hoover the stairs. What's hoover?
You guys and your hoovering, it's funny. Or what's the other one? You'll use the Henry? Someone said, "Oh, I got to use the Henry." And I'm like, what the hell does that mean? Apparently, the Henry is like that little vacuum with the face on it, right? You got the eyes and it's like the nose is like the actual hose and whatever. Like, what do you mean you got to use the Henry? That sounds like you're going to the bathroom. Sorry, but that's what it sounds like.
What is that? We would just be chatting away. Everything's fine. And then she'd just drop a line like it's the most normal thing in the world. And I'd just be standing there thinking, I've got no clue what you just said. To be honest, that still happens to me now. I remember the first time she told me that someone at work threw a wobble. And I'm like, are you winding me up? What is throwing a wobble? That's how the British say having a tantrum. No one told me that before I came here. How could I have ever known that?
What is it? Throwing a patty or spitting their dummy out. Those are the expressions I've heard for that. Yeah, I've never heard throwing a wobble, but I could have figured it out based on the ones I do know. But he's absolutely right, is you don't, like, even now, my partner and I have been together for 21 years we've been together. And especially since we moved back to England, back like I've ever been here before. Okay. But especially since we moved to England, he comes out with stuff sometimes. He's never said in the whole 21 years that I have known him, I still don't know what he's talking about. So sorry, Russ, but that's not going to get any easier as time goes on.
Words are only half of it, though. The bigger adjustment is learning how the British actually communicate. See, back home, if somebody is annoyed, usually you know that they're annoyed. And on the contrary, if they like something, they'll just tell you that they like it. There is no decoding involved. But what I found here is that people leave half of the message unsaid. You'll hear a phrase like, could be better, when what they actually mean is, that was a total disaster. That's a bit awkward. Can mean that someone is absolutely furious. Everywhere seems to exist somewhere between the lines, and you're expected to figure out where. It took me
You just need to know. You just need to know. That's the hardest. I still have that problem. Now I always assume it's something negative too. And because for me, it was easier to try to decipher that it was something negative and respond than try to figure out the middle ground of it. And so now I'm being accused by a lot of British people in the private life and everything that I'm too negative, and I always assume the worst. Well, it's because I don't know. I don't know what you're saying, because you're not actually saying the words I need you to say for me to comprehend what you're actually feeling, and I'm supposed to interpret it, and I don't know how to do that.
Just to stop listening to the words that people were saying and start training myself to listen to what they actually meant. But once you get the hang of it, it makes perfect sense. Until the next phrase comes along that you've never heard before, and then you're back to square one.
Exactly.
See, English in America is very much say what you mean, whereas if you do that here in the UK, it feels like you'll get in trouble. This goes far beyond dating relationships as well. You'll find it in the professional world. You'll find it with your family, with your friend groups. People really try to de-emphasize really positive things that they're saying and really try to soften the blow on negative things.
Yeah, I found that in the work setting, it seems to be a lot more often, because I guess they're trying to be diplomatic and professional, but it's a lot harder to. I've gotten into so much trouble when I worked in offices because I was just like, just fucking tell me what you want. Just tell me what you want me to say. Tell me how you want me to act. It got so frustrating, to be honest with you, because I was expected to know. And then when I didn't know, I was often, I don't want to say like they made me feel bad on purpose or anything like that, but it was like definitely like it was wrong, and there's something wrong with me not knowing. And then when I asked them to explain it, it was never explained to me in a direct way, so I couldn't translate it properly. I didn't know how to respond. I would get in trouble for responding badly or taking it too personally or whatever. It just became such a big ball of frustration, and I'm trying to remain as professional as possible. I had a hard time. Well, I had a couple bad situations that I worked in as well, with quite toxic situations as well. So that made it a little bit more stressful. But I have found that whenever it comes to professional settings, even now when I'm speaking to brands or clients or anything like that, it makes it you know, I have to kind of be really slow and deliberate and think about how I'm presenting myself and really think about them, what they're saying as well before I respond, because it can cause havoc. It can cause havoc. And I don't care what anyone says, I will die on this hill. British English and American English is not the same. And I don't understand how anyone in this world can think that. It's a different dialect, obviously. Moving on.
Almost like they're trying to see how well they can convey a message without expressing any emotion about it. They just want to seem as tempered, cool-headed, and calm no matter what it is, and not step on anybody's toes or rile anybody up or offend anybody. As an American, that just takes so much getting used to. Something I've also found a bit interesting that I'm definitely not the first person to discover about the British when it comes to relationships is that they will refer to their significant other, their person, as their partner. Now, we do have that in America, but usually in America, from my own experience, you'll see people refer to their partner as their boyfriend or their girlfriend or their wife or their husband or their fiance. Partner is almost sort of reserved for relationships that don't fit traditional styles. Like if you don't have any other word for your person, you use partner. Whereas here, everybody uses partner, at least the parts of the UK that I've been to and I've lived in.
What about howdy partner? I'm just kidding. Only because he's from the Midwest. I think he's from Chicago, which is North Midwest. So it's a little bit different, but it's still kind of rich country. I have a different experience with that, but it might be like I said, it might just be because of the region of the country that I lived in. We use partner a lot more often. I do feel like it's probably used more here though. If I had to make an educated guess, I would think it's used more here because you're just like people are just more socially aware. And again, it's like he was saying about the the language and having to infer, because people will go out of their way to be polite and non-offensive. That might have something to do with it. That would be my educated guess anyway.
Let's talk about the British sense of humor. My partner's sense of humor is something that I have loved about her from the day I first met her. I think that she's just a uniquely, genuinely funny person. Funny looking. She's going to kill me for leaving that in the video. No, but seriously, she's great. She's funny. What I'm talking about is the British sense of humor that she also comes built in with. Now, it's not like there's just one British sense of humor. British people tend to joke about things in ways that, Americans certainly don't, at least not me. There's a very clear deadpan sort of nature when it comes to British humor. Lots of sarcasm involved, lots of banter, lots of name calling, really just self-deprecating stuff. And it's all said normally, like in a normal tone, like deadpan. So much so that at the beginning of the relationship I have with my British girlfriend, I oftentimes wouldn't be sure if she was being serious or not. Even to this day, she buffers half of the jokes that she says to me with, "This is a joke," or "That's a joke." Bless her heart. But I'm telling you, it's a real thing. Americans do.
You said bless her heart. That's very British. I have a similar situation. I was told that I was more sensitive in the US and that I've become less sensitive and defensive here in the UK. I would think that probably has to do with stress levels and stuff as much as just being able to understand the culture a little bit better. I've also been told that I have gotten incredibly more sarcastic since we've been here, and that it's actually the tables have turned where my child and my partner don't understand that I'm joking a lot of the time, that I'm actually joking. And we've actually gotten into arguments because they think I'm being serious when it was an absolute joke. And I was only trying to take the piss. And it came off in so dry and so deadpan that they thought I was serious because they're not used to me being that sarcastic and stuff. In the northeast of America, though, where I'm from, in New York, New Jersey area of the United States, sarcasm is used a lot, though. So I didn't have as much struggle with the sense of humor as I did with it. It was more of a struggle with like the honest, heartfelt conversations to get like just to be able to really fully understand the meanings and you know, the partner would be like, yeah, it's all right. And I'd be like, so it's not okay, or it is okay. I can't, is it, do you really like it? Or I don't know do you like the dinner or not?
You joke that way? Just
I wonder if that's how like I came off a little defensive and stuff too, especially in the beginning of my relationship with my British partner. It's more of like me not understanding the understatement as much. That might be a conversation I have to have later.
here it's a bit more intense feeling, I think. I've often been confused about the way that British people will joke with each other, have banter with each other, because it just sounds so mean sometimes.
Yes!
But something I've come to learn and appreciate, especially with my British girlfriend, is that the more that someone will throw sarcasm, banter, and name calling at you, the friendlier they feel towards you.
Yeah.
I learned that British people do this because that means they like you.
The nicer the British people are to you, the less, I don't want to say the less they like you, although that is something I used to say. It's probably more so that the less they care, right? Like they care enough at a social level in order to be polite and not like disrupt the herd and that kind of stuff. But they don't want to get like personal. They don't want to have coffee. You know, like there's not going to be anything more substantial about the relationship if you're polite. If you're overly polite, then I've found that that's when they really don't like you because they're trying really hard to not be a dick. That's just been my experience.
They feel comfortable with you, at least enough to call you ridiculous names or to throw some banter your way and stir up some, how would you say, whimsy, fun, you know? I mean, seriously, at first I would be reading my comments on my social media from British people and be like, oh God, what have I done to upset them?
Yes, it's hard too when you're reading comments or when you're reading something in text because you can't tell if they're British or not, right? So you're not sure if they're being 100% authentic and honest, or if they're trying to be humorous, or they're taking the piss. I mean, now I've gotten to know a lot of people that comment regularly, at least, so I kind of know their personality, or at least the way they leave comments and what they mean. But yeah, I find myself sometimes I'll be defensive about a comment, or I'll be offended, or take something a little bit more personally, and then I'll read it out to my partner or my child, and they'll be like, no, this is what they meant. I literally need like translators still, because I have a hard time, especially in text. I have a really hard time with the comments, because I really do think sometimes that people are being mean when they're not, or I think they're being serious when they're like, no, they're definitely like that was an insult. Like, I was ready to say thank you.
My girlfriend would just be scrolling through them, laughing, mind you, saying, wow, they really like you. And I'd be saying, how? They just called me a She simply told me that if they were being nice to you, that would mean that they don't like you. It's kind of backwards. And like a lot of things involved with moving from America to the UK, it took some getting used to. I quite like it now, though. When somebody calls me a I actually find it quite endearing, but only now because I actually understand it. So have at it in the comments. I'm ready. Another thing that's been tough to me is I constantly sound like I live underneath a rock. What I mean is that my girlfriend will make references pretty much every day to something in pop culture, whether it be song lyrics or a line from a famous TV show to literally just British memes or something. I mean, who the hell is Ronnie Pickering? Does anybody actually know? I don't. Why would I look?
Never heard of it. I mean, I feel like I might need to know. You guys could tell me in the comments. I don't know if that's somebody I should know. Maybe I know them by something else, but yeah. I have the same problem. And even my partner has that problem. I think my partner's got it really bad because he lived in the United States for so long. He missed like two decades almost of like British life. So, but he still has the accent and everything. So they assume he knows stuff, and they'll have a conversation with him and he'll be like, what? I don't know what you're talking about. Because it didn't translate to the United States, so he doesn't know what you're talking about. That happens a lot. Yep, I feel him on that one.
Look that up. But it does go both ways. I mean, Lottie doesn't always know a whole lot about American pop culture, but the thing about American pop culture is pretty much everybody around the world knows at least a little something about it. So she has a leg up on me in that regard. I also don't know niche historical things about this place.
Yeah.
Like there wasn't a class in the American school that I went to that was just the history of England and all of the little nuanced things and people and everything involved with that. Now, granted, we did learn a lot about England. That is sort of where America came from. But I'm talking really small nuanced things, you know, little references, names of politicians in recent years, stuff like that. These are things that I just am not aware of.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm like a child here having to learn from the ground up. And I'm sure I will with time, but you know, it doesn't make it any less of a challenge for me today. I think that learning about and appreciating British heritage is something that should be very important to you if you are going to move to the UK. Even if it's the last thing you're interested in before you move here, or you're only originally here for a girl like I am, I think it's important to show some interest in how the country that you're moving to came to be and what its traditions are and the things in its culture that are valued. I don't know. I just think as an immigrant, it's important for your sort of like full conversion into a denizen of the UK that you at least have a little bit of interest and ambition in learning about it.
I agree with that 100%. I think that's where a lot of immigrants and expats fail to assimilate like persona, like that perception comes from. That there are people that especially from the United States that think when they move somewhere that it be like an extension of the United States somehow, and they don't have an appreciation for where they actually live, and they just think they can live the same life basically. I mean, I've even seen memes and videos and like TikTok videos and shorts and reels about Americans who are in different countries and like don't understand it, like the American laws and rights don't apply to them in the different countries. Genuinely don't get it. And you just look at them and you're like, really? Why? You're in a different country. What would you say if someone came from China to live there and tried to impose Chinese rules? You would be like, no, you're in a new country. Different rules apply. Duh. Different house, different rules. That's simple. So I do agree with him that you need to show your appreciation and try to learn about the culture as best as you can, especially if you plan on living there, you know, for a long period of time or permanently. I also think, though, that there is a mutual like line where people who come to another country will always have roots in a different country, and you can't assimilate that out of them, you know. And I think so there needs to be kind of a meeting point on both sides. There should be a will and a desire to acclimate and learn about your new culture. But I don't think you have to lose who you are or where you came from in order to appreciate where you live either. I don't know if Russ gets this, but I get a lot of people that the minute I might say something negative about England or something I might not particularly like or understand, I get told to go home. And it doesn't mean I don't appreciate everything that I have here. And it doesn't mean I don't appreciate the country. It just means I might disagree with something that's happening in the country. I disagree with a lot of stuff that happens in the United States. That doesn't mean I don't respect it and it's not my home. You know what I mean? So I think that there needs to be also like a give and take on both sides when it comes to that. Appreciating where someone came from as well as them appreciating where they are now.
That said, whoever came up with the concept of the Sunday roast,
Oh,
I'd love to shake your hand. Something that I think goes super underrating when it comes to immigrants, expats to the UK is, where is your third space? For those of you who might not know, the term third space is used to refer to a place that you can go to and thrive socially that is not home or work. And something that took some getting used to in my British relationship is that a third space is often a pub. Now, where I'm from, we had some bars around here and there, bit sparse, but it's not really a place that a whole lot of people would socialize in. Pub culture here is an absolute building block of this country when it comes to third spaces anyway. In America, you go to a bar to drink and watch sports, okay?
Yeah.
But here, it's also a place where you socialize. I mean, genuinely socialize. People go on dates to pubs. People meet up with their buddies after work at the pub. People hang out with their partners at the pub, me included. And that's just not something I would have ever done in America. Meeting up and hanging out at a bar, which is the equivalent of a pub in America, and meeting up and hanging out at a pub here in the UK, two completely different things, two very different vibes.
I do agree with him that they're two completely different things and different vibes. I don't think that the US bar is equivalent to the UK pub, though. Here's why. Mainly because the UK pub is as he was saying, a communal spot. I feel like the US bars are not necessarily communal spots, but more so of escape moment, like places to escape to. Because a lot of people that at least in my experience in the US, they don't use bars in the US to hang out and meet up with people. It's more so to either celebrate something or get away, like let their hair down and relax a bit more, not as social. Unless you're younger, then it's like you have kind of like the bar club scene. But yeah, it's not as social. If you want to have social, like what he was saying, to me, the equivalent would be, and maybe this is just because of where I'm from in New Jersey and it's a huge diner culture there. We would do that in the diner. Like we would meet up with the diner. That's the social. Go grab a cup of coffee in the diner, or I suppose, coffee shops or whatever. That's where you would do your social. You would meet up with your friends. You would go after work. You would have a date there or something. It would be, unless you were young in the young, like drinking age, which is in America is the early 20s legally, you wouldn't do the bar scene necessarily to like socialize as much as it would be to get drunk. But maybe that's just my experience. I think the US bars are very different than the UK pubs, and I think it's for that reason that it's not like the UK pubs were originally created for respite, right? And the US bars are really created to like escape, or like he was saying, for like a special event, like a sporting event or something.
So at first it was weird to go to a pub to meet some of Lottie's friends for the first time and get to know them. Or an early date that we went on was at a pub. That was weird to me. But now I freaking love going to the pub. And it's not just for drinking, because you don't have to drink at a pub. If you want, you can get a non-alcoholic beverage or just no beverage at all. And you're just there to enjoy the vibes. Like, it's totally chill. And the thing that I love about pubs is that they seem to have sort of evaded the whole chain system. I mean, there's Weatherspoons and Green King, but for the most part, pubs in the UK have their own personality, their own culture and history. Hell, some pubs in the UK are hundreds of years older than America, the country I'm from. So as an expat, having a third space that is as nice as my local neighborhood pub to go on a date with Lottie at or meet up with some friends at, it's really, really nice. Like, really nice. Big fan of pubs.
Yeah, I do agree with his sentiment about pubs specifically. It's a completely different vibe. I love the fact that pubs here too, they cater to like families. It's not like there are people who grow up in the pub, and not in like a even toxic way where like, their parents an alcoholic or something like that. It's just that they're used to going to the local pub, and there's games for the kids during the day while the dad's watching football with his buddies or whatever. And it's like everybody brings their kids. It's not, at least in the experiences I have, they have, especially in the summer, right? They have a lot of like outdoor play spaces and stuff for the kids in the beer gardens and stuff. That to me is definitely completely different than a US bar. And most of the US bars that I know of, at least, you would never bring your kids there. I don't even know US bars, at least in like New Jersey and Pennsylvania, that would even let the kids sit in the bar area, let alone at the bar. Whereas I remember the first time we brought the child, it was probably the second time, because I think she was really young when we brought her the first time. But I remember like we brought her at Christmas a few years before we moved here, and she was like 10 or 11 sitting at the bar getting a drink. And that kind of stuff doesn't happen in America. I think that's a big difference between the pub culture and the US bars as well.
Especially if there's a quiz going on. Something that's definitely worth mentioning, at least somewhere in this video, is manners. Now, this topic is actually super interesting to me because British people are known for having manners, which sounds like a crazy thing to say, but it's true. There's definitely an emphasis on proper form and etiquette when it comes to the treatment of others here. It's really looked down upon to not have manners and display proper treatment of people just in general, even if you're frustrated with them or really upset with them. British people are very, very good at keeping their cool, keeping their temper, and even if they might be perturbed, having manners. But the thing that's harder to see is that underneath the surface, there's a lot of habits that British people have that are considered manners that someone who's new to living in the country might not have.
Yeah.
So if they don't display them or do those things, they're seen as not having proper manners.
Yep.
The easiest example of this is simply using the word please and thank you. A phrase you'll hear in the UK just all the time is manners cost nothing, meaning it really doesn't cost you anything to simply say the words please and thank you.
Yeah.
You simply have to say it. You have to say please and thank you. You don't have to mean it, but it's all part of keeping that social exchange friendly and peaceful and not making your problems or your feelings anybody else's problem. That's good manners. Believe it or not, where I'm from, manners are sort of implied already.
Yeah.
Like you don't actually need to say them in every context.
Yep.
In certain contexts in America, saying please actually comes off as passive aggressive.
Yep.
Same goes with saying thank you. That could create some social friction depending on when you're saying it. Now, I'm not saying that manners don't exist in the US, especially if you go down south and you're being given some hospitality. Boy, oh boy, you better be saying your please and thank yous. They expect it. In fact, the whole country expects it.
Mind your P's and Q's. I don't know if they have that expression here in the UK. I think they have something similar if it's not that expression. Yeah, I hear what he's saying. Yeah, it comes off as rude to a lot of British people. We don't mean it. We just don't feel the need to say it all the time. But here, it's kind of like the word sorry. It loses its definition if you say it. You don't actually mean it. You're just saying it to be socially acceptable. Well, like if you're not sorry, then don't say sorry. Like, I don't know if that's just that could just be my opinion. I don't. Like, if someone wasn't sorry and didn't apologize for bumping into me, I might for a second be like, But I don't personally take it offensively or take it personally because I'm like I'm probably never going to see that person again anyway, so difference doesn't make. Maybe I'll think they're rude, but who cares? So I would much rather you just say it because you actually want to and you feel that way rather than saying it because you just want people to think you're being polite and nice. I know this is a point of contention with me and British people, but I think it comes off fake, in my opinion.
Difference I find is that it's very nuanced, whereas here, please and thank yous sort of no matter what belong in every situation. And don't even get me started on apologizing. I think that apologizing falls under this category as well. The British will apologize for things that they had nothing to do with, things that weren't their fault, things that they're not being blamed for. They'll apologize for it anyway. Someone bumps into you on the sidewalk, you end up apologizing here. How did that happen? You want to get someone's attention here in the UK? Tap them on the shoulder, go, sorry. Some horrible tragedy happens in your friend's life. What's the first thing you say? I'm sorry. Why? You didn't do anything. The British are very polite to a fault. It seems here in the UK, it's more of a formality, but it comes from a place of courtesy, and everybody should be like that to each other. Really love that about the UK. And in my
I mean, I don't disagree with what he's saying, but I do think there's a level of fakeness. And we've had this discussion before, right? I've had this discussion with other people, Americans and British people, that what a lot of British people think Americans are being fake is basically the like equivalent of what I consider fakeness from British people sometimes, just as the American way of doing it. I feel like, I don't know, I'd rather you be direct with me than be polite just to like save face or because it's a social norm. But that might just be me personally. Apparently Russ doesn't feel as as strongly as I do as far as the like, I don't think there's no like, I think you should be polite, and I think you should say your pleases and thank yous and all of that. I definitely, believe in that, but I don't think you need to say it when it feels unnecessary either. I think there's some implied. I think it can be done a little overly so, and I think that is where it comes off fake for me. Although I have apologized to a bush, so maybe I don't have a standing.
My relationship with a British lady, that is something, of course, I caught on to very quickly. It's just a fantastic trait. Everybody should be like that. Having the privilege of living in a country that's foreign to me is just awesome. I cannot tell you how valuable it is to spend time somewhere that you're not from, just to gain a new perspective on how life is lived somewhere that you've never been to. Or maybe you have been, but just as a tourist. I mean, like, really live there and learn about the people. And being in a relationship with a British person, it really does go both ways, because she and the people she's connected to learn all about the way that, say, I do things or the way I say things. It's not just a one-way street, even though I'm the one that's doing the moving. But something that's also exciting too is learning that we're not all that different, even though an ocean divides us. A lot of the things that Americans and British people like are the same. A lot of the ways that we are the same. But I love that learning the differences doesn't mean we're divided. It just means we're different. That's the entire basis of my relationship with Lottie. We're actually more compatible with each other because of our differences. And we're stronger for it too. I mean, it's a great quality to have a partner who's willing to learn all about you and accommodate.
I agree with that. I mean, and that's a partnership anyway, right? Whenever you have someone in your life, you have to find that kind of balance. But it only is it definitely is exasperated when it's different cultures and you're from different countries and stuff. I do agree with what he says with living in a different culture. It's a very different vibe than visiting. I'll say this 1,000 times. I visited England like, a dozen times or so before I moved here. And it's a completely different experience living here than it is, just visiting. And for as long as I've been with my British partner and exposed to British culture, it's still an adjustment for me, even a few years in. So I definitely agree with him on that. It does teach you a lot more about yourself than you ever thought. And it just teaches you a lot more tolerance, compromise, open-mindedness, patience, all of that stuff. But it does, I agree, when you have a partner that is not from the same culture, you are forced to confront those differences and be more accepting and be more understanding and open to all of that and where they come from, more so than you would to any partner. Only because you have that extra layer of complication that's always going to be there and you're never going to be able to get away from it. As I said, I've been with my partner for a long time and we still clash on things. And actually moving here, we've clashed a little bit more than we did, before we left living in America, because we'd lived there together for so long that we had kind of worked out a lot of those differences and understandings. And then you dropping us and putting us in a different place, the partner reverts back to some of their old habits that didn't fly in America or, had to be tailored or whatever to our life in America. And I have to learn how to deal with that. And also just the dynamics change, because I was always the one that was explaining everything and understood everything. And now, that's been flipped on its head. And also, that is even not fair to the partner because of our situation, him being in the US for so long, he doesn't even know it all. So it is definitely a different animal when you live somewhere, but also when you date someone from a different country. There's a whole lot of complications that come along with it. It teaches you to be very patient and much more just resilient, I think, as well.
But hey, this isn't a dating channel, okay? I'm not here to give you advice. Maybe I will one day when I inevitably start a podcast or something. Would you guys listen to that? Be honest. And also thank you to all of the people who comment nice things about my sweet Lottie in the videos that she chooses to be in here on my channel. This channel is really mainly about me, not her, but she is a very key part of my story. In fact, this channel wouldn't exist without her. And she reads my comments, so whenever you guys have something nice to say, it's always appreciated. Thank you so much for watching this video. If you liked it, you know what to do. And if you really want to help me out, please subscribe to the channel. That is the best way that you can support.
Definitely support Red Boss Ross. He's awesome. Great video. I'm a little bit jealous that he gets to have his partner in some of his videos and such a part of his channel, since mine doesn't like to be on my stuff. Although I will say, I mean, he's been participating. At least you hear his voice. You'll probably never see his face, but at least you hear his voice. No, they seem like a cute couple. I'm happy for him. He seems to be loving it here in the UK, and there's definitely some things I vibed with on him as far as dating a Brit. That's for sure. Jeez, it's a whole animal. It's a whole different animal. I'll tell you that. Let's see what you guys have to say. So Ewan says, Tuesday will be my mom and dad's 70th wedding anniversary. Oh my goodness. Congratulations, Ewan. That's awesome. Sam K says, Russ is an Anglophile and that's someone who loves everything about the UK. Yeah, he seems to have a very, very strong affection for the UK. I love being here. I definitely love living here in England. I don't know if I'd consider myself an Anglophile, though. I'm curious what you guys think about that. Simon Austin says, idioms from the UK, I thought they were managing. I'm not sure I understand your question. Or maybe you're just being cheeky, which is probably the case. Henry's sucks. I don't know. I'm not familiar with. I think my mother-in-law has one of those vacuums, but I don't know that there are any. They remind me of, we call them shop vacs in the US, and they suck up water and all that kind of stuff. I think they're similar. I don't know anyone that's used that in their house. Usually they use it for like cleaning their carpets or clearing out their cars, vacuuming out their cars and stuff like that. I don't know of anyone that uses it like a vacuum, but a lot of people here seem to use that Henry thing as a like household appliance type thing. Anyways, it's a face flannel being the material it's made of, but it's not. I mean, they're not made from flannel. They're made from cotton washcloths. I've heard them called face cloths, or face towels. So I used to work in the hotel industry, and I used to call them face towels, hand towels, bath mats. But I've never heard them called face flannels. Never. And I've never had a washcloth that was flannel material. Diane's back. Good. Just kidding. Oh, yeah, he's very funny. I highly recommend him. He's really, really good. He's definitely got the it's definitely short. He's really good. His shorts are amazing. He likes that format. I remember him saying on his interview with Tudor Yang that's like his favorite format. But he's just a really good creator. Highly recommend him. Ronnie is the only one who knows who he is. Okay, fair enough. Sam's case, it's a 5-year-old can drink with family tiny amounts of alcoholic drinks under parent supervision. Yeah, that does not happen in the US. No freaking way. They don't even let them sit at the bar or anything. It is crazy. What's up, Roy Cousins? How are you? Thanks so much for joining me. So glad to have you here. As always, it is always great to have all of y'all. Yeah, highly recommend checking out Russ's channel. He's a fantastic creator. All right, y'all. I'm going to play a Girl Gone London video for you because I need to take a quick break. And then we're going to catch up with some more stuff. Hopefully we'll have an update from where the child and partner is, and we'll see what's going on after this video. You guys enjoy from Girl Gone London about the public transportation system in the US as compared to the UK. See you all in a bit.
London, and you'll tap a card, find a seat, and arrive at your destination without even needing to speak to another human being. The bus runs every few minutes, follows digital displays that tell you exactly when it's coming, and connects seamlessly to trains, tubes, and trams across the entire city. It's not perfect, it's occasionally delayed, and Londoners love to complain about it, but it works. Try the same journey in America, and you'll discover that public transport isn't really designed for the public at all. Buses arrive whenever they feel like it, if they arrive at all. Routes that seem designed by someone who's never actually tried to get anywhere. A system that feels less like public infrastructure and more like a last resort for people who can't afford cars. This isn't just about different approaches to moving people around. The gulf between British and American public transport reveals something fundamental about how each society thinks about equality, mobility, and what governments should do for their citizens. Now, in London alone, Transport for London carries over 5 billion passenger journeys per year across buses, tubes, trams, and river services. That's roughly 13.7 million journeys every single day in just one city. The London Underground, despite being built in the Victorian era, still carries more passengers annually than most entire American transit systems combined. Compare that to American cities of similar size. Los Angeles, with a metropolitan area population larger than London's, has a public transit ridership that's a fraction of what London manages. The entire Los Angeles metro system, buses, light rail, and subway combined, carries about 1.2 million passengers per day. That's less than a tenth of London's daily ridership, serving a comparable population. But it's not just about the big cities. Take a medium-sized British city like Bristol. Even Bristol has more comprehensive bus coverage than many American cities twice its size. Regular services, integrated ticketing, and real-time arrival information. All things that American cities with millions of residents still struggle to provide. To understand why American public transportation is so poor, you have to understand the post-war decision that shaped everything. America chose cars, and everything else became secondary. After World War II, the US government made a series of massive investments in highway infrastructure. The interstate highway system alone cost over $500 billion in today's money. At the same time, federal housing policy actively encouraged suburban sprawl through subsidized mortgages for single-family homes, but only if they were built in car-dependent suburbs. This wasn't an accident, it was policy. The Federal Housing Administration explicitly refused to insure mortgages in dense, walkable neighborhoods while subsidizing cookie-cutter suburbs that required cars for every trip. Zoning laws mandated minimum parking requirements for every business, making car ownership not just convenient, but essentially mandatory for participation in American economic life. Britain took a different path, partly by necessity and partly by choice. Post-war Reconstruction focused on rebuilding bombed city centers rather than abandoning them for the suburbs. The Greenbelt policy, introduced in 1947, actively prevented cities from sprawling endlessly outward. High fuel taxes made car ownership in the UK more expensive and public transport more attractive by comparison. The result is that American cities developed in ways that make public transport almost impossible to implement effectively. When you build cities where every destination requires a car to reach, running effective bus or train services becomes an exercise in futility. It's harder to run frequent buses when the distances between stops are measured in miles, not meters. And perhaps nothing illustrates the difference more clearly than who actually uses public transport in each country. In Britain, public transportation is genuinely public. You'll find everyone from university students to bank executives on the morning commute into London. The tube carries construction workers and CEOs, teenagers and pensioners, all sitting in the same carriages headed to the same city. In most American cities, public transportation has become more synonymous with poverty. It's seen as something you use only if you can't afford a car, which creates a vicious cycle. People avoid it because it's associated with being poor, which means there's less political pressure to fund it properly, which makes the service worse for people who need it and drives away even more users. The class divide has real political consequences. In Britain, when train fares go up or bus services get cut, it affects voters across the political spectrum. MPs who take the tube to Westminster understand the importance of reliable public transport because they use it themselves. In America, the people who make decisions about public transportation almost never actually use it, so it's easy to treat it as a low priority. And British public transport systems are increasingly integrated in ways that American systems can only imagine. You could travel from a small village in Kent to central London using a single ticket that works on National Rail, London buses, and the Underground. This integration extends even beyond ticketing. Timetables are often coordinated so trains arrive just before buses depart. Bus routes are designed to feed into railway stations. Station car parks are positioned to encourage park and ride journeys. American cities, by contrast, treat each mode of transport as a separate entity. The city bus system doesn't talk to the county bus system. Light rail doesn't integrate with commuter rail, and even within single systems, transfers often require separate payments, long walks between platforms, and schedule coordination that seem like it was actively designed to discourage this. Now, one of the most striking differences is service frequency. London buses run every 2 to 3 minutes during peak hours on major routes, every 5 to 10 minutes during off-peak times, and about 15 to 20 minutes even in the middle of the night on many routes. The frequency is so reliable that most Londoners don't even check timetables. They just show up at the stop knowing a bus will arrive shortly. American cities often struggle to provide hourly service, let alone service every few minutes. And many American suburbs, the buses that do run are about every 30 to 60 minutes during peak hours and stop entirely at the weekends and in the evenings. This immediately makes public transport unusable for anyone who needs reliable, flexible transportation. The frequency problem creates a loop where infrequent service makes public transportation unreliable, so fewer people use it, which justifies running less frequent services. And the underlying issue, as we've gone over, is investment, but not just financial investment, political and social investment. Britain treats its public transportation as essential infrastructure, like roads or sewage. It's not something that has to pay for itself any more than a motorway have to turn a profit. The expectation is that public transport should exist, should work reasonably well, and should be accessible. American cities often treat public transport as a business that happens to be run by the government. There's an expectation that it should generate revenue, minimize cost, and justify its existence. And there's a cultural difference in how public transport is perceived. In Britain, especially in cities, not owning a car is a perfectly normal lifestyle choice. Public transport isn't a sign of failure or poverty, it's just how you get around. In most American cities outside of somewhere like New York or Boston, not owning a car is seen as a personal failing or a sign of economic distress. There's a cultural expectation that successful adults own cars, which means that investing in alternatives feels like spending money on something that people don't really want or need. When using public transportation carries social stigma, it's hard to build the political coalition needed to improve it. And that brings me to the end of this video. Please comment below on your experience of using public transportation in either country. Thanks as always for watching, and I'll see you next time.
Wow, we don't need that. We didn't need that. I hope you guys enjoyed that. I watched that video the other day, and she's obviously she's been around for a long time. She knows what she's talking about. She's been in the UK for a long time. And she's really good at explaining the differences between the UK and US. They're very well researched and supported videos. But the biggest takeaway I remember that the conversations I always have with people about transport is they don't understand, because they see a lot of New York or maybe even Chicago public transit in movies and television and stuff. They don't understand that that's not the norm in the US, especially if you're outside the city, which most people in the United States are in one way or another. There's just such a more heavy investment in the streets and highway system than there is in public transit. And it's definitely a stigma. If you take public transit, you are stigmatized that you are poor, you're stigmatized that you can't afford, a car, or you don't know how to drive or whatever. And that it does kind of you're looked at that way from other people, and then you are inherently it starts to absorb into your brain. I never used public transit unless I was going to New York City when I lived in New Jersey. And I've told this story a few times, but I had to go to the next town over in order to get to the train station to get to New York City. I had to find parking, pay for parking, and then it would take me into Manhattan. And if I had to go anywhere else, I had to take public transport or walk or take a cab anywhere else I had to go. So it was actually more convenient, even getting into New York City from New Jersey, to drive, park my car somewhere, and then get the public transit or whatever I needed if I was going to, one of the boroughs or something like that, or on the other side of Manhattan. So we ended up, my partner and I, we ended up just driving, because it was just the same amount of time. It cost pretty much the same amount of money, and it just saved us a little bit of stress of being able to catch the trains and everything. And we had a little bit more time and leeway as far as, being able to spend time in the city and stuff. So it becomes, it does in the end, even in a place like New York City, which does have a fairly robust, I guess you can call it that, transport system, it still becomes more economic and easier to drive, even in the middle of the city. It's a huge culture shock for people from the United States to come to any European city, but especially London, and have that kind of thing at your disposal, have it not be exorbitantly expensive or difficult to navigate from as an outsider's point of view, and be able to actually be connected to most of the rest of the country in one way or another. And that's alien. It's alien to Americans. And it's something I think British people don't understand. you don't. When you're visiting, you don't mind so much, I think, of not having access to public transit and stuff. But for your everyday daily lives, when you're commuting, when you're trying to get the kids to school, when you're trying to get things done, I think it hits you a lot harder when you're living in a different place. As we've mentioned in the Red Bus Russ video, it's very different living somewhere than it is, visiting somewhere, because you have a different mindset and you can adapt a little bit easier when it's a temporary situation. Hello, Nicola. Thank you so much for being here. I appreciate it. Yeah, coffee and donuts. I do need coffee and donuts. I've had some tea. I've had some breakfast, but definitely could use a pick-me-up. But I had my allotment of sugar yesterday, so today will be interesting. I can see all of us passing out on the sofa later on in the day today. The entire family, in one way or another. All right, let's change things up a little bit, and let's read through some comments from y'all. I put out some stuff about the butter situation. Y'all, I know we've talked about this a few times, but I truly don't understand the connection with butter on your sandwiches. I know it's not necessarily an exclusively British thing, and it's not that we don't use butter in the US, because we do. A couple people ask, do you butter your toast? Sometimes I don't. Sometimes I have just jam or jelly, US jelly. Or mostly I have like cream cheese on my toast. I won't put butter on it with the jelly or the jam. It genuinely shocked me the first time I saw my partner do that. I was like, why do you need both? I don't understand why you need both. We like the taste, I guess that's one thing. I've never really liked the taste of butter, even when I was a kid, so that might be my issue with it. But I will say you can taste it on the sandwiches, because if I get a sandwich and I forget to ask for it without butter, I can taste it. And mainly probably because I don't like the taste of butter. But I know that even when I get like a breakfast sandwich or something, they'll put butter on it. And I have to say, please don't put butter on it. Just put the egg on the friggin' toast and I will put my sauce on it. I just don't understand why you need both. And I put something out there for people to try to explain it to me. So I thought it'd be interesting if we went through those comments today. And maybe if I'm misunderstanding something, you guys can help like interpret it with me or help me interpret it. That's probably how I should have explained it. I would be interested in a lot of your thoughts. So here we go. All right. Let me change that up a little bit. No, that one. Let's do that one. All right. So the post was, I was genuinely shocked the first time I saw my British partner put butter and jam on his toast. And I asked if I was just a crazy American. So Alex Bateman says, what other way is there? Just putting butter on. And I will say though when I have butter on my toast, it's a very, very light amount of butter. It's hardly anything, according to my partner. Or just putting something else on it without the butter. I will agree that changes the taste because you don't taste butter. Jigs of Wham said, just dry toast with jam. Is the jam even homemade? We love making jam in the UK. It's probably, I don't make homemade jam, so it wouldn't be from my house unless we bought it from a specialty store, which is not often the case. Yeah, just the jam / jelly on toast. Phil U says both, and the toast should always be hot so the butter is melting into it. I do agree with that. I can't stand when the butter, like the toast is dry and the butter, so I definitely can't eat it like that. Have you tried Rose's lime marmalade? I have tried Rose's. It's pretty good. It's not something I'd have all the time, but I have tried it. If it's in the house, I'll have some. But I do agree it has to be hot, but I can't have, if I'm going to have Rose's on my toast, it's going to be just that. No one's explained to me why though. Like no one's explained to me the reason other than sogginess and taste. But if you don't like the taste of butter, then why would you put butter on it? I think that's the part that's making me crazy, is no one can really defend it. They're just saying their preferences, which is totally fine. Again, but it's my preference. But everyone thinks I'm like crazy because my preference is completely different. I don't understand. I just don't understand how people can like it. I guess it's just because I don't understand how people can like Marmite either. They mix that with the butter. It's even worse. Jesus. Even thinking about it makes me feel my stomach churn. All right. Jean Proctor says, I didn't vote either because it's rather unfair to say someone's crazy just because they don't eat something the same way as another person or they're from a different country. Okay, it's just supposed to be fun, but I appreciate that. But you should give hot buttered toast with jam or marmalade a go. You might find a new favorite. I don't think so. I don't think so. I mean, I've had like a butter and jelly sandwich because TJ, remember? Oh, TJ, we haven't heard from TJ in so long. I was check in with her and see how she's doing. TJ did that challenge last year when we were doing the fundraiser for the Royal British Legion fundraiser. And she challenged me to do that, didn't she? And it was disgusting. I almost threw up. I don't think that'll work. I don't think toast is going to make too much of a difference on that unless the butter is really, really light and soaked into the bread, but I'll still taste it. So it could just be my taste buds, I guess. But I don't really remember any American I know having it like that. A lot of people will have the buttered toast and will put a lot of butter on it. That's fair. A lot of people will have bread and butter, like even untoasted. They'll have like a French stick or something with butter, and that'll be like a snack for them or something, kind of like you guys do with like bread and cheese. I don't remember seeing anybody in my entire life in the United States other than my partner put both. So I think I don't think Americans do it. I really don't. It's definitely a culture thing. As I know some people have said that that it's like a lot of Europeans will put both. I know like the French do that on croissants and stuff. They'll put butter and jam, but I don't I don't know. You should check out Chef Jean-Pierre on the subject of butter. He always has a large bowl of emotional support butter to hand. You can never have too much butter. If your guests don't like butter, stop inviting them. I guess I'm never going to be invited to Jean-Pierre's house. I think that like there's a position for it in recipes and stuff. I don't hate butter to the point where I never use it. It's just I don't use it often, and I just don't ever use it on my sandwiches. I'm never going to have a sandwich with butter on it. I'll have anything else. Like, I don't know why people have spreads with tuna. Like the tuna, especially if you've made the tuna fish with mayonnaise, which I always mixed it with mayonnaise and seasoning or whatever, and then I just put it on the bread. Like, why do you need the butter as well? Allison Lovett says, we use butter regardless. I noticed when visiting my cousin in the States that there was no butter on sandwiches, mayo, but no butter. Yeah, that's the norm. Also, they called everything made with bread a sandwich. I'm not a big fan of jam, prefer sharper things. Although blackcurrant jam is okay, or rhubarb and ginger. Marmalade is my go-to. What's made with bread that's not a sandwich? That's an interesting comment to me, Allison. Can one of you guys tell me what's made with bread that's not a sandwich? Like, obviously, but I'm pretty sure she's saying anything that's like made with bread is used. Tell me a dish that's made with bread in that capacity that's not a sandwich. I'm French toast. I don't know anyone who's called that a sandwich. I know they have like what they call open sandwiches, which are like 2 layers of bread, and like they'll have like turkey and gravy on top of the bread almost. And I know in the diners they have something called a happy waitress, which is like an open grilled cheese, but it has tomato and stuff on it. But it's open. It's not like a closed sandwich. So they call that an open sandwich. Is that what she's talking about? I don't know what's. I don't know. I'm trying to. Please tell me if there's something. I'm missing something. Maybe. Why put gravy on biscuits? Okay. It's a different kind of biscuit and a very different kind of gravy, and I highly recommend it if it's made properly. You have to have it if it's made properly. If it's not, it will taste gross. And I know it looks like to reference my partner, it looks like cat sick. It's delicious. Think of a nice, fluffy, ironically, a little buttery, but it's baked into the bread. It's not put on it on top of the bread. And it's nice and thick, and you cut it open, and you have this beautiful sausage and pepper gravy on it, and it is delicious. I'm telling you, you put it on there because it's freaking delicious. It's a heart attack waiting to happen, but it's freaking delicious. Or your cousin says having crumpets without butter must be breaking several laws. I don't put butter on my crumpets. Sometimes if there's nothing else, but usually there's something else in our house. Have you guys ever tried like a crumpet with some cream cheese on it? It's delicious. I don't even like cheese that much, but I love like cream cheese. It's probably one of the only cheeses I eat. Manny says, I follow Red Bus Russ and Girl Gone London. They're fantastic. Yeah, they are fantastic. I have to admit, I am great admirers of both their work. Manny goes on to say, I love butter in my sandwiches and butter on toast. I hate Marmite. It looks and smells like yeah. Agreed. I can't stand Marmite. It makes me sick. I can't stand the smell of it. Whenever my partner's making a sandwich, I have to step out of the room. But that's payback, I guess, for when I eat bananas in front of him. No sitting on the fence for Manny, Rory says. Yeah, Manny's not one of the sense fitters in the group, that's for sure. Manny also says, as a family, we grew up with having butter on bread. We've always used the same brand too, Anchor butter from New Zealand. Oh, that's funny. I didn't know Anchor was from New Zealand. That's funny, actually. It's a British thing in me. People have butter on bread in America, but I've not seen it have like toast with butter and jam, that kind of thing. It's just the butter isn't a staple on sandwiches like it is here in the UK. Same thing, Sam K says, same thing though, many to why Brits add butter with jam. I don't know why it's the same. Like, why do you need both? That's all. One or the other is fine. Tired Night Owl in the Woods, that's an interesting handle, says, you did not know about such an option. Oh, you lost so much during childhood. It was my go-to sweet treat as a kid, together with butter and sugar. It was my go-to weekend breakfast when my mother was still sleeping. Butter and sugar sandwiches? Ew! I was a fat kid and I loved sugar. And I would never have a butter and sugar sandwich. Ew. No offense, Tired Night Owl. Thank you very much for your comment, but I can't imagine having that as a sandwich. I would never even let my kid have a sandwich like that. I mean, I guess there's a lot of sugar in US jelly, so that might be, similar, but we always used to have bits of fruit in it, the jelly, when I was growing up. So I guess we thought it was healthy. The Woo Tube says, if I was sick as a child, when I stopped vomiting, the first food my mom would give me was jam on toast. No butter because it was easier to digest. It's the only excuse I could think of for doing that. We would just have dry toast if we were throwing up. We wouldn't have anything on it at all. If we were sick as a kid. Lily33MC says, it doesn't make you crazy not wanting butter, but it's not really a big deal. I'm glad you appreciate that, Lily, because a lot of British people seem to think it is. You can say have butter or say no, but there's absolutely nobody checking on you. It's the same. I disagree with that. There's a lot of British people that check on me or give me a weird look when I ask for no butter. I'm just saying. It's the same as if you buy a birthday cake when it's nobody's birthday, you can enjoy it without any guilt whatsoever. I suppose that's an interesting way to look at it. Fair enough. Darren Gorgon says, oh my, the best way to have toast, a layer of butter to soften the toast up and give it a bit of saltiness, then the jam on top. Another British oddity to many, I guess, but to me it's normal. I think it's normal to most British people, most Europeans in general. It's just not to me and a lot of fellow Americans. Chlorine is my perfume. I assume it's because you're a swimmer. That would be interesting. Oh my, have you discovered the joy now? I can't imagine having anything on toast without butter first. I can't. Oh. Collective West says, I would not put jam on toast. Do you mean marmalade? Personally, I like honey, but otherwise butter is essential. No, I mean jam. Jam is definitely different than marmalade. But I suppose like marmalade is similar. I've heard honey on toast. Don't know if I've heard it with butter, but I know they make like a honey butter, so I guess that would be. Gail Jones says, I'm an American and we always used butter then jam. Really? Huh. Maybe it's just my family didn't use it. And my mom, she loved butter and she always would get like the real butter, she called it, right? Which is like, I guess, authentic butter and not like margarine or like substitute butter. And she loved butter. So like she was the one who I always remember having like butter and bread as bread and butter as a sandwich. So as a sandwich, bread and butter as a snack, sorry. So that's interesting. So that's one American who counters me. That's fair. All right. So there are Americans out there that like it. Fair enough. Alex Raffa says, it's a matter of taste. I'm an American who found it a bit surprising in my early days in England when I'd buy a sandwich and discover a thin spreading of butter on it. But it doesn't harm the taste, so I'd go ahead and buy it. But if they're making the sandwich in front of me, I'd ask them to hold the butter. That is interesting to me because I actually can taste it. I think it does affect the taste on the sandwiches. And I specifically can't buy a lot of meal deals, even though I like the idea of them and everything, because I have to check the sandwich to see what kind of sandwich it is and see if they have a wrap or something that wouldn't have butter on it. Because it'll have the butter on it. And it does for me, Alex, anyway, it does affect the taste. But again, I'm very adverse to butter. I don't like the taste that much, so it might be why. I think spreading some butter on warm toast or scones, which then melt, enhances the flavor even with the jam or honey. So I always do spread some butter on whichever side of the pond I'm on, and the person that finds that unappealing can pass on the butter to suit their taste and refrain from expressing their value judgment to the people that choose that option, which nobody asked for. Okay, well, that was a little passive-aggressive there, because let's be honest, British people and American people judge each other a lot. So let's pretend like that's not a reality. But okay, I think, though, speaking for myself, I would just put jam on or honey on croissants because they're quite buttery enough for me without bothering to add more. That's fair. I do agree, croissants are buttery. And I have to admit, I never liked croissants in America. I do like them better here because they're probably made very differently. It's probably not as much sugar or something in the bread or whatever. And I don't need to have anything on them. I can just eat them on their own. And it's probably because of this slightly buttery taste. But I can't eat a lot of them. And it's not that I wouldn't judge you necessarily. I would just be like, I'm not judging anyone. You know, anyone can have whatever they want in their freaking it's their sandwich. I just find it, for me, as someone who's not used to it and someone who doesn't necessarily like it that much, it's a hindrance for me when I go out. And it's just something I need to think about when I'm ordering, a sandwich. I don't judge it. I don't understand. I guess I'm being a little provocative when I say I don't understand it, not in a little bit of a judgy way, maybe. And I'm not trying to be defensive about it either. Again, I've been with my partner for a long time and he does it and I don't have a problem with it. I think my daughter does it too. don't get it. I don't get the appeal. And like I said, it's just a hindrance for me because I don't like it. So it's harder for me to find stuff to eat. And I have a problem with that anyway because I don't like a lot of cheeses. And you all put butter and cheese on a lot of your sandwiches. And a lot of pre-made sandwiches, there's just usually stuff on it I don't like. I'm just kind of picky like that. So I think it's just me. It seems to be just me because apparently there are Americans that do it. But I literally don't remember a single American in my entire life doing it, both the butter and jam. Maybe my dad did it when I was little before he had his stomach issues and couldn't eat a lot. I don't remember. I don't remember it though. Redhead Forester says butter and jam are okay on toast, but I've never much liked them together on bread. That's interesting. One or the other on bread is fine. I used to eat just crackers and a knob of butter for my lunch in my teens. Oh my God, that sounds terrible to me. No offense, but wow, I could not imagine having crackers and butter. Ugh. Interesting. Okay. Smooth peanut butter, love it. And marmalade applied in that order to toast was my grandpa's invention because World War II rations didn't allow enough of either to get through the week. So half as much of both made it work. Well, that's like basically peanut butter and jelly sandwich. And we definitely have peanut butter and jelly, and it is a delicious sandwich. It's very much a comfort food for me and something I'd recommend trying if you haven't already. I'm sure I have, but I'll be happy to try it again. I like smooth peanut butter and not crunchy. Marmite and crunchy peanut butter, both are gross to me. Applied in that order to either toast or sandwich is one I picked up from my uncle. I definitely agree with the smooth peanut butter and marmalade. That is good. Not so much a fan of the crunchy and obviously the Marmite, but definitely not the butter and crackers. And that does not sound appetizing to me at all. Sorry, no offense. Nothing about that sounds appetizing to me, except maybe a plain cracker. Happy to oblige says, totally normal. You put butter on bread or toast and add jam or whatever the spread is going to be. All right. Graham Travers says, when I was a boy, we didn't have much money, no butter. It was either margarine or jam. My grandfather used to have butter and lemon marmalade, which was sheer luxury to us. I haven't had lemon marmalade. Well, that sounds good. YouTube says it shouldn't have been that much of a shock considering America's love of peanut butter and jelly. No, it is. Peanut butter is very different than regular butter. I hear what you're saying, and I appreciate it, YouTube, but no, peanut butter is so different. Oh my God. Peanut butter is so much better than regular butter. When I have a peanut butter sandwich, I put butter, then peanut butter, then jam. Rissimer says, oh my gosh, that's something I haven't seen before. Interesting. Bella Raindrop says butter before everything else makes the bread waterproof and not soggy. I don't understand that reasoning either. The waterproof and non-soggy reason. I just don't know. Even if I know someone mentioned that if you're making a sandwich for lunch, right? Obviously, you're not eating it right away, so the bread could get soggy. Get that. But I've had sandwiches with mayonnaise on them, for example. And by the time I had them at my lunchtime, the bread wasn't soggy. I'm not putting that much enough mayonnaise on them. So I don't know. Claire Gale says, butter all the time, even with jam. A nice buttery melted base on toast and jam is delicious. To be fair, I've tried ham and no butter, but with mayo and it's fine. I suppose if you're brought up using butter, it's the norm. Yeah, I think that's what it is. I think it's just that it's like a social norm in a lot of households here in Britain. But it's, as we can see, it's not a social norm, at least in my house. Simon Speechley says, I'm beginning to think that your third option is a tautology. Okay. Mr. Persianality. It says, I'm in the US and toast with jam and butter has always been a thing. Even restaurants serve jam with buttered toast. Yes, restaurants in the US will serve the toast. See, I've seen it served with the butter already on it, and then they give you a packet of jam jelly if you want to put it on there. I've also seen it served in the US where they don't put either on, and they give you packets of butter and jam, and you can do what you want with it. So I think that's that might be just, an establishment / regional thing. Mostly Penny Cat says, oh my God, I've got blackcurrant conserve in the cupboard. Don't know what that is. I know blackcurrant, but what's conserve? Is that preserve, like a preserve? I don't know. There's bread and butter at my in-laws. I know when, where, and what for breakfast. It sounds very excited. I hope you enjoy it. You seem so excited about it. Brother Abraxas says, I didn't realize only putting either one or the other was an option. You Americans and your maverick ways. That's good. I must admit, I do get sick of seeing butter residue in the jam jar when the uncouth use the same knife and jam the butter. Yes. Yes. I've had discussions with the partner and the child about that. Like, it's fine that that's what you guys like, but can you either use a different knife or whatever? Like, that drives me, especially for someone like me who doesn't like it, right? So the residue, it's gross. The same thing with people who leave the crumbs in the butter. And I go and use the butter for something else. Sorry. Okay, of course, the correct method is to use a teaspoon to remove the jam from the jar after buttering all the toast and only spreading the jam on the buttered toast with a knife. I like the problem solving. I think that's a good public service to have out there. Use a teaspoon to remove the jam from the jar. Put it on the toast and then spread it. You can even spread it with the back of the teaspoon. I've done that when I haven't had a knife at my disposal. Mackerel Cat says, this is why all influencers trying Marmite have such a bad time. Why? Because we don't put the butter on it too? No, Marmite's gross. Period. That's why people have a hard time, because it's gross. It's an acquired taste. If you don't grow up with it, I don't know many people who didn't grow up with it and like it. But if you all do, then I'm definitely open to that. But I just have not seen that. Jeff Clark says, I'm British, but I'm with you on this one. Nice. The thought of putting butter and jam on toast to me is just wrong. Has to be one or the other. Love it. Thank you, Jeff. Lady Packle says, I don't like butter with jam. Another one, sweet. But for a savory sarnie, then butter is necessary. Oh, it's essential. No, you had me. Oh, I thought I had her on my side. Christopher Stenbeck says, I don't see why butter and jam would be gross, especially to an American, when the classic American option is peanut butter and jelly. Because peanut butter is different than butter. It doesn't even taste similar. I love peanut butter. Don't like butter. I would have thought peanut butter is more of a clash of flavor and texture with jam than regular butter is. It's a more complementary flavor, in my opinion, than butter. We have it as a sandwich, though. We don't have it as like breakfast. Although I do think people put peanut butter and probably a peanut butter and jelly on toast for breakfast. I stand corrected. Toast, salted butter, then peanut butter. That's an interesting combo, Newham. Interesting. I don't know if it's Newham or Newham. I don't know if you're British or American. Or it could be a completely different culture, actually. Jeffrey, that's the thing about reading text, right? Jeffrey Joshua Rowland says, peanut butter and jelly, need I say more? There we go. That's the right combo. The rest of you are wrong. Billy Hill says, while you have a point about always buttering bread, buttering toast is a must no matter what goes on it. I don't know why you need more on it if you have butter on it, on toast. Why do you need something else? Why is the butter not enough? Especially if you like butter. I mean, I don't even like butter, but a very thin layer of butter on toast is all I need if there's nothing else in the cupboard. Those now solid pores in the toast are crying out for a sweet tasting, slightly salty semi-liquid to melt into them. Jam doesn't do that. Thinking you might be a Marmite fan. Jane Max says, can't vote, love. It's not crazy. It's not gross. And you're not crazy either. Thank you. Have you tried it? It's yummy. I've tried it and it's not yummy, but I appreciate your comment. The French dip their croissants into their morning coffee. Yeah, I wouldn't do that. That's weird to me too, not just British people. I know it's weird to you. It's weird to me as well. Indians add butter to their tea. Really? Yeah, that's gross to me as well. I think that's very strange. Very weird to us Brits. I can understand. To each their own. I hear you. I'm not trying to like convert anyone. I'm trying to understand the taste buds, I suppose. Can't knock it if you've tried it your whole life, I suppose. Yeah, I mean, I guess if I've had it in my sandwiches my whole life, it'd be different. I mean, we are trained as kids to like what our palates will take. I'm Aussie. We always put butter and jam on toast. Only Yanks don't. Apparently some Yanks do. Miss S. Bunny says, I'm an American and I've always used both. See? At once. So some Americans do. It's just where I'm from, I guess. Isabel Lutz says that's how it's done in Europe. Butter first, then jam, marmalade, cheese, cold cuts, or whatever we like. I wouldn't butter and cheese on bread. Sounds weird. Bob Steele says I'm Scottish and it's always one or the other for me on anything. Mind you, I'm not exactly the majority in that respect. No, I'm just happy to have someone in my corner. Bob, then we could go on forever on this, to be honest. There was a lot of comments, but just to have a side note, we need to check in with y'all. And first, we're going to check in with the partner. They're at checkpoint 3. Oh, let me get this this picture set up for y'all. Check-in 3. Where is that? Now, it's a pretty good time, I think they're making, right? One sec. Oh my God, the grass is so green. Like it's green. The grass is so not green, actually. Covering their faces with some smiley faces. They are not smiling in this picture. They look hot and tired already. Wow. Alrighty, let's see. Checkpoint 3, y'all. Let's go to our map. Checkpoint 3 is the view of the valley, Kent Downs National Landscape. So I'm just checking up the map. Let's see. I wonder how they're doing. Just FYI, they both like butter on their sandwiches. They're both fans of butter. Sam Cases says, same thing, though many to why Brits add butter with jam. I just don't know why you need both. Why? Oh, that made it worse. Why do we need both? Why is one not enough, I guess? I suppose it would be, like, if you only had one, I'm sure most of you would settle for the one, but Nicholas says, butter helps it go down. It stops the dry scratching of the fruit. Does jam not do that on its own? I can understand not having dry toast. I don't have dry toast unless I have an upset stomach, like I said. And so one commenter was talking about vomiting and then having toast with just a little bit of butter. We would just have dry toast when I was growing up. So I've never had dry toast other than that. So I would say you'd have to have something on it. Although I've had bread on its own without butter or anything on it. Not toast, though. So I understand the scratching of the throat thing, Nicola. I'm with you on that you need to have something in order for it, or else it's too dry and it's, it can be really tough on you. But I don't understand why you need more than one. I think that's where my mental block is coming. And I don't understand, like, when I'm making a sandwich, butter is the spread in my mind. So you don't need something like mustard, ketchup, mayo, something else on it. Marmite, whatever you would have on your sandwich. You have butter or one of those things in my mindset. Though I suppose I've had, like, on a hamburger, I've had ketchup and mustard together. I know the child will sometimes have like sriracha and mayo mixed on her like burger or something. I'm trying to think if there's any other time I did it. I don't think so. I actually prefer, if I'm not having a regular sandwich with regular if I'm having like a French stick like sandwich, or we call them subs in New Jersey because of the Italian influence, I would have oil and vinegar on it. I wouldn't even have like mayo or anything. But I wouldn't have that on, like, for regular bread on a regular sandwich. I would have something else. I'm beginning to think it's just me. I'm beginning to think I'm just weird. Manny says, my mom most of the time used to do my packed lunches with butter and strawberry jam sarnies. Sam K's making fun of how I say butter. Butter. It's the Jersey accent. Nicholas says, I eat digestives with butter on top. Really? Plain digestives, I assume. Although, I suppose if you're going to have it on one, you'd have it on others, but that's interesting to me. Is that because of the sweet and salt, like, together? Rory Cousin says, I love peanuts, but hate peanut butter. My brother loves this stuff. Nicholas agrees. Oh, you guys, peanut butter is delicious. Peanuts are dry to me. Actually, peanuts on their own. I don't mind them. Like, I don't have a problem with them or anything. But they're dry to me as compared to peanut butter. It's a little bit smoother. Manny says, I love Jacob's cream crackers topped with butter. Yum. Oh, I mean, I love Jacob cream crackers, but I just eat them plain. I don't put anything on them. Sam K says, don't Google soggy biscuits, Manny. I don't know if I want to. I don't think I want to. I'm sure there's some very interesting things that will come up. Roy Cousin says PB&J would make me gag. Oh, it's so good though. Oh, kind of making me want one now. Oh, they're such a good go-to. And see, I've had peanut butter and jelly sandwiches for lunch since like my entire childhood, basically. It's never gotten the bread soggy. I don't know. Marcia says, hello. Hello, Marcia. Thanks so much for being here. I'm glad you could pop in. Manny says, I agree, Rory. That combo of peanut butter and jam would make me gag, but I hate the sound of that combo anyway, so wouldn't touch it. Y'all don't know what you're missing. Seriously. In all fairness, I've tried the butter and toast, the butter and jam on toast thing. It just not. Ugh. Ewan says Marmite and tomato ketchup. Ew. First of all, that's my first response. Nothing personal, Ewan, against you, but no. The ketchup doesn't help the Marmite at all. But I don't know why people say tomato ketchup. Is there another ketchup that's not tomato based? They say it in America too. This isn't a British thing. They say tomato ketchup in America. I don't understand why they say it though, because I don't know any ketchup that's not tomato based. Maybe I'm wrong. Let me look it up real quick. There is non-tomato ketchup. Apparently it has a long history. I'll share this with you guys. Hold on. This is Google AI, so take it for what it's worth, y'all. But apparently has a long history, I'm told. All right. So banana ketchup, made from mashed banana, sugar, vinegar, and spices, is a popular staple in the Philippines. But it's dyed red to look like traditional ketchup. Interesting. All right, so I apologize, Ewan, for this tomato ketchup remark. That was just my ignorance, and I apologize. All right, mushroom ketchup is an old-fashioned British condiment made from mushroom, salt, and spices. Have y'all had mushroom ketchup? Is it good? What kind of mushroom? Because that does affect the taste tremendously. Walnut ketchup is another historical British and early American variety made using green walnuts and vinegar. Never heard of that. Like walnuts, so I'm interested if you guys had that one. Vegetable-based ketchup. Brands like No Mato Ketchup make commercial tomato-free options. Okay, I don't know. Why would you? I guess if you just don't like tomato, I guess. Carrots, beets, and apple cider vinegar for people with nightshade allergies. Okay, so I should have finished reading that before I had a judgment. No, I don't need it. So that's interesting. Huh. I seriously didn't know there was ever anything that wasn't tomato-based ketchup. That's very interesting to me. I wonder if you guys had any of those, what they taste like. Kind of interested in them now. I don't know about the banana one. Although, I suppose, I don't know why they would dye it red. Just leave it yellow. It's fine. Americans have plastic cheese and canned cheese. Yes, we do. They're both gross, by the way. Although, I will say the plastic cheese, I can't have grilled cheese with anything else. I do have to buy the sliced cheese, but it does taste different here than it does in America because it is basically plastic. It's terrible. There's so much stuff going on with the food supply in the US, guys. Oh my God. They're like importing beef and then they're recalling it. They won't say why they're recalling it. There's some kind of issue with like it's not corn. I forgot what it was now. There's also an issue with wheat in the US. Basically, you can't eat anything in the United States. Oh, God. Did we get out at the right time? Jesus. Marcia says, congrats to your child and partner. Something to be proud of and positive of. Oh, yeah. Thank you for that, Marcia. Yeah, they're doing great so far. Very excited for them. A little bit gutted I can't join them, but I'm very glad that they are, they're doing well. I'm sure they'll be quite moody when they get back, but that's fine. I love mushroom and onion ketchup. Oh, okay. I'm gonna have to try that. I'm gonna try all of them, I think, at some point. And maybe I'll do a little short or something about it. Ewan says salad cream and brown sauce. I like salad cream. I don't mind brown sauce, but it's not like something I would choose. But I know it's very big here. I don't mind salad cream that much, though. You have it together, Ewan. Sam K says Texas beef has flesh-eating bacteria. But they're also recalling the imported beef they got from Argentina. So much stuff that's not good there. It's ridiculous. Oh, Jesus. The world that I used to live in and accept as normal. It's so trippy, guys. Like, everything changes and evolves, sometimes for better, sometimes for worse. And that's the world in general. But what a trippy, what a trippy concept when you live in another country that, in my opinion, does a lot of things better than the United States as far as day-to-day living is concerned. And then you look back on how you used to live and what you accepted as normal. I watch a lot of documentaries about people who escape cults and stuff like that, because I find the whole psychology around how people join them and why they stay and everything really fascinating. And I feel like I've exemplified some of those traits, some of that kind of you've been living a lie and you have to accept the loss of that lie and fantasy, and you have to kind of come to terms with the fact that you made all those choices and you were somewhat brainwashed into it, but you also can't negate the free will of it and all, and the acceptance of it all. And you kind of have a survivor's guilt mixed in, as well as a little bit of guilt of the people are still going through it and still experiencing it, because you know what it's like now to be outside of it, and you know how much better life can be outside of it. And so you have that kind of guilt that you carry with you as well. It's a unique experience. I don't know if I suppose there are escaping war-torn countries or very authoritarian government type situations will have similar experiences, but it's like a newfound freedom. I think that's probably why I talk about it so much. And I know I get accused of repeating myself a lot on this channel, but it's something that doesn't ever, I don't know if it'll ever go away, but it certainly keeps popping up in my life, that it's just so consistently proven different. And the more I learn about living in Britain, and the more I learn about British culture and history and all of that, and compare it to what I lived under for 4 decades of my life, what I was raised to believe. I mean, before I even met my partner, I was somewhat questioning the government and some of the propaganda and stuff that I had been living under. So imagine what I was like before I even started questioning it in my 20s or something, where I just accepted that was the reality. I accepted everything that I was told about the United States of America. that person is unrecognizable to me now. And I would have never thought I would have gone through so much change and everything in a couple decades. And I definitely never thought I would live outside of the United States at that point in my life. It's really strange. It's really difficult to explain. And I think it's something that a lot of Americans deal with when they leave, because the United States is such a unique country in a lot of ways. And it does have this exceptionalism mentality that's built into everything around you. You're literally surrounded by it your entire life. And when you're not under that anymore and you have freedom to think and breathe a little bit for yourself and figure out, what's reality and what's been propagandized, or what the problem is a lot of propaganda is based in like one small kernel of truth, and then it's just like, blown up to something else. So it's hard to see sometimes, especially when you're swimming in the water. And I know like I said, a lot of people definitely tell me that I'm repetitive a lot. Well, you got to remember, number one, this is a diary. This is my life. Literally putting my life out there, personal stuff out there. It's not something that you can get over quickly. You don't just live in a place for a couple of years and all of a sudden understand everything there is about that place or about where you came from. And the changes are just constant and ongoing. And when you deal with things like grief or guilt or, any kind of personal traumas or something that came along with it, that stuff resurfaces without you, it just gets triggered just by everyday stuff that you have no control over sometimes. And sometimes you have, a breakthrough, and it makes you think about a topic that you thought, you knew about, and you see it completely differently because of that process or that breakthrough or conversation or whatever it is. So, I mean, that's probably why I'm a bit more repetitive, but also we constantly have new people in the community, which is fantastic. I love it, but that means I'm learning new things because the new people bring in new perspectives and thought processes and suggestions and that kind of thing. And then, so I start to learn new things and different things and all of that. And then I also have to explain, my own personal, my camera's aggravating me, my own personal story again, because they might not have seen all of those old videos and everything. So yeah, it's a really trippy position to be in. It kind of feels like an out of body experience sometimes, y'all. I'm not gonna lie. Anyways, Diane says, I have to go cook a Sunday dinner now. I've invited my friend. I'll be watching on and off. Oh, that's so nice of you. Thank you. Really go enjoy dinner with your friend. And I'm a little jealous. I'm on a Sunday roast now. I'm a little bit hungry. I think it's lunchtime. Yeah, it's lunchtime. I'm a little bit hungry. So I'm going to take another break in a minute. But Ewan says, you can lie to everyone but yourself. That's not true. I disagree. You can lie to yourself a lot. You can. Eventually, it's going to catch up to you quicker than obviously lying to other people, I feel like. But I think I know a lot of people that's lied to themselves. I lied to myself for a long time about a lot of stuff. It just depends on the situations you're in and your exposure and education and all that too. Marcia says, off topic, one of Dolly Parton's favorite sayings for me is, if you see someone without a smile on their face, it's probably you. Yeah. Maybe take that note in for a moment. Some cases have butter and jam on toast for lunch. I'll have one or the other maybe. I think I want peanut butter and jelly now. I have no idea if we have any bread though, to be fair. Oh my goodness gracious. Whew, this one's a long one, huh? Let's see. What do y'all want to do next? It's almost 3 hours. These marathon lives, man. Whew. Let's see. Let's see if I can find something fun and different. What do you guys have any suggestions? Let's see. So Tudor Yank did an interview with an American ER nurse. Let's see if we can see some of that. Because I haven't watched that yet. Where am I? Here I am.
Each other since we were teenagers back in Kentucky. We're from the same hometown. We used to go to pop-up shows in basements together. Back in Dennis, we spent a lot of time in Dennis. A lot of time, yeah, it was very limited place. Yeah, the teenagers pub with no alcohol, right? Because that's the place you're allowed to be if you're out of your house. Yeah, and drink too much coffee. Yeah, but she is an emergency room nurse back in the States, which is, equivalent of A&E. And I have a list of questions that you all submitted that are really wonderful questions. But I thought first would be best to, we can explain kind of what the schooling is like for nursing in the state. Yeah, it is. There's a couple of different tracks, but if you work in a hospital, the most common one is to get a bachelor's degree in, it's like a bachelor's of science in nursing. They call it the BSN.
Right.
Some people do an associate's degree at community college level, and then they're an associate nurse, an AVN, I think is what they call it. But if you work in a hospital, especially one of the hospitals that's like, that has been awarded what they call magnet status, which is every inpatient hospital is always striving for magnet status, especially a teaching hospital. They want you they'll hire you as an AVN, but they want you to be getting your RN within, a certain period of time, because a bachelor's of science in nursing is what you have to have in order to take the RN licensing thing, or you have to, I guess you have to have one of the two, but to get, anyway. So it's basically, a 4-year college degree is the most common thing. Yeah, 4-year degrees. Yeah, and then for a nurse practitioner, it's changed recently, and it may be about to change again. But a nurse practitioner basically works as like they're supervised by a physician. They can do a lot of the care. It's kind of a little bit of a hotbed topic. I was just like, oh, I'm gonna get myself in trouble saying, speaking in absolutes, because what I was going to say is that like a nurse practitioner is pretty close to being a doctor, but now I'm like, oh my God, nurse practitioners, doctors are all yelling at me about that, because it's not very exact. But they can prescribe, they can do procedures that RNs can't do, and that's also true. Like there's another level that's kind of community college level, that's LPN, and there's certain medications that they can't give. There's all of this sort of like fine detail differences between the licenses that is not especially important, but that's one of the things that those different designations indicate. But an RN is a step below a nurse practitioner, or a PA, a physician's assistant, or an MA, a medical assistant.
I actually had a friend in the US who was an NP, nurse practitioner, and she went through all of those stages as well. It's a lot of training and schooling. You have a lot of specialty licenses. It's like on hand after you have your bachelor's degree in nursing, or sometimes you can do like she did, like she had a bachelor's degree in pre-med, and then she did like a special nursing, like accelerated degree to get the nursing portion of that, and then she ended up working her way up to become a nurse practitioner. Yeah, I think that's the one that was the highest. And she said that it was pretty much the closest that you could be to a
those I don't
to a doctor, other than actually being a doctor, but you still had to have all those things signed off of the doctor and everything. But you could do medications without approval and that kind of stuff. It's a lot of bureaucracy. It seems like already I'm a little confused, and I'm somewhat familiar from my friend's experience and everything. And I don't know if we need all of those levels. It seems like a little bit of overkill, but perhaps we'll learn a little bit more about why it's like that.
have a good understanding of like what differentiates them from nurse practitioners and what differentiates them from MDs, medical doctors. So
you say nurse practitioner goes to school for?
A nurse practitioner, this is the thing that changes. I think now they do want you to have a doctorate to be a nurse practitioner. It was just like a graduate school type of thing. Like everybody that I started nursing school with that has gone on to become a nurse practitioner, I think like, you know, they were kind of under that wire of the change of like having to have a doctorate to be a nurse practitioner.
Interesting.
And it was pretty controversial because it was one of those things where it kind of created a bigger barrier for nurses like advancing to practice. And like who wanted to put that barrier up, it's unclear. Why did it, and why is also unclear. So people have lots of opinions about it, but I am not one.
Do you feel like in recent years America is struggling to get enough doctors? Isn't there, correct me if I'm wrong or if I'm not sure, that they try to limit how many people can become a doctor each year, but we kind of need more doctors.
I don't know much about that particular issue. I know that it is, becoming a doctor is, to me, kind of sounds like cruel and unusual punishment. You know, the residents have to do all of this like they have to work these terrible long hours.
Yeah.
They don't get paid even as much as RNs do when they're a resident. Like they're working in the hospital as a resident, they don't even get paid as much per hour as RNs do.
I think that's a real common misconception people have here about the U.S. healthcare. They assume because it's private that the doctors are all just making bank. And I've tried to explain to people, of course, unless you're really specialized or in a specific hospital in a big city, are not rolling in it the way people think.
A doctor who is, a family care doctor in a medium-sized town or city is like they're very comfortably middle class. They own their home, they own their cars, they don't have, other than their medical school debt, they, mostly don't have debt that affects their lifestyle. They can afford to pay all of.
Yeah, I think that she's right, but I think the problem is that medical debt. It's a lot of medical debt. They have to go to school for, I don't know, like 8 years or something. Like they have to get that doctorate, which is a long time, and then they have to do like 3 to 4 years of residency, as she was saying. They don't make nearly as much money, and then they have hundreds of thousands of dollars of debt from all of the schooling and training and stuff. And once they actually are a practicing doctor, then, and there's a lot of doctors that work in hospitals and stuff, especially in the big cities, they don't make a lot of money because they're all businesses, because they're private practices at the end of the day. So you will always having your own private practice on your own, not associated or affiliated with a hospital, will always be much more lucrative in the United States than like a doctor. Maybe a specialty surgeon or something like that might be lucrative in a hospital setting, but otherwise, like an average everyday kind of person is not. Most of the people that I've ever experienced working on people in hospitals has been residents for the most part, the doctors in training kind of thing. And then they'll just be supervised. Their decisions and stuff will be supervised by a licensed doctor.
their bills and they can afford to have nice things and a stable life, but it's not a yacht situation, right? Like those are doctors who have other family wealth, or they are super specialized, especially apparently dermatologists are always perceived as being really wealthy. And it's one of those things that sometimes people are like, well, people who work in dermatology practices, they have easy work and they get paid a lot. Right. So
Those elective not really dealing with a lot of interest.
So elective is a tricky word in the American insurance. Like it doesn't mean you can choose to have it or not. It means life-threatening or not, right? Like somebody's hip replacement, right? Like so at the beginning of COVID, when they canceled all elective procedures, that meant things like hip replacements, orthopedic surgeries, things that people definitely need. But because we use this word elective,
Right, good tell.
yeah, it's basically, it's elective if you're gonna survive without it, even if you're disabled.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
And I know insurance in the States, dermatology is one of those. They're pretty fickle on covering it. It's like skin, teeth, and eyes are add-ons.
Yes.
Yeah, which is ridiculous because it's all connected. It's all connected anyway. Like, well, what the hell? The American insurance system, medical insurance system, is a fucking joke. Not just medical insurance. Most of the insurance systems in the U.S. are jokes.
What would you say a ballpark price range is for going to nursing school these days?
It varies as much as going to college for anything else, because you can go to a fancy private school or you can go to a state school. I went to a state school for nursing school and paid in-state tuition. And I think the in-state tuition it's not that bad. It's only about maybe $15,000 or $20,000 a semester, something like that. Maybe it's a year. I don't remember. I actually got a scholarship to nursing school, so I don't remember those numbers the way that some people do.
Yeah.
But it was, standard state university tuition, like comparable to, the University of Kentucky or something like that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, so I did want to go over the questions that people have submitted. There were some really good ones. And it's okay if some of these, if you don't know the answers to, or if you're not part of the question or some of the other, because they do kind of ask some comparisons from here. And, should it work in the medical field here? So we're going to try to figure out the details.
Well, it's like what I said to you the other day of like, I wish that there were a medical, and there might be for doctors, but I doubt there is for nurses, a work exchange cultural experience, right? Like I would love to go for 4 hours with a nurse in an A&E department.
That would be amazing. Like that would be a really, really amazing thing to be able to do. Nurse, like she said, I think she said they do it for doctors. They don't do it for nurses. I think it would be an incredible experience to know. But I think from the American perspective, you'd have to have a little bit more of an open mind that other people can do things differently. And that maybe you can learn something from other people. And I think also from a different American hat would be perhaps some people are like, we don't want people to see it because they would badmouth us and everything outside of the US, especially from countries in Europe that definitely have a more humane version of medical care, in my opinion. That would be interesting, though. It would be interesting to have some kind of exchange and to actually see the real, I wonder for the doctors' exchanges, I wonder if it's a like an NHS doctor versus exchanges with like a hospital doctor, or it's like a private practice kind of doctor. I would be interested to see some of those. We should look them up and see if they have them.
Or whatever you call it in a hospital here, and just follow them around for 4 hours.
Yeah.
Just to see how things are different, because I have a vague sense of some of the differences, but I would be really interested to see what the practicalities of that are.
Yeah, it would be really interesting, especially for something like the emergency care, because it's the one place in the States you can't be really denied if you come in. Anything else is,
right.
When Josh had to go to A&E shortly after I moved here when he was having a heart attack. It was a Saturday night at 1 a.m. There were people laughing, making small talk. Like the tone of the room was completely different.
Yeah.
I felt like it's because no one's like, how much is this going to be? How much is this going to be at the end of it?
Right.
Okay, so let's get in the first question. This one is from Neil Biggs. How does she think the regulatory practices compare in the two countries? Do you have any thoughts on which each could do better?
Well, that's certainly one of
It's a very interesting question.
those comparison questions where I don't really know enough about how it is here. I know that a lot of the bureaucratic things that are challenging about working in the medical field in the United States are driven by the insurance companies. And so it may just be, when it comes to the amount of paperwork or whatever, administrative workload, it may be similar. But I know that I had to, one of my medications, I have to get filled on schedule, and therefore, and it's often out of stock because they don't make enough for what is prescribed. And
wow, wait.
So sometimes they have
that in itself. Think about that. It's a medication that she needs to have that is very timely. So she can't run out, basically. But it's a medication that's often out of stock because they never make enough. Why is that even a thing? Why is that even a thing? If it's a necessary life-saving medication, why is there not a surplus of supply? Okay.
The brand name, and sometimes they have the generic. And depending on which one my doctor sends to the pharmacy, that's what the pharmacy sends for approval to the insurance company. And if they're out of, say, the generic, then the pharmacist doesn't have the privilege, like the practice privilege to just change it. They have to send it back to my doctor and back to the insurance company. Oh, gee. And it's like, because I work night shift, it's hard for me to make phone calls during the day. It's a weird phone call period, but I have that extra barrier. And so sometimes it'll take me like 4 days, and then there's for a weekend in there, then it just will take forever. And so you end up taking it out for your medication, or take half a dose so that you have some backup in case you can't get your prescription filled on schedule. And it's like,
take a half a dose or not take it just in case you can't get the same life-saving medication that a doctor's prescribed. That's ridiculous. I mean, I know that this is the reality of a lot of people in the United States, but it's still amazing to hear from me. Like even knowing and I don't have any ongoing medication issues that I would need to deal with this, but I've heard so many stories from people, and it's not really surprising or shocking, but it's more enraging. Like it's aggravating and almost insulting to the patient that you have to jump through all these hoops to get your necessary, timely, life-saving medication. It's really frustrating. And I don't even personally have to deal with this. And I am enraged and angered on their behalf. It's awful.
This is really stupid. Yeah, and I have that happen like every, I would say 1 out of 3 months.
What?
Really, I have to go through something like that for one of my prescriptions.
For something that you're taking every
I've been taking every day at the same dosage and the same everything for years.
Which is bureaucratic.
She once every couple months, like once a quarter, she has to deal with this bureaucratic BS just to get her life-saving medication that she's been on her most of her life. Oh, I'm sorry. I don't mean to be so angry and obnoxious about it, but it's infuriating. I can only imagine how she feels. She seems resigned to it, probably because she's experienced it so many times, but that's infuriating to me.
Yeah. And I think that a lot of people talk about that kind of thing in the context of, you know, from the American perspective, people like to say that, you know, things about, oh, well, if you have socialized healthcare, then it'll take you X amount of weeks or months to get your follow-up or your scan or your whatever. And I'm like that doesn't happen in the US. It happens all the time. Like in the ER setting, sometimes we get patients who like bounce back to us because they have a persistent problem that they need to see a specialist for, but like they keep, in the meantime, they have to wait, so they keep coming back. Okay, so it's a problem.
Or they're doing things like skipping their medication and stuff like that, and they end up having worse problems where they end up in the emergency situation because they're skipping medications and stuff like that because they're worried about not getting their refills properly. And it's actually, they're creating, the system in the US creates more sick people. And we've talked about this before in video, and I'll leave a card up here for that video about how I came to the conclusion that the United States system is set up because they want you sick, because it's more profitable for them to have you be sick on a regular basis. Whereas the NHS and a lot of other socialist or at least government-run care systems, they don't want you to be sick. They run on a preventative point of view because it costs them more money when you're sick, right? So they want you to be prevented. They want your sickness or your illness or your disability, if it can be prevented in some way, to be taken care of ahead of time. They want to get you your medication. They don't want you to end up in ER because you're not taking your medication and that kind of stuff. They want you to be healthy because it's less expensive for them. And it's the complete opposite in the United States because it's about profit, not people. I'm a little hungry, so I'm a little bit more angry than I probably normally would be in this video. But sorry, that's super frustrating.
Regardless of the, you know, the economic structure of it.
And that, I think that is another thing that's a common misconception over here, that people think that because you're private, the states, they would be able to get specialists seen, all this, because there are delays, you know, depending on that here to kind of triage how important it is. And then sometimes you have to go in the ER the same in between, but you're not compounding that bill every time while you're waiting for that next bill from the specialist when you finally get to that. But paying exorbitant amounts does not get you a specialist any faster. No,
Mm-hmm.
It's just an extra stressor, really.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay, so
I know people who needed like an MRI and waited a year in the United States with private healthcare. They waited a year for an MRI. I'm not saying that I'm saying that that's appalling. I know people who have waited for similar tests here in the UK for like 6 months or something like that, which is definitely too long as well. But they're saying that like if we switch to, these are the same people that are saying if we switch to an all private medical care system, that it'll actually, you know, cut down the wait. And I'm trying to tell you, no, I'm from a system where it actually doubles the wait because they don't care. The sicker you are, the more money they'll make off of you. So they don't really care that you get your MRI in a timely fashion. Part of the reason why the private medical sector here in the UK for this hybrid program that you guys have is so efficient and effective is because it has the NHS to compete with. And a lot of people, I think, forget that. But if you don't have that like other option for people to go where they don't have to pay for it, then you're less inclined to be, you know, sympathetic to the patient and more inclined to be, you know, just make the money you can make if you can. I mean, what are they going to do if they have no other choice? If there's nowhere else to go, they're going to pay because they have to. It's their health. That's the whole reason that it should not be a for-profit system.
the next one,
I wanted to jump back to we talking about like, you know, do we have enough doctors and like that kind of thing? Because this came up on the live stream when we were talking about how it's that drain of talent and education from smaller communities and more isolated communities. You know, you don't have it like a shortage situation in bigger cities where there are hospitals that are capable of doing higher level care. But it's not like it's because there's a lack of doctors like out there trying to get jobs at those hospitals. They're closing down the facilities. And you also don't hear people talking about a nursing shortage, but what there really is a shortage of experienced nurses, because it took me a long time to get my first job out of nursing school.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because a lot of jobs want you to have like at least a year of experience, and those are the nurses that are lacking for a lot of places. I understand that.
That's interesting to hear because I feel like that's so many jobs when you get out of college. It's like people want you to have a degree, but then they already want you to have experience.
Yeah.
But they won't ever give you the experience. You just kind of up in a loop till somebody gives the chance on you.
Yeah, that's not exclusive to the medical industry, at least in the United States. I don't know what it's like here in the UK. We haven't really had to worry about that too much as far as not having experience and stuff. But I know that in the US, they want you to have sometimes like 2 degrees, and then they want you to have, like a year's or so experience, and then they're paying you minimum wage. And it's like I should be making a better salary because I have all of these credentials. They want you to have all these credentials, but they don't want to have to pay you for it either. It's just, it's really disgusting. I think there's some of that here in the UK, but you just have better workplace protections here. But I know there is some of that in the UK. I've seen some of the lots of people saying their university degrees are useless and stuff now in today's market.
Yeah, it's wild to think about nursing struggling like that. It's like, yeah, as we need nurses, so why is this wall here? Yeah. So the next one we have is from Neil Morrison. Oh, I think I should kind of answer that. What is the career path for nurses in the US like? In the UK,
shout out Neil.
They can go down to a more administrative role or specialize and become nurse practitioners, like my wonderful Porkins listeners.
Yeah, there are a lot of, even before you get to the nurse practitioner level, there are a lot of really highly specialized nurses. Like the first one I thought of is I know several people who have gone on from being, bedside hospital nurses to being a wound care nurse.
Oh, wow.
Because that's a very special skill set that takes a lot of just experience to get to. I think they're called clinical nurse specialists. Like sometimes you'll see people have their little word salad after their name that represents all their certifications, and you'll see that a lot. CNS, anybody, and you can also at a slightly there's various levels of specialty certification that you can get. It usually gets you a small in the next year I probably will get my what they call the CEN, which is a certified emergency nurse. And then I'll get a little bonus because of that as far as
this one is from Richard. I assume all the money asked for goes to the bosses rather than the medical staff. Would you say? I think a lot of people hear why they have those misconceptions that the medical field in America makes so much money is because they see what our hospital bills are and assume that must be divvied out. But it's really kind of going more.
A lot of it goes to the insurance companies, like those, especially the executives are among the higher paid people in healthcare. And it's like that I think is why if we did it differently, it would free up some resources, because so much of that is going to all of these different insurance companies. And then there are people who work at the hospital and their entire job is to figure out what somebody's coverage is for that particular visit. And it's different, not just between which insurance company you have your plan with, but which plan within that insurance company. Yep. And your demographics sometimes play into it, and how much you've spent on healthcare so far this year.
The deductible.
Yeah. I actually and you will also think that if you work in healthcare, that the employer-based insurance that you have access to would be top tier. Right? And I will say, my current job, it's really good. It's the best one that I've had by far. The one that I had before that, there's this sort of progressive deductible situation, which is, it looks good on the face of it, but then when you think about it, it's really a sneaky thing, because you have your deductible rate, which is you spend, say $7,000 out of pocket for a year, right? That's your deductible. Bachelor's.
Whoops, my bad. I pressed the wrong button. We'll get there. think it's somewhere around there. Yeah. $7,000 is the deductible. So think about this, okay? So the amount of money from the British perspective, you get a certain amount of money taken for national insurance from your wages, right? That is equivalent. I don't know if it's equivalent economically, but that is the same type of system as what our premiums are. It's basically what we pay ahead of time just to have insurance taken from our check, okay? Then sometimes you have to pay to walk into the door and actually see the doctor. That's called a copay. So you have an added bill. That's a second bill. Then the insurance company says you're covered, but you have to spend up to $7,000 of your own money before that coverage actually kicks in. That's on top of the premium and the copay. Then once you hit that deductible and you've actually got medical expenses over that $7,000 out of your pocket, then maybe we'll cover 80% of the procedure, if you're lucky, depending on if it's life-threatening, how if you have a previous medical condition, how necessary the treatment is, how expensive the treatment is there an alternative that's less expensive? Then it depends on what insurance plan you have with that company, what company that insurance plan is with, how much, what, you know, if your insurance is tied to your job, like most people in the United States, then sometimes you don't have a say in what plan it is, and it's whatever the employer's coverage, you know, selection is. And then you might have time off to recover. You don't get paid for that time off, and you have these medical bills coming in, and you get a small amount, a very, very small amount from the state, if you're lucky, if you live in a state that actually has that kind of coverage. And then you have, like, it's an ongoing thing. When we had our child, we almost went bankrupt from our medical debt. Between the medical bills, my time off of work, and my partner at the time was working for a company. He had no insurance. So, and he didn't have any kind of leave or anything like that. So if he took some time off work, obviously, to help me after I had a child, because it is a life-changing thing for a woman to do. And all that money that we lost not working and stuff, plus all of the medical debt, you know, your bills don't go away either, right? We almost went bankrupt from having a child because of that situation. And we were in a lower income bracket. And I had decent insurance at that time as well. But that's the reality of the medical situation. What she's saying, it's just compounds and compounds and compounds. And that's how people end up living in their cars.
Based insurance that you have access to would be top tier. Yeah. And I will say
that's another thing, right? She's saying that, like, sometimes you work in the medical field and you don't even get good coverage in your own fucking job. That's crazy.
Deductible situation, which is, it looks good on the face of it, but then when you think about it, it's really a sneaky thing, because you have your deductible rate, which is you spend, you know, say $7,000 out of pocket for a year, right? Like, that's your deductible.
Or the offset here, because that's the same rate.
Yeah. And so I have planned for a while that my total deductible was something like $7,000. But it did this thing where if I had gotten to $5,000, well, then they'll pay 65% until you get to the 7,000. And then once you hit 7,000, then they pay a bigger percentage. It doesn't mean that, and it's something being covered, there's still maybe a copay when something's covered, right? Like, I actually have met my deductible for the year, but I still pay my, like, therapist appointments were $90 per session. And all of a sudden they're $21 per session, which is great, but I'm still paying $21 per session out of pocket, even though the cost of the insurance plan comes out of my paycheck. It just comes out of my paycheck before they tax it, which is supposed to be a compelling benefit.
Yeah.
But what happens is, when you get to that, you think like, oh, if I get $5,000, at least then my out-of-pocket costs will decrease. But what it does is it makes it nearly impossible to hit that total deductible, right? Because as soon as you get close, they slow your spending down. Oh. So it looks good on its face, and I guess it could be worse. but also it means that like you're not going to get to this point unless you just have like catastrophic medical.
Yeah.
So, and because so much of it gets absorbed by the insurance company, the insurance, you know, the bill you actually get from the hospital does look insane. And I don't know, I don't know enough about the reality of what happens behind the scenes to say like, oh, this definitely happens. But you would see where there would be an incentive for hospitals or any provider to inflate cost so that insurance then covers more.
Because insurance will likely deny part of it.
Yeah, or they'll say, because you have this insurance plan, this is your cost for this procedure. That's the problem, right? It's because different insurance plans pay different total amounts for
the same procedure,
whatever it is. Yeah. And so that looks like your insurance is getting you a big discount off, but it has also inflated the cost beyond what it actually like the numbers
so
you see on the bill to me don't seem to have much to do with the reality of what it costs to do the procedure. It's just like I'm sure it's not.
Yeah, I don't know if there are some, I know they do this on like TikTok and stuff, that they'll actually show the itemized bill, so you could see all of the different costs that are associated, and a lot of the costs are not even associated with the procedure. There'll be like the procedural cost on the bill, and then it'd be like the administrative cost for the doctor, then the administrative cost for the hospital, then it'd be like a fee, like a processing fee, and then the administrative cost for the insurance company, and then it's minus whatever you owe for your deductible or whatever. Like it's so complicated. They make it complicated on purpose. Most things that are complicated in the world are done so on purpose in order to like hide something or create this illusion about something. That's been my personal experience anyway, especially in the U.S. medical situations.
Random.
The inverse lottery.
Right. Well, and it's like, you know, and then you look at the, you know, you get like an itemized bill sometimes, and it's like they charge you like per Band-Aid or something. This is like, whereas if it were just like, oh, the government arranges for the hospitals to be supplied, then you don't have to worry about paying per Band-Aid.
You know, when you see like $9 for an ibuprofen given while you're there on your bill, like all those like possible like 10 cents for the actual pill.
Right.
And here, like the cost of an X-ray is like the same amount. You know, the cost of a smear test, like all these have like any menu would have. Here is the price that like how much are you willing to pay for this?
Right.
Which not great, makes it unpredictable.
It's unpredictable, and it also means that like in the moment there's not a good way to answer somebody's question. Like they can't make a fully informed decision about what they're going to do because the prices are so obscure.
Right.
Exactly.
Well, actually, this leads perfectly.
And it depends on what hospital you're in. It depends on who you're with. It depends on like I said, the insurance. It depends on your personal medical situation. And it's such an important personal decision to make. And you don't get people, even if you get the nicest, most caring, like medical staff, you still don't get people that are 100% looking out for you because they can't possibly make that decision for you, and they don't know all of your history, and you know they have to look out for themselves and their jobs and their situation. It's just a really awful situation, guys. It's just an awful situation the way it's set up in the US.
The next one, Julian Paul asked, probably a predictable question for Caroline, but how much do nurses in the U.S. bother about patients' ability to pay for their treatment, or is their attitude, who cares? It's my job to address their medical needs, not the payment ability.
Yeah.
I don't. And we take care of people all the time that are obviously in no position to pay, and it's certainly not any concern of mine. Especially, I think that's probably especially true in emergency, because like most of the time the stuff that we're doing, it's like we have to do it.
You just say like you can't.
Or in order to treat the thing that you came in for, this is the treatment. You either consent to it or you don't.
Yeah, especially by the time you're emergency, there's not a lot of
Right.
you gotta make fast choices.
Right.
Yeah.
So Dallas asked, we've had more than one wave of British trained medical people immigrate to the US for vastly higher salaries. Do you know how things turned out for any of our immigrants there, or was succumbing to the lure of higher income a mistake for them in the long run?
When I looked over the questions beforehand, I saw that, and if that was like the first I had heard of such a phenomenon.
Wow.
And that may have something to do with like the locations where I've worked are not particularly attractive to international providers, I would think. In particular, my first job was in an area where like comparatively, especially nurse salaries were low. There's an Irish nurse that works at our hospital in the emergency department, and I see her from time to time, but that's the only person, even from the region that I can think of. Yeah. And I think that she is part of like an there are like international travel nurses. And I think that that's what she's done. She's not so much like fully immigrated and stay forever. She's just working some glad. So.
Yeah, I think a lot of people assume across the board in any field that Americans make more because they see our numbers. But when you actually do the exchange rate for USD pound, and then you take out what you're paying for your insurance, your health care, like
last job, the total insurance premium and my employer paid part of it, and part of it was a pre-tax paycheck deduction. But the total monthly premium was like $526.
Yep.
And it's not based like, whereas your NI fee for what your tax goes into your NHS here is based on your income level. Whereas in the States, like,
No, it's just
your insurance is just like, they don't care how much you make per check. This is how much insurance costs. This is
right. Yeah. Well,
yeah, that's a really good point. I'm glad that Misty brought that up because it's a really, really good point. A lot of people think it's equivalent. It's not. It's not. We might make more. I've had this conversation as well. We might make more money on paper, but when you think about all the extra stuff we have to pay for in the United States, it's definitely not, a higher salary necessarily. And then also the point that she was making about like the NHS, I used the NI and the premium as an equivalent in order to help you guys understand like that it gets like taken out of your check and everything. But she's right. It's not regulated really in any way. And it's not like universal either. So I could have the same position as you. We could have the same plan, but it's maybe a different insurance company or we're in a different location in the US and it costs us different from our paychecks. And they don't care if I make less than you do because that's the price. That's it. Either you want insurance or you don't. And you literally cannot live in the United States without having some kind of insurance. It's ridiculous, but it's the truth.
So that's...
Yeah, I'm definitely hungry.
It's generally true. When I was out of work because of long COVID, I had state Medicaid. And that, because of my income at the time, which was zero, it was free. But it's kind of unusual to live in a state where the Medicaid system is worth very much. And I'll say also, like, in order to get set up with Medicaid, like even as an educated healthcare professional with very high like reading literacy, proficiency, it was like the paperwork that you have to fill out and like the supporting documents that you have to provide and all of that kind of stuff. It's very taxing.
Mm-hmm.
It's very taxing. And the paperwork, like when I was filling it out, I was thinking about like, for somebody who struggles with reading or who is less educated or like doesn't have the healthcare vocabulary, like this would be solved. Like it's unpleasant and difficult for me, but I can do it. And I'm sure that there are a lot of people who just don't bother because of the paperwork load.
Yeah,
I feel like a lot of the few programs that the states have, they make sure that it is to get over the bar is impossible, and then the amount of having to continue to fill out that paperwork, even when those
doing it, and those people who work for those programs are also overworked and underpaid, and like paperwork delays and snafus happen because of that.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like,
They try to make sure that no one really gets any care. Like that you have to run
right.
not just a marathon, but like 10 across the world to be able to get to the finish line.
Right, and you have to carry like a full to the brim glass of water, and you can't spill any of it while you're running a marathon. Right, and it's like, let's just take the task and do something to make it like exponentially harder for no good reason.
Yep.
And it's another place where like culturally, like we would rather punish people than just like give them access to resources.
Right.
It's better for everyone if you choose that way.
Yeah.
Because like we all benefit from there being fewer unhealthy people around, you know?
Yeah, healthier
Right. That is
workers,
always
people who can participate in society, that money that's not being saved or hoarded for, a potential medical debt goes into the economy and helps strengthen the economy. They're buying more things. They're going on vacations. They're putting money into their communities. It's ridiculous that it's so short-sighted, but that's the way it is. It's all about profit for the companies and nothing else.
struggling parts, like, and it costs so much more money. I think someone posted the statistics that when the exchange rate happens, that the UK spends £3,000 a year per person on healthcare, and the States spend $5,000 per pound, and somehow spend more, but still have worse statistical outcomes. And even like statistically breaking it down per capita, it's like still more, but we have less in the States.
Right. And I think I looked it up once that the UK has, there's like a 2.5 year longer expected life expectancy in the UK versus the United States, and they spend more money on healthcare per person.
Right.
It's not a great deal. If I would find it as like a coupon in the restaurant, I'd be like, it's not, no, 2 for 1, but I pay you 2 for nothing. Is that the deal?
Yeah.
This gets, he needed some medical care right now.
Well, his medicine is attention.
It's true. He needs some. So let's see. Next one is from Carlos. Would you choose George Clooney or Robinson Green to work with?
So I don't watch a lot of medical TV. I watched more when I was in nursing school, but now it's like being at work when I'm not at work.
Fair.
So I don't watch so much of it anymore. But if I had to work with a fictional doctor, I think it would be Miranda Bailey from Grey's Anatomy, because she gets the job done and she doesn't take any shit, but she's not mean about it, right? Like, and that for me, that is what I want from a provider. Somebody who's just gonna answer the question without a bunch of bullshit in between.
Yeah,
right?
that would be nice.
And Miranda Bailey strikes me as a doctor who trusts nurses. And that is like working with a doctor who trusts you and trusts your judgment and like doesn't start from the assumption of like, oh, you're bothering me with some trivial thing. Right. Like it makes.
I remember my friend who was a nurse saying things like that, and she worked in the NICU. So like that's neonatal ICU, intensive care units. So it was basically like premature babies and babies that had some kind of medical issue. So it was very highly sensitive, right? And she had worked there for a long time and she was very experienced, but she was telling me lots of stories about how she would have conversations with doctors and they would treat her like she didn't know anything. Like she had just started like that day and everything. And she would give them, her opinion based on taking care of the babies for like a week at a time or whatever. And they would just completely dismiss her just because she was a nurse. And remember, she was a nurse practitioner, which is basically the like highest nurse you could be, right? It's supposed to be the most respected, you're supposed to want to work your way up the ladder. And she was still completely like blown off by some doctors that just didn't want to hear anything she had to say. It does get like that a lot. I think a lot in, I guess that kind of comes with any profession in any country, but I know I've seen a lot of really arrogant, like doctors and stuff, especially in those higher positions in hospitals.
It's a huge difference.
Oh, I bet.
It makes it.
I've read there's like a lot of beef between nurses with doctors, and
It's one of the things I like about working in emergency medicine is I think we have the least of that because you can't screw around.
Yeah,
And because like
you have to have some kind of level of trust.
emergency nurses are often making a lot of judgment calls on our own. Like we have like sort of preset parameters of like, if this happens, you can do X, Y, and Z while you're in the process of getting in touch with the provider or like getting, something like that to the bedside. Yeah.
Yeah.
And, it's also nice to like, I had a patient that had a blood sugar of like 33 or something. That's not enough. It's like, that's a critical moment, and I like the treatment for it is just to give IV dextrose immediately. Right. And that's a prescription medication. But when you have a high trust environment between, your nurses and your doctors, I like was going to get the medicine. I walked by the doctor's station and I was like, hey, we're 9, glucose of 33. I'm getting D10. Can you put the order in and meet me in there? And like that just happens without a bunch of like delay and questioning. It's like compared to, I've never worked in any other context. It's always been emergency and compared to what I saw like in nursing clinicals and that kind of stuff. And the acting in the emergency, the doctors are right there the whole night.
right.
You don't have to engage them. You don't have to like
That's true.
go through the intern and then the resident. You just go to whoever the most relevant. It's usually the resident for us, and like they know to respond as quickly. And not
That's gotta be like for someone who went into medicine or became a nurse to help, and you see something like that, and to like know you have someone in your vicinity that does not respect that, and you're like, what are you gonna do? Not save that person's life, right? So like that's got to just be such a tough environment. It's so much unnecessary strain, it seems like, and stress in an already highly stressful and intense situation.
not like when sometimes we do have patients that get admitted and changed to an inpatient status while they're still physically in the ER. And one of the things that is frustrating about taking care of those patients is that like, if you have a question for the doctor, you can't just like, if they don't answer your message, because we use like a secure chat thing now. And so if they don't respond, you can't just go find them. And that, so being able to have that kind of close working relationship is one of the things I really liked about.
Yeah, the time pressure. Yeah, it's had a lot of unnecessary layers.
And
Yeah.
we are all, we're all kind of working on top of each other. And so I get to overhear or participate in the doctor's process. And that makes me a better nurse because it's a teaching hospital. And so the attending physicians are working with the residents and they're teaching them as they're going through, and so I get to hear a lot of that. And that means that I feel like a better educated nurse because I know what the conversation was behind the scenes.
And also how they think and how they go through their processes and stuff. So it helps you as a nurse to anticipate and be ready as well, I think, in those situations. That is, I would think in my opinion, that should be the working relationship you have with in almost every situation. You have to have some kind of level of trust. And I think that has been lost in a lot of current environments across the board. But I would think especially in healthcare, but that would be especially essential in healthcare as well.
Yeah.
That aspect, that's really, that would be fascinating.
Yeah. Well, and it's kind of like where I worked at my first job, it was even more like the workspace was even more shared than where I work now. And if we were having like a lull, one of the attendings would just like pick a topic and give a little short lecture on it. And so there was like all kinds of like bonus education that you had access to.
I would love that.
Yeah. And because the attendings are all teachers, they're better prepared like to answer all of my annoying questions where I'm like, why is it like this? Like this is sort of like a non-standard nursing question. It's not really part of the nursing education process or whatever. So, yeah. And we learn a lot from the EMTs too. Like we, talking to them and listening to their process and the kind of stuff that they have to deal with when they go out to somebody's residence or to an accident scene, and like how they handle it is all like, some of our nurses are actually both like, to me, it's insane. I don't know where they find the time and the energy to like work a full-time RN job, and then they also do like 1 or 2 EMS shifts a week. Like
that being an EMT is like so much more active.
It's very different, but also they bring a really broad skill set to the bedside, and that's very
ideal. Yeah, if I was getting picked up by an ambulance, that would be the $10,000 worth. Right, not just like someone in training who doesn't know. I mean, you could have been an actual nurse.
Yeah.
Okay, so here, this one is from Stephen. Would you consider, if the opportunity arose, moving to the UK to advance your nursing career? And if so, which field would you choose? And question 2, if I may, does nursing in the US feel appreciated by members of the public as much as it does for people in the UK?
So I'll answer the second part first, because that's a little more straightforward, which is, I think, yes. Like nurses I think it's like firefighters and nurses are like the 2 most trusted professionals. And
I always trusted nurses more than doctors, to be fair, because I always thought they'd be more straightforward to me, where doctors are trying to make sure they didn't get like a malpractice suit or something. I always felt like nurses were just more like straightforward and honest about the situation and all the encounters I've had personally
in the United States. And I take that pretty seriously. It's part of why I wanted to go to nursing school. And also, like, it matters to me a lot that, like, if people have questions, I, like, answer them carefully, like, answer them accurately. And, I'm very much, like, if I don't know something, I will find out if I can. And sometimes, if I'm in a patient's room doing something and they ask a question and I don't know, I'm like, well, let's just go to the database. Let's just look it up together. And then we kind of go through that process together. And I think that like being transparent about that kind of thing also builds trust.
I agree.
So yeah, and I think nurses are definitely appreciated. I think that there is a little bit of that, like, well, you get paid in appreciation rather than money kind of attitude, which I think has gotten better since COVID.
Yeah.
I changed before and after the start of the pandemic, like I changed my work context pretty significantly and had a, concurrent change in how much I was being paid. But there's so many things there. Like, I don't know if it was actually like an overall improvement in nurse pay, but yeah, there's certainly a lot of appreciation, but sometimes you feel like there's only so much appreciating you can do. Like for example, everywhere I've ever worked where they celebrate like Nurses Week or whatever, like I would get on my little soapbox about this. Like every year my coworkers got tired of it. I'm like, I don't need another water bottle or cooler or bag with my hospital's name on it. Like I'm also like, you're appreciating me in the form of like, now I'm advertising for you.
Yeah.
Right. And it's also like, it's a jump, right? They give me a $25 gas card.
Thank you. I used to say this all the time when we used to have like customer service week or like workers appreciation week BS. We have like a pizza party and you get like a stress ball or some BS crap like that. And it's like, exactly. Give me $20, gas card, like she's saying, or like grocery card or something, or an extra 20 in my freaking paycheck that week. Just like, stop being cheap. It probably costs less to do that than it does to do all the other BS for the week. I used to be on a soapbox about that in my jobs too. I hate it.
It's so much better for me.
Extra vacation day.
An extra vacation day.
Something that's useful. Yeah.
Yes. Or like,
I used to work for a company. They didn't do a big Christmas party or holiday party. They did a picnic in the summer instead. And what they would do is they would auction off stuff, right? They put all the employees' names in the hat in the building. They would bring they'd have it catered. They would put everyone's name in the hat in the building, and they'd auction like baseball game tickets or theater tickets or gift cards, and they would always throw in a couple PTO days, like extra vacation days and stuff. And they would literally just pick your name out of a hat during the lunch. And if they say, okay, this is the prize we're doing, they pick the name out and that person won it, and that was the end of it, right? Like it was that simple. And that does a lot more, I think, for people than a friggin' pizza party and a stress ball. It was a lot more fun, and they would always give out like 5 or 6 extra vacation. Like they would do 5 or 6 extra people would get an extra vacation day. That's incentive. That makes you want to work for a company. That company was the best company I ever worked for. In all fairness, they gave bonuses and everything to everybody, not just like salespeople. That was a really good company to work for, I have to say.
The hospital where I work now does do like free meals during Nurses Week, like real cafeteria meals.
Yeah.
But like the hospital where I used to work did not. And that was just,
Jeez.
come on. I kind of feel like your hospital has a cafeteria and you work there, you should get to eat for like a hefty discount.
Right.
The first hospital I worked at.
My thing, I was going to say, that's why I almost paused it. I was going to say they should eat for free anyway. They work in the goddamn building.
Like you got no discount on your meal whatsoever.
And they work like 12, 14-hour shifts. Like let them go get a yogurt for free, for God's sake. God.
You bought food from a cafeteria full price.
That is nuts. Yeah, especially considering how many like tech companies have just free breakfast, lunch, and dinner, but your job is saving people's lives. They're like, no, we can't like give you fuel for your body
for that
free.
salad.
Like, that's your fault.
Yeah, and like our videos for a lunch break. That's my biggest complaint with my current job is that like I think if there were the nurses of the department like really pushed about it and did some practical things to happen, like did the like coworker organization to like make it happen that like we could arrange for people to have actual lunch breaks. But I think I've had like one real lunch break since I started my current job.
Do you not get like specific time off?
We're supposed to.
Yeah, I thought
We're supposed to.
but it's like just because the work situation is kind of the excuse for like this is an emergency, we can't afford to have anyone take a lunch break.
Yeah.
Jeez. Well, even I'm learning something new about the American healthcare system all the time.
If you like.
This is so great. I mean, obviously, Tuda Yank, always great to see her stuff. But that's a good insight, actually, to the American medical situation. It's they're saving people's lives, and they don't even get like 5 minutes to take a bathroom break or grab a friggin' soda, water or something. It's ridiculous. They don't take. It's just like the veterans. Like we have the biggest military budget in the world, and our veterans get paid crap. And there's literally like sailors that are stationed in the Middle East right now that are trying to jump ship and stuff because the living conditions are so horrible because they've been there for almost a year without relief, and their supplies haven't been up to snuff and everything. And it never goes to the people in the U.S. ever. Anyway, I'm looking forward to the part 2 that's supposed to come out soon. That is going to be an interesting one. Yeah, let's see what you guys have to say. Oh, Marsha, thank you so much for the generous super chat. I appreciate that. I will add it to the child's fundraiser. All the money today, just to remind you all the money that's raised today, either from viewership, from super chats, or whatever, all is going to go to her fundraiser to help her out. And I appreciate anything that you guys do. Y'all have been super generous. The mushroom ketchup. I'm definitely gonna do this ketchup thing. I'm gonna try some of the. I didn't even know there are other ketchups, but now I understand why they call it tomato ketchup. Okay. What does mushroom and onion ketchup goes best with? Yeah, a shell pasta. But my mates think that's weird. I can't have ketchup on pasta. I'll figure something else out. Mushroom and onion. I feel like that would be good on a burger. Or fries, something like that. Manny asks, doesn't ask, sorry, has a comment. I just don't get the American healthcare system at all. It's all about big medical insurance companies profiteering from people's ailments and having them pay for extortionate amounts. F that. You're absolutely right. Especially if you're a consultant. It doesn't sound weird to me, Marja. The tortellini pasta. I don't know about that. I am hangry. I'm hungry. I need some lunch. Neil Morrison says, dropped a little contribution. Will pop in later, hopefully. Oh, thank you so much, Neil. Appreciate that. We're going to check out where we are in fundraising in a moment. Marja says, no wonder the wages are higher in the US. Got to pay those extra bills. That's the thing, though, Marja, is when you actually start to cut like the apples to apples, when you start to see what you actually pay for as opposed to like what you're making, the extra money doesn't go as far as you think in the US. Even, I know it looks good on paper, but like I made a really good salary by the end of my career in the US. And I worked from home, so I had minimal expenses, right? And I had no commuting expenses. I ate my lunch every day in my house, right? I didn't have to do anything like that. And I think I even got like compensation for my internet and stuff because I worked from home. My partner worked a really good job, was making decent money as well. And there were many times when we struggled to just pay bills. We did okay. But, if we had a medical emergency or something, like it was tough. When my daughter fell and she had to get 12 stitches in her knee, that was $1,000 we had to pay. We got a bill. And that was like the savings. That was our savings, a big chunk of it anyway. So it's not. And the reason we had savings put aside like that was because we knew eventually some kind of medical issue is going to pop up. So it doesn't go as far as you think you do, because you think, and I understand why, because you're thinking at it from British terms, but that's why we have these conversations, because it's difficult. I understand completely. It's difficult to understand unless you see it and and you have to have more than one conversation as well, because you come up with different insights and different perspectives, and sometimes it takes a few times to penetrate to really comprehend what someone is saying as well. So Manny says, not only are you effing slave to the American live to work culture, but also you could well end up financially insolvent due to medical costs. No thanks, America. I'd rather stay in the UK. That's pretty much what it is, Manny. Marcia says, what happens if a nurse working in a hospital, do they end up with a massive bill as well? Yeah, I would think if they end up in the hospital, if they get ill, yeah. They're not going to be exempt from, they're not going to get any kind of like free care or anything. They can't even give them a free yogurt. Hello. Thank you guys so much for being here. And yes, please share the content if you don't mind. It helps us get the word out about the fundraiser. Speaking of which, we got an update. We have reached Y, which is definitely the halfway point. That was from during the middle of the video, so they're definitely further on now. It looks like they're around the 6.5, 7 mile mark out of the 12 miles. So definitely closer and closer all the time. Talked to the partner. He said that they were knackered. I'm sure they are. It's a long walk, but it's going to be so worth it. Let's see how much we've raised so far as well. Let's check this one out. Just a reminder for everybody, and let me just throw this up there for y'all. Just a reminder, we are doing this whole long live stream to support the child. She has an opportunity to go to Africa next year to help build a school and also teach some children English and maths. And it's because of her exemplary work in school so far, which is incredible considering she's only been in the UK school system for a few years. But she definitely has a knack for both. So I'm not 100% surprised, but I am really, really proud of her. She's doing so well. So we're just raising money now to help her to fund her trip. And some other necessity stuff that she's going to need on her way. So let's see. Let's see where we are. 380 pounds raised out of 500 pounds we wanted to. That's amazing. You guys are awesome. Thank you all so much for everything you've done so far. Close to 120. We have 120 pounds left. Let's see. I don't know if we'll be able to get there. Let's see if we can. Let me put up the QR code for a second for people to donate, and I'll put the chat as well. As soon as I find it, I'll put the link in the chat as well. So if you guys can donate, that would be great. You can scan the QR code that is on the screen if you have not donated already. If you have, thank you so much. And also, if you are participating in the live stream or you're watching this on the replay, the link will be in the description box below, of course, but it's also now in the chat and make it easier for you all as well. You can just go to hicksondiaries.com/Africa as well. I'm so proud of her. I'm just exorbitantly proud of her. Really can't believe it. I can't believe that she is this privileged. Okay. I'm going to have to take another break. But I'm going to put a video on for you all. I'm trying to see which one would be. Which one would be a good one? Let's do this one. This is someone new that I don't know that much about. It's called A Curious Brit. But I've watched a couple videos and it does sound interesting. So this is, I asked Brits what they love the most about the United States, and that's going to surprise us, apparently. I'm going to play this one for you all while I go take a quick break and grab some lunch real quick. I'll be back in a few minutes. Enjoy, and I'll be back soon.
What do British people most love about the United States? Let's find out. What do you most like about the United States?
I think that, look, I've never been, right? So I can only go by what I see on telly and internet and stuff. But I think it's the land of dreams. It's the land of opportunity, right? It gives you hope that you can do and be anything. I think that the sparsity of the population as well. I mean, there's a lot of fucking people in America, right? Don't get me wrong, but there's lots of space around the people. There's lots of modern history, ancient history. The political system is just a clusterfuck. Who knows what's going on over there? Good and bad. It's just it's worlds apart from the UK. The structure and the boringness of over here. Yeah, there's so much opportunity creatively, industry. It just feels like one of those magical places, doesn't it? The United States, I think.
What do I most like about America and the United States? The ability to accept failure, which sounds like a weird thing to say, given that America is such an undeniably successful nation. I think it's hard to deny it's a failure as a nation, but the willingness to accept failure, both individually, as in you get knocked down, you get back up again, you succeed again, but also in terms of companies and businesses, you know, that you had 99 failures and the 100th was the light bulb, Edison. I think that kind of mindset of kind of like failure is tolerated, but also acceptable is a necessary part of the road to success. So I think we lack that in a lot of European countries where failure is laughed at. Particularly in Britain, we have a slightly sardonic, sarcastic culture where we laugh at people who are failures, but I think American celebrates it, and I think that's a very admirable thing.
What do you like most about the United States?
I like how friendly everyone is, and also how big their coffees are, because they're not big enough here. So I love going to the States and having a massive drink and a coffee.
What is your favourite thing about the United States?
Probably the food, the portion size of the food.
Really? you think British portions are too small?
It's just nice having more food in America. Like I lived there for a year and I feel like you never went hungry.
Oh, where do you live?
I lived in Manhattan for a year.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
And how did you find that different to the UK or London?
I feel like it's like chalk and cheese. It's completely different. I feel like it's nice, like the American people, it's quite refreshing and interesting. You know, you walk down the street, everyone's talking to each other. But it is a massive like cultural shock, I think.
What do you most like about the United States?
Oh, so I go to the United States quite a lot for work, for fun, for family. I gotta say, black girls, beautiful black girls everywhere. And yeah, I feel like the black community is very strong, very powerful. And every time I go there, I feel very welcome, very loved. So that's what I love about America.
What do you most like about the United States?
Oh, I really like their bars. I love the fact that you can sit at the bar, normally talk to the bartender, and they've normally got buffalo wings as well, which are pretty good. Perfect for washing down with a pint.
And what do you think is the best thing about the United States?
Pancakes, and specifically the pancakes from Lolly's Hut in Riverhead in Long Island. They are delicious, especially if you get them with extra butter.
What I like about the United States is the pace. I always say that if you can fuse American pace with European taste, you'll do pretty well.
Could you expand on that? So is it in terms of work ethic or
no, it's just that they get things done a lot quicker. Like it doesn't require a lot of reassurance. If they love the story, if they love the vision, if they know what they're going to get out of it, they're willing to give it a go. And I think that we second guess ourselves.
What do you think is the best thing about the United States?
It's McDonald's. I'm sorry, but it's McDonald's.
What would be your favourite McDonald's order?
Oh God. It's just a classic Big Mac, but with, I don't know if you have it in America, but we have it here, the cheese dippers as like the side. Yeah, that makes the meal.
What do you most like about the United States?
Ooh, Boston is beautiful. I've spent a lot of time there. It's a great city. And also the Takis are really, really good and absolutely blow your face off. So, I mean, it's perfect.
But what do you most like about the country as in the United States?
Yeah, I've not been there, but I would say the music is what I know because there's a lot of artists, a lot of musicians, a lot of DJs that are from America. Maybe the food as well. Apparently the food's supposed to be really good. Yeah.
Other than Michael Jackson, are there any bands or artists you'd recommend?
From America?
Yes.
Oh, there's so many. But all the rappers, we've got Jay-Z, we've got Kanye West, we've got Tupac, we've got Biggie, we've got all those legends that have come from that country and who have paved the way in music. Yeah, 100%.
Why trading time for money is actually failing you. Hello, y'all. How was it? Was it a good video? Wasn't on for very long. Do we have any comments? I wanted to have my peanut butter and jelly, but we had no bread. Oh, carrot sticks, which is probably not something you should eat while you're online. And cucumber slices is my lunch. So I apologize. Yeah, that video was fast. I thought I had a couple more minutes. My apologies. All right. Let's do the search for the last fighter plane in the Battle of Britain. This is a suggestion from Disco, who is not with us today, unfortunately, but he is here in spirit, as always. This is from SCOTUS Will to Freedom. I am not familiar with this channel, But this looked like an interesting video. So let's see what it's up.
At 11:30 a.m. on the 15th of September 1940, Sergeant Pilot Ray Holmes took to the air in his Hurricane fighter plane. A huge fleet of German bombers was heading for London. It was the darkest hour of the Battle of Britain. By 12:30, Ray, out of ammunition, spotted a lone German bomber heading for Buckingham Palace. Ray took a decision that was to make him a hero. He rammed the German plane.
He
The
rammed
collision
it?
ripped off its tail and it plunged to earth. The palace was safe.
He rammed it like a boat. That's crazy. How do you, like, that precision, man? That's crazy.
This unique footage records the German bomber's final seconds. Ray bailed out as his own plane plummeted downwards. It penetrated deep under a London street. It has lain there, buried, for 64 years.
That's what's
Now
going to
there's
happen.
going
They're
to be
going
an
to recover
attempt
it now?
to dig it up.
All right. Now I'm excited. I thought it was going to be a little bit different. Like, I thought maybe it was lost at sea and there was it's just the story behind it. Now I'm really excited.
Ray Holmes's act of bravery on this crucial day in the Battle of Britain is an iconic event of the Second World War. His defense of Buckingham Palace made him a national hero. His plane came down in Buckingham Palace Road, half a mile from the home of King George VI. The German bomber crashed at Victoria Railway Station, destroying a jewellery shop on the forecourt. Amazingly, the crash site was also filmed.
Wow, that's so cool. They got that
Debris from the German bomber fell on the palace, causing structural damage. The royal family were unharmed and moved to safety outside London shortly afterwards.
That is the corner.
These two men have been on the trail of Ray Holmes's fighter plane since 1991.
Yeah. It shows up so much better from this side, doesn't it?
For Chris Bennett, a professional photographer, and Steve Vizard, an aviation archaeologist, this air crash has a special significance. The only Allied plane lost over central London in World War II. But this will be the most challenging excavation they have ever done. They will have to divert.
The only Allied plane lost over London. That's incredible. Wow.
Traffic and persuade 12 public authorities to let them dig up a junction used by over 12,000 vehicles a day.
We've dealt with all kinds of different people, all kinds of levels in this project, from Westminster Council to the fire brigade to the police, you name it. I mean, it's one thing, getting people very enthusiastic, but to actually ask permission to do a hole in the road, and that major crossroads, they might come around and say, "You've got to be joking."
Yeah.
The old Dornier coming down from here. Yeah.
They made it sound like a kid. Oh, that was brilliant.
15th of September 1940, now known as Battle of Britain Day, saw the launch of a large-scale aerial assault on London. The attack was meant to soften Britain up in preparation for a seaborne invasion.
It's the story behind this one. It's the fact it happened on Battle of Britain Day. The pilot deliberately rammed this Dornier bomber. The Dornier bomber crashed on Victoria Station. There's motion picture film of that happening. The Hurricane came down this crossroads and buried itself. They're the only two aeroplanes that crashed on the City of London during the war anyway. It's just a fantastic story.
It is a great story.
Chris's partner in the project, Steve Vizard, knows the Hurricane fighter plane inside out, as he also runs a business that reconstructs World War II aircraft.
All right, these Hurricanes are really, really cool. We watched a couple of videos on them, and I remember we went to the Battle of Britain Museum, which I highly recommend. No, we don't get any kind of endorsement or anything like that, but I do highly recommend it. It's really interesting. But they had a couple. They had at least one full replica of a Hurricane, and I think they had pieces of the inside as well. It was a really, really interesting, really cool planes, really awesome planes.
We rebuild Spitfires. We've done Hurricane wings, and we've built sort of the sheet metal parts and fuselages and wings for Messerschmitts, which sort of really was a sort of a lead on from doing excavations in the 1970s and 1980s, the Battle of Britain crash sites.
This will be a dig in the most difficult of conditions. It will also be a rescue mission to retrieve the Hurricane engine before it rots in the acidic, waterlogged London earth. The Hurricane...
Hello, virtual trucker. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm glad you could be here.
and hit the road, traveling at 400 miles per hour and smashed to pieces on impact. Chris thinks the wings, fuselage and most of the cockpit fragmented and scattered across the surface of the junction.
I would think.
But the heaviest part of the plane, the engine block, penetrated several feet beneath the road, rupturing a high-pressure water main. After the impact, the emergency services cleared the debris. They had to reinstate the junction quickly, so they repaired the water main, backfilled the crater, and relayed the road surface, sealing the engine underground. The engine, its exact location unrecorded, lies lost to this day.
Wow.
Ray Holmes, now 89, survived this extraordinary event.
That in itself is incredible, right? Wow.
He lives with his wife Anne just outside Liverpool. Like many Battle of Britain pilots, he is unshakably modest about his achievements.
Proficiency as pilot above average. Having been part and parcel of the whole thing, it doesn't mean very much to me at all. As far as I was concerned, the main thing is that I got out of it in one piece.
Aww.
Ray was born in 1914 at the outbreak of the First World War. As a young journalist on the Birkenhead Advertiser, a Liverpool newspaper, he had always had a passion for fast cars. In 1936, Ray spotted a recruitment poster for the Royal Air Force Volunteer Reserve. He rushed to join up. As Ray learned to fly, Nazi Germany was starting to mobilize. World War II was about to begin. Like Ray, Tony Pickering was a pilot with the RAF Volunteer Reserve at the outbreak of the war.
Well, in those days, I think the feeling as regards war was different what it is today. We were still living in the shades of the 1418 war, and our parents, our fathers, our uncles had all fought in that sort of war. And there was, we thought a lot of the country. And Churchill was a great man, you know, and he encouraged us to think for the country and not for ourselves.
I think it's an interesting point that he made about the fact that, you know, a lot of the people that participated in World War II didn't had war veterans like at their disposal. I think a lot, I know in the United States, this is a huge disconnect. If you don't have people who have served in these overseas wars, you know, in your family or, you know, at your disposal, you kind of forget how costly and how important the soldiers are and everything, and how difficult war can actually be. It's sad, especially in today's world. And it's probably even worse in today's world because there's so much more, you know, like drone war and long range missile war and stuff like that, where it's not as, you know, you're not as hand-to-hand combat, so it's not as visible, it's not as you know, it's more abstract than definitely what the World War I and World War II survivors experienced, obviously, but just to have it around you as well, it's more abstract when you think about it. Even now, I'm the daughter of a veteran who fought in a war, but it's still abstract to me, even though I have, you know, I've witnessed first-hand account of it, or I've been second-hand account of it, right, from his recollections. So it does. I think it almost makes it seem kind of like a game to a lot of people, more so than actual real destruction and all of that.
We weren't brave men, but we knew we'd got a duty to our country.
In September, September 1939, Nazi Germany was the biggest military power in Europe. Hitler's forces were on the march. Under threat, Britain and France declared war against the Nazis. By the spring of 1940, Hitler's war machine had blitzed its way across most of the continent. As the Germans relentlessly advanced, the British and French were cornered at Dunkirk. 338,000 men were evacuated, but 38,000 lives were lost. With the British and French forces defeated, the Germans marched unopposed into Paris. It had taken them only 3 weeks to overrun France. Britain was now next in line for invasion. It was the last democratic power in Western Europe holding out against the might of Nazi Germany. Massed only 20 miles away on the other side of the Channel, the German forces waited for the order to launch Operation Sea Lion, the invasion of Britain.
I was talking and my mic was muted. I think also a lot of people, I don't know, maybe this is from a US standpoint, and you know, you guys can tell me if it's you see it in like the younger generations in the British culture, but I think a lot of people forget how close Britain was to being invaded by the Nazi regime, and how close, like the United States was really close to being invaded by Nazi. There was like U-boats off the coast of Washington, D.C. Like I think a lot of people forget how close it actually came to being like a world invasion and a world conquering war, and how necessary, you know, it was to stop that. And it's especially with what's happening in the world now, with this, all of the conflicts and everything going on throughout the world now, and unrest and the vitriol that's being spit around by all of the leaders, you know, especially Western leaders, but all of the leaders. It's kind of scary to think about. We might get ourselves in a situation like that again someday. I mean, that's insane to think about, but it's real and scary.
In June 1940, as Winston Churchill prepared the nation for what would be the Battle of Britain, Ray was posted to 504 Squadron. From their airfield at Hendon, they were part of the last line of defence for London, with its vulnerable ports and palaces. If they failed, it would all be over.
We were tense and keen to get into the air and get after the German bombers. No question of being nervous or upset or worried. We just went for the people we were supposed to go for.
It's a fascination with the achievements of men like these that motivates Chris Bennett.
And then the junction is there, and that's what Mao would have picked up with his radar.
Although the London Fire Brigade took a photograph and motion picture film of the site immediately after Ray's crash, it is impossible for Chris to tell precisely where the engine lies. In order to get permission to dig, he needs to find hard evidence of its exact location. But his first attempt to find it is a failure. The London clay is preventing ground-penetrating radar from giving deep enough readings.
Given that we know that the ground around here is clay and radar doesn't work particularly brilliantly in wet clay, the radar hasn't actually picked up what we were hoping it would.
Do you think that it means it's not there, or do you think that means
Oh no, we can't say it's not there just because we're not seeing it.
It could be 15 feet.
Oh yeah, basically all we can say is we're not seeing it. That's all you can say.
Yeah.
The ground-penetrating radar has got him no further. Chris still needs to find the engine's exact position.
How can you say it's not there? Where would it go? where would it go? I'm not trying to be an asshole or anything, but like, where else would it be? It's not. It's encased in the ground. It's not going anywhere. I don't know why that struck me as really, really funny. Sorry. Yeah, Marsha, you're exactly right. That is a reason why museums are so important. And also, like, just on that, I think it's important also the way the British culture has it set up, where it's a lot easier and more accessible in the UK to go to museums, whereas a lot of them are free, or they have like discount rates, or they have like summer holiday rates and stuff. They don't have a lot of that kind of stuff in the US. It's actually a little bit it's a little bit harder to access history, and I think that's why it's a little bit more abstract in the United States than it is here. That's my opinion. It's been my personal experience. Just an update to show you all. They've made it to the pub. 4.5 hours in. They're doing well. Not long now. Let's get back.
He's prepared to try anything to get permission to dig.
Now, I shall do a revolve here.
Having failed to find Ray Holmes's lost Hurricane engine with ground-penetrating radar, Chris Bennett is experimenting with a less conventional technology.
Shall we just say around here?
He knows roughly where the plane came down, but he needs an exact location. He turns to the ancient art of dowsing to see if it can offer any leads.
I shall do a quick method to start with, which I don't really understand myself. I shall stand in the middle and revolve and see whether I get a signal while doing that. My body is reacting to a change of radiation field. This stick indicates what's going on inside the body.
Dowsing is a traditional method of finding underground watercourses such as streams.
Mark that one there, then.
But it can also be used to locate buried metal.
There.
This is interesting. Do you all think this is accurate? I've never seen anything like this before.
The dowser was subsequently to be proved right, but unfortunately for Chris, there was no way of knowing at the time exactly what he had found.
Another one now. Poor old dowsing can't tell you what there is under there. It can only say that I get a signal at that point. Goodness knows what other things may be under the ground.
Most of the 11 previous Battle of Britain sites Chris has dug have not been underneath tarmac. The Battle of Britain is Chris Bennett's special subject.
You're right. It is a rehydration break, Marcia.
It began in early July 1940 when Hermann Goering, the head of the Luftwaffe, planned to draw out the RAF by ordering his forces to attack coastal ports, radar stations, and vital airfields in the south of England. If he could destroy them, it would gain the vital air superiority that the Germans needed for a land invasion. Like Ray, Mike Croskell was a sergeant pilot who flew Hurricanes. Pilots had their hands full dealing with the Luftwaffe and sometimes didn't appreciate the danger the Germans posed.
It never occurred to me that Hitler might invade us. I mean, we got a lot of praise later on for, you know, saving the country and all this sort of thing, but I don't think any of us thought that cheeky bounder would come over. But got pressures close to it, I believe. But I mean, air power is the thing that counts, isn't it? We fortunately had it.
I I literally keep putting myself on mute because I'm eating, right? But what I was saying was that that statement was so quintessentially British, right? It was like, oh, we got all of this praise for like saving the country and everything after the fact, and that what like hoo-ha. But none of us actually thought that cheeky little guy was gonna actually get into Britain. Come on. This is so British. You're like, yeah, we're just doing our thing. It's fine. Hilarious.
I don't know how, but we did.
After 2 months, the Battle of Britain still raged. Bombardment of RAF airfields and radar stations was relentless. The Luftwaffe believed the RAF was on the ropes, and on the 7th of September, the Germans began the next stage of their bombing campaign and turned their attention to London. By mid-afternoon on the 7th, 348 German bombers and over 600 fighters were heading straight for the east end of London. 21 RAF squadrons were sent to intercept. A huge fight developed with over 1,000 planes in combat.
1,000 planes.
The squadron commander instructed us to do head-on attacks on these bombers. If you could split a large bomber force up, then you could concentrate on the individuals.
Yeah.
I can assure you, if an individual bomber was split from a group, he was pounced upon by at least 4 or 5 fighters. He didn't survive.
But the German bombers were unstoppable. They ploughed on and successfully bombed the city. In a city of 8.5 million, the German bombs caused destruction as they ripped through the heart of London. Irene Dimmock lived with her family in Pimlico near Buckingham Palace Road.
Sometimes you look round and think to yourself, we're going the wrong way, because the streets that you'd gone down before were no longer there.
Wow.
Over 40,000 Londoners lost their lives during the Blitz, and over 50,000 were injured.
It made you realise that you couldn't take things for granted. Shops that you used one day were no longer there the next day. They'd been flattened by the bombs. When you said bye-bye to a person one day, you didn't know then whether you were going to see them the next day or not.
The Luftwaffe.
That's what I was trying to say earlier, like with the abstract view of war that a lot of people in today's world have, that we forget how close and personal it actually can get, especially, like I said, especially from an American point of view, because we haven't been, like, other than 9/11 and Pearl Harbor, there hasn't been like an act of war on our soil since then, really. And I mean, it's just crazy to think all of our wars have been, in other countries. So we definitely, many Americans definitely don't have a really full understanding of what it's like to be in war. And I think that I think there's an appreciation. I feel like there's more of an appreciation here in Britain, because not only though there's still obviously survivors that have been involved in it, but also that you can see it everywhere you go. Right, there's still pillboxes. There's if you go to London, you can see buildings that were destroyed and rebuilt right next to buildings that have been there for hundreds of years. It's just, there's memorials everywhere for all of, not just like British or English people, but also all the Commonwealth countries and stuff. It is just and maybe it's me because I'm in Kent and it's I'm close to a lot of that stuff. I'm close to the Dover Castle and that kind of stuff, but it's just astounding to me how much more appreciation that you all seem to have for it. And I think that is amazing that you still after all this time you recognize it, and it's such a huge part of your history. For good reason you recognize it and acknowledge it and keep it going, and I agree with that. But also it's kind of scary from an American point of view, because they're so detached from it that I don't think they fully understand what it would be like to have war like on your shores in the United States. kind of scary.
Believing their strategy of attacking London to be a success, planned a major assault on the capital for the 15th of September, which would later be known as Battle of Britain Day. Using images from the crash scene and a process called triangulation, Chris has roughly identified the area of the junction where the hurricane came down. He has been doing further analysis of the old photographs and has enlisted the help of forensic photographer Peter Southurst to pinpoint the exact location of the fighter.
What I've done is to bring in this cutout portion of the old photograph. Right. And we move it across here, bring it down slightly to get the pavement lined up. Okay. And there it is. Right. So
look at that.
You see how the pavement is exactly the same.
Does fit, doesn't it? The perspective is exactly right as well.
Yes.
I mean, it just looks right.
Yes.
So then we transpose that area onto the modern photograph.
Yes.
I mean, I brought this
you've
along.
got one.
Yeah, I brought this along from you. This is taken from top of Ebury Bridge House. And here's our square. It's looking very promising. And this is the main thing. If all the evidence suggests it's in the same area, and
right.
nobody's
It does, doesn't it?
arguing totally against it, then that's going to be our best shot, I think.
Yes.
But he won't be able to persuade the authorities to let him dig until he has plotted the exact location of the hurricane engine underground. Then he hears about a new, more sensitive kind of ground-penetrating radar that can spot images deep in the London clay. Geophysicist Malcolm Wheel has found something large and metallic.
Something here, very deep. I was picking up something larger than a pipe, or it looks larger than a pipe, so I go for the largest, strongest signal within that area. So if there's a fairly small pipe, it'll miss the small pipe and pick up something very big, hopefully. It looks to go down sort of 3 to 4 meters. I think when it came in, it hit into the clay and the engine stops, and I think the rest of it sort of concertinas behind it, including the cockpit and the instruments.
Yeah.
So that 1.5 meters of wreckage.
But he's found a big anomaly down here, which is metal, and I believe the it's a reasonable depth.
Well, I think that first of all, they'd find a job recognizing it. It's been down there 30 years or 50 years, whatever it is, and it would just be a tangled mass. There wouldn't be an aeroplane there or anything like an aeroplane.
No, obviously.
One man who would recognize it is 504 Squadron engine fitter Eric Saw. He prepared Ray's Hurricane for battle the day before, the 15th of September.
3 in the morning, you would get up, go out to the aircraft, take the covers off the engine and cockpit hood. I would open the cockpit hood and get inside. I'd pull the stick back into my stomach, open the throttle about 1/4. The aircraft, being probably damp and cold, maybe wouldn't start initially. As soon as it fired, you'd pump away with your raw petrol into the inlet manifold of the engine until it got going.
Without ground crew like Eric,
I kind of follow him a little bit. So it's kind of like when like you've run out of gas in your car and then you put some gas in it from, you know, that red tank, and then it might take a second for it all to get through there, and you have to kind of like pump the gas a little bit through the engine. I think that's kind of what he was saying, right? Kind of, maybe not.
working in all weathers to keep the hurricanes flying, the Battle of Britain could not have been won. He remembers Ray's engine all too well.
It used to break out with a terrible roar and flames rush past the cockpit. You think you were going to be burnt to death.
Ray's engine was a Rolls-Royce Merlin V12. His plane, a Hawker Hurricane Mark 1A. To gain control of the skies over Britain, Hitler knew he had to defeat two powerful enemies, the Spitfire and the Hurricane. The Hurricane's rugged construction and ability to turn better than any other fighter in the sky made it the backbone of the RAF. As the demand for new blood increased, some pilots found themselves thrown in at the deep end.
When I left my flying training school and moved to Biggin Hill, I saw my first Hurricane. And the squadron commander said to me, "How many hours have you done on a Hurricane fighter, Pickering?" I said, "I've never even seen one, sir." He said, "Well, there's one outside there. Have a look at it. And you can fly it this afternoon. And tomorrow morning, you will be in combat with the Hun."
Damn. Wow. Well, I guess, I mean, that's what war is, right? I mean, it's a time of war. You need to just not think about it. I think that's the biggest thing, right? That's what the other gentleman was saying. You don't think about it. You just do what you got to do. You have to play your part, because if you don't play your part, then the people around you might be hurt, and then, you know, you have to live with that for the rest of your life. So you got to do your duty. If everyone does their duty, then, you know, you'll be able to be successful. But wow, that's crazy.
The Spitfire is often credited as the plane that saved Britain from German invasion, but the reality is that its innovative all-metal construction was difficult to manufacture.
Yeah, they are often the star of the show, aren't they? Because they're more like flashy, right? And they're more fun to watch from like today's perspective. But the Hurricane really is the one that actually saved everybody. That was the actual anchor, the hero, in my opinion.
Because the Hurricane was based on the construction methods of earlier biplanes using metal and wood spars covered with fabric, there were twice as many Hurricanes in the air as Spitfires. During the Battle of Britain, it was responsible for over 65% of the kills.
If you walked around the aircraft, you'd see a solid aeroplane. And as an inexperienced pilot, you could drop it from about 8 feet onto the runway, and the airplane would just bounce up and down.
Yeah.
I'm awfully afraid to say that if you did that with the Spitfire, the wheels would have gone up through the wings. But the Hurricane would stand inexperienced pilots, as I was during the Battle of Britain. I later became a Spitfire pilot, which I'm proud to say.
Aw.
And it was a beautiful airplane.
Aw,
But the
look at
Hurricane was
them.
a good, solid old war horse.
That's what I'm saying. Like, the Spitfires are a little bit more like flashy, right? And they're the ones everyone thinks of. But the Hurricanes did a lot of the hard work. Marja says, when resources are scarce, you make everything count, focuses the mind, and forced to live in the present moment. Everyone bonded together. 100%. Well said. Thank you, Marja. That was very well said. I mean, this might be a little controversial, but do you think that would happen in today's Britain, or today's America, or today's Europe? I don't know. The fact that it's like a question it might not is kind of scary in itself, right? I think it would, because I think eventually humanity will see like that they need to be humane and protect humanity. But I would hope like that would be my optimistic version. But the fact that it's a question is kind of nerve-wracking.
But once they were in air combat, novice pilots were lucky to survive their first few engagements.
I saw this Dornier all on its own, and I thought, this is for me. And I did the one thing that Biggles wouldn't have done. I went down after it, and I forgot to look in the rearview mirror to see if you got any friends behind. They let drive at me and shot me down.
Oh, God.
We were fairly well stocked for aeroplanes. We got a bit short on pilots, I think.
The atmosphere among the fighter pilots was high. Morale was very high, there's no doubt about it. I do remember one day, there were 3 of us lived in a room, in a house adjacent to the aerodrome, and when we went to bed at night, there was only 2, myself and someone else. The next day, I was
in the room by myself. My second comrade had gone down in 2 days, and the next day I jumped out. I was shot down and jumped out, but I got away with it.
Wow. Wow. Scary. Wow. It's a lot heavier than he presented it to be.
Sad, but I mean, you don't think of these things at the time, and the crew room gets a little empty. You don't really bother. It's a terrible thing to say, I know, but you get used to the idea.
I suppose your survival instinct would kick in, right? Where you'd be like, I have to push that out of my mind in order for myself to survive, or else the fear will take over and then I won't be able to do what I need to do. I could not imagine, though. That is scary.
The power of the Battle of Britain myth and new evidence of a metallic object under the junction at long last opens doors for Chris Bennett. The officers of Westminster Council and the other public authorities finally give him permission to dig. They think they've found the engine, but now Chris needs to do a different kind of survey. He has called in specialists who use radar to map out underground pipes and cables. He has to know exactly what he might find under the surface of the road.
Marking. My mom worked for a construction company and they had a lot of state contracts. And so they would have to come out and mark all of the pipes. If they weren't marked properly, then obviously it delays the dig and everything. But you know, pipe bursts and like water main breaks and stuff like that because of it. I remember that. And there'd be, she used to tell us stories about how like the construction people would call into the office and say, oh, hit another water main because it wasn't marked properly, because it wasn't mapped out properly, or it's an old map they were working off of or something. Let's hope that London's better at that than New Jersey was.
These chaps are doing their radar survey, see what we can pick up. They're going to do it 2 different ways, 90 degrees, so doing it really thoroughly. They can give us a very accurate readout of where the pipes are. In fact, we'll physically mark them on the road today, I suspect.
The news isn't good. The radar survey shows a massive 18-inch water pipe running across the area Chris wants to dig. They've carefully plotted a 10-foot square trench from the radar results and analysis of old photographs, and now it'll have to move to avoid hitting the water main. Chris is not happy.
That is the designated area at the moment. This one here is where we had it before, after a radar survey about a month ago. There's a chance we may not be able to dig underneath the water main, because an 18-inch water main has all-road water in it under a lot of pressure.
The civil engineers who will carry out the dig are losing patience. Chris must decide on the location of the trench, but he's still putting it off.
This way and this way.
No,
we might.
We need to know today exactly where the hole's going to be dug.
Exactly. The only reason we need to know today is the safety, isn't it? The safety barrier. So
no, we're going to need to know today. Because pinpoint, you tell us that hole's going to be dug there, it'll be marked there, and that's where it'll be dug.
Chris has moved his square to avoid the water pipe. The decision is final, the date set. Chris and his team have only been granted 2 days for the excavation. It's a race against time. Ray's Hurricane is stopping traffic for the second time. The dig site is close to Victoria Coach Station. Buses struggle to negotiate the tight corner.
Damn.
Here they are. Hey! Here we come. It's nothing like causing chaos in London, is there?
Richard, I'm very jealous. I really want a Sunday roast now, and I would love to go to the pub. Bastards.
Chris is finally to put his theories to the test. The dig is on. "64 years ago, on Battle of Britain Day, Sergeant Ray Holmes rammed a German bomber flying towards Buckingham Palace. The bomber was knocked out of the sky, but Ray's plane ended up embedded in Buckingham Palace Road.
Hello, Richard's friends at the pub. I'm very jealous, and I hope you're having a good time, though.
Today, a team of aviation archaeologists are going to try and dig the remains of the engine out of the road in central London. With serious machinery at their disposal, the team make short work of the road surface. Local resident Jimmy Early, who saw the incident, thinks Chris is digging in the wrong place.
You're not going to dig over there.
Oh yeah, that's where we reckon it is.
You won't find it. There's nowhere near over there. Because the water main's down there and all the water was running down here. Not Buckingham Palace Road. I can see it as plain now as then, you know what I mean?
Oh well, maybe we're wrong then. I hope not. I hope not. It's a lot of wasted effort.
But to everyone's surprise, debris from the hurricane starts turning up directly under the road surface.
Wow.
We just literally just walked over to the spoil heap just to have a quick look at what was underneath that initial layer, and I picked up this piece of hose which could have been anything, but it looked suspiciously like one of the hoses that goes to the guns, the hydraulic hoses. I'm very excited. I mean, we're in the middle of London, and we've got pieces of a hurricane.
We're just basically getting down below the concrete, and there's just a few little bits and pieces of the hurricane showing up now. This is a little bit of woodwork because the whole of the fuselage had wooden frames to give it the fuselage shape and form. And in between there were little stiffeners, intercostals, all being woodwork. So there's a hell of a lot of wood on a hurricane. And then fabric over the top of that. And
Doesn't it seem so archaic nowadays? Sorry, I'm talking about my mouth full. Doesn't it seem really archaic, like to think that like planes not that long ago were made with wood still inside of them?
Jeff's just found that, look, which is a piece of stainless steel, which is a nice bit because this particular hurricane was made by Gloucester's. Hawkers bought Gloucester's, Gloucester Aircraft Company in the mid-30s. And if you look on this piece, you've actually got a part number there, but with a G prefix, which means Gloucester.
On the day that Ray's plane crashed into the road, sirens sounded at 11:30 in the morning. The Luftwaffe had been spotted over the channel and Ray's squadron was scrambled.
I was in the bath and the word came through. So I ran out without my shoes on, just soaking wet, the towel around me.
Ray threw on clothes and his flying boots and jumped into his hurricane. Earlier that morning,
They do a whole at the Battle of Britain Museum. I know I keep promoting it, but it's an amazing museum, and you should go see it. But they do a whole exhibit and explain the whole scramble thing and how they were trained and all that kind of stuff. And I don't know if it's a reenactment or it's like maybe it was promotional footage they used at the time or something, but they show you some footage about it from it and everything too. It's really, really intense.
Winston Churchill made a surprise visit to the operations room of Fighter Command in London. The future of Britain was in the balance.
You know what, Richard? That is a really good deal. You have Muslim friends that come and hang out with you. You get to hang out with your friends, first plus, right? They're not drinkers, so you have a designated driver, second plus, and then you pay for their drinks. So it's a plus. It's a win for everybody. That's amazing. Your mother was 8 when this happened. Was she in London? Because we were actually having a conversation the other day, my partner and I, about how many children were actually left in London, because we know a lot of them were sent out of the city, right? And we have but there was also a lot of footage and pictures and stuff of a lot of children still in like the underground and everything. So I was curious. I'm always curious how that worked out.
The layout of the operations room at RAF Uxbridge is exactly the same as it was at 11:30 on Battle of Britain Day.
Richard's mom was in London. Wow. What
Chris
experience that must have been.
Wren is the curator.
The group commander was present, Air Vice Marshal Keith Park, and also Winston and Mrs. Churchill to witness the conduct of the battle. And you have the tote board, the electronic tote board showing the squadrons and the disposition of the squadrons as at 11:30. The coloured lights are each section forming the squadron. And they would simply move down through the various states. On reaching enemy sighted, the lights would change to an all red colour to indicate the squadron was in combat. And indeed, Churchill, in his memoirs, talks about all the bulbs glowing red. And of course, it was this morning raid that Churchill turned to Air Vice Marshal Keith Park and asked him, how many reserves do we have left? The answer was none. Everything was committed. 504.
Wow. All or nothing, man. Watford. So Richard's mom was in London when all of this happened, and Roy Cousins says that his parents were evacuated as kids from London. Man, what conversations we could have had. I don't know if you guys have any stories or anything you want to share. Richard says, my mother tried moving to Ireland but got so much hate they moved back just before this all started. Oh my goodness. Jesus.
Under the control of Norfolk, flying out from Hendon. They would be in position at that time at around 11:30. Ray Holmes, of course, approximately around about 30 minutes before his escapade with the Dornier 17.
504 Squadron, Ray Holmes among them, were being sent to intercept a huge force of over 100 German aircraft heading straight for London.
As soon as we got airborne, over the horizon we could see a cloud of, literally a cloud of Dorniers. The Spitfires had broken away from us, and they were attacking the Messerschmitts who were coming over. So there was a real good battle going on, quite quickly.
Ray encountered a tight formation of German bombers with fighter escort over London. He picked out one of them and moved in for the kill.
I attacked one of them, and smoke came out of it, as I thought. But it turned out that this was actually oil from the Dornier, which was spraying my aircraft.
Ray was the first pilot to be hit by an experimental Luftwaffe secret weapon, a flamethrower in the tail of the bomber. But Ray was in luck. It had failed to work properly. Instead of shooting flames, it had only managed to squirt oil onto his screen, momentarily blinding him and foiling his attack.
The oil dispersed from my windscreen, and I began to get vision forward again. I looked around, there was nobody else was there. All the other aircraft seemed to have disappeared. The place was empty.
But then he spotted a lone German bomber. It had already been attacked and was on fire, but it was getting dangerously close to Buckingham Palace. Sweeping past the bomber, he spun round for a head-on attack so as to avoid any machine gun fire. But he had a problem.
My guns didn't operate, my ammunition was used.
It was at this moment Ray made his heroic decision.
So I carried on and took his tail plane off with my wing. And he went nose down.
50.
Wow. Wow. What an incredible story.
15-year-old Jimmy Early was playing football in the street when he saw Ray's Hurricane hit the German bomber.
The plane, his plane, the Hurricane, he seemed to dive under the the larger plane, which was the Dornier, and come back again, and wallop is hit the back of the Dornier and split it.
Wow.
I was going down after him, and so I realized I'd got to get out.
But Ray was in trouble. He had injured his arm as he bailed out. He couldn't pull his ripcord to open his parachute.
I had to get hold of my right wrist with my left hand and pull my arm, and then that released the parachute, and out it came.
He was close to the ground by now and heading straight for the railway lines.
I saw these electric lines, realized that after all I'd been through, I was now going to get electrocuted. And I thought, well, I'm going to kill myself now.
But Ray was in luck. A gust of wind blew him onto the roof of a block of flats where his parachute tangled in the chimney pots.
And I slid down the roof. I landed in a dustbin. 2 girls came over the fence from the next door garden and came running towards me. And so I seized them both and kissed them both and said how glad I was to see them.
They got hold of him and cuddled him and kissed him. And then he got in his way, so I could get a few, you know what I mean? But I didn't get any.
People congregated around me and slapped me on the shoulders and all this business. And then ultimately a lady came through the crowd and handed me a box. And it was a box of 50 cigarettes. And she wanted to thank me for saving her baby.
Oh.
Lovely fella. Brave man.
A taxi arrived and took me back to the to my own base at Hendon.
He told me that he'd hit this Dornier. I said, what did you do that for? He seemed to be more worried about losing his flying boots.
Back at the site where Ray's Hurricane crashed, the team are finding more evidence that they are digging in the right place.
About an hour ago, the hurricane could have been a million miles away, and now we're kicking bits of it around in the road, so it's great.
Alex,
that's a lovely little bit, really. I mean, that is, so it's silver on the inside, and then green.
To find this sort of stuff, we can't be far out. Because here, unlike a farmer's field, it'd be very concentrated, wouldn't it? I mean, you wouldn't have much going out of the central cone where the airplane went down. And that's a fairly big lump, actually. And we're about, what, I'd say about 4.5 feet down. About that, yeah. Well, they're at the level now where they've got to do the shoring. Yeah. I mean, the big question now is whether we can night dig. I don't think we're deep enough not to. We can't be that far out. Let's just hope we can. What's down there is accessible, because of course we moved the hole to my original plot. So I still wouldn't be all surprised underneath the water, mate.
And time is running out. The team have to dig through the night with hand tools. At a depth of 8 feet, they have an unwelcome surprise. They have hit an unrecorded, concrete-encased pipe. It lies above the point where the ground-penetrating radar indicates the wreckage might be. 2 planes crashed after Ray Holmes's dogfight above London. His own, the Hurricane, and the Dornier he rammed, piloted by Oberleutnant Robert Seber. The German bomber had already sustained damage, but was still a threat to Buckingham Palace. This footage shows the actual moment when the bomber fell out of the sky. Falling onto Victoria Station, it destroyed a jewellery shop. Fortunately, no lives were lost. Scars from the impact survive to this day on the forecourt masonry. The pilot, Robert Seber, bailed out of the doomed plane.
Robert Seber was unfortunate to come down near the Oval, near Kennington. He may, in fact, have already been hit when he was in the aircraft and come down wounded. But his parachute caught on the telegraph pole, and an angry mob of Kennington residents who had already been bombed went out to greet him.
Doris Jeeve lived next to the junction.
The people around him were shouting out, lynch him, lynch him. He was saying, no, comrade, comrade, no, mother. People were dragging his parachute to get souvenirs, of course. Someone handed me a piece of parachute, but I dropped it because it had blood on it. He probably was wounded on the way down. He must have been, I should think, with the, you know, the blood that was on his parachute. He must have been well wounded. And then we heard within a couple of days that he died of his injuries. Very sad, really.
Robert Saber was buried at a war cemetery just outside London. It's Sunday morning back at the site where Ray Holmes's plane crashed. His son Simon arrives from Liverpool.
See, what we're going to do is going to remove the pipe. It's a 9-inch pipe, carries water. We don't know what for. No, and we didn't know it existed. Basically, it's not on any plans at all. We need to get it out because that is the corner where we believe the remains should be. I'm sure I'm starting to smell fuel as well. Maybe wishful thinking, but there's this smell you often get on digs. I'm sure it's a bit of fuel.
So Richard said that the Irish thing with his family is because there was a Catholic priest that was celebrating the defeat of Britain, and that I assume has to do with the history, I would think. Also goes on to say there was a baby blitz in early 1944. My mother was evacuated to Cornwall, but then there was the V1 and V2 attacks. What an amazing time. Not amazing necessarily positive, obviously, but just an amazing time to live. Crazy.
Simon also has some good news. His father, 89-year-old Ray, will be making the journey to London.
Wow.
Well, for my father to come back here, I think it will be very emotional for him because it is the first time in 64 years. If we find the plane, I think there'll be a few tears this afternoon.
It looks as if Ray won't have a wasted journey. The team are through the pipe and have found the engine block.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, look at that.
Hello, Luke. What's that? This bit's just come up, which is a bit of the rocker cover. Again, it's all the same area. We're finding the camshaft and rockers. Now this is a bit of the cover. There's actually a R there of rolls. Again, these are very fragile, so they often do break up into little tiny bits, but it's good to find that. It's all the same top side part of an engine, so it's probably one bank of the engine.
Wow. First bit of the engine. The rest of it's hopefully in there.
Engine parts are literally pouring out of the ground. They tell a story of the huge forces generated by the impact of the hurricane as it crashed through the road's surface.
The piston.
The piston. One of the pistons.
Wow.
There's another valve. Look at that valve there. That's broken.
Look at that. And
Snapped that in half.
That's actually smashed the head of the valve.
And finally, they discover a fragment that conclusively ties the wreckage to Ray Holmes.
That's a part of the engine plate. Look at that.
Hey, part of the engine plate.
Rolls-Royce limitations plate. Cylinder temperatures and what have you, boost pressure. One's cleaning up really, you can see all the numbers.
Get the engine plate.
It will clean up.
Here we go, chaps. I think that's another part of it.
Miraculously, the rest of the plate is found wrapped around another chunk of engine.
Wow. The bloody top's missing.
This is the engine plate off the side of the Rolls-Royce Merlin. We know that for it's got, you can just see on the top here the RO of Rolls-Royce, and then the back end of Merlin 3, which tells you the type of the engine. So basically an owner's manual, if you like, for the engine, screwed to the side, tells you how to operate it. Also, you have two numbers, this one at the top and this one at the bottom here, which are unique to this engine, and they would be recorded on the aircraft form, so you could possibly identify the aircraft from this engine. So it's another way of saying this is definitely Ray Holmes's aircraft.
Yeah, it's a serial number.
I mean, it could have ended up on the surface so easily and just got swept into the gutter.
But maybe from one side of the engine, we could have another complete side of engine under the water main. And if we have, it could be a really snag in getting out.
And as predicted, when the main part of the engine is revealed, it is right under the water main.
Of course.
The water main's sitting outside the excavation at the moment, but it's right above this piece of engine, and we're obviously worried that in trying to pull the engine out, we're going to damage the water main somehow. So we've just got to be very careful and very gentle with it at the moment. it's actually loose. What we can't afford to do is to crash into the shaft and push the water main up, which will break the underside of the water main. Can you come out of the way, please?
The dig is at a dangerous stage. If the water main breaks, the dig is over and the engine will never be recovered.
Fingers crossed.
It's the end of the dig for Ray Holmes's Hurricane. The moment has come to dislodge the engine without breaking the water main. The engine emerges safely. The dig is a success.
That
Not
not
the best condition Merlin ever recovered, but it's certainly going to be the most historic and culmination really of 15 years of planning and persuading. It's going home where it was rotting badly, almost corroded to nothing.
15 years to get this dig underway. That's incredible. Wow.
As an aircraft dig, it is unique. We have never done one in the middle of London. We will never do another one in the middle of London. This is the only one. So it is once in a lifetime.
Wow.
What's nice about digging this sort of stuff up is the fact that it's a reminder of all these things that happened in the past. I mean, this particular one is one of the most famous incidents of the Battle of Britain. And again, although the items you got are not necessarily dramatic in their size, they're a constant reminder of the sort of things that happened. You know, the heroic acts that people did for their king and country years and years and years ago.
The cherry on the cake now is the news that Ray's actually coming down later. Has managed to make the journey from Liverpool, and we will be reunited at this spot with his engine of 64 years ago.
And as night falls, the dig offers up the most exciting find of the day.
This is the control column. It's actually called a spade grip. He flies it, holding on around there. And this is the gun button. We have a ring here. It's a slight recess. That means it's on fire. So if you press the button and fire the guns, you just see an E there. That's safe. But that, interestingly, is on fire. He obviously has been using his guns.
Wow.
To find this is the ultimate. This is cockpit. Usually it's on top of the engine. In this case, it's actually underneath it.
Interesting. Oh,
Word of the dig has spread. Ray arrives at the site to be met by members of his old squadron and the digging team.
It's lovely to meet you at last.
Before it was just a story, but now it's a national event the whole world knows. So I feel very, very proud.
It's your story as published in 1914. The original magazine? Yeah.
It's been an emotional roller coaster. It's absolutely amazing. It really has. And to have Ray here and everybody else's reaction has been, well, beyond words, really.
Chris and the team have rescued a large part of Ray's engine.
It's not complete, broken off. We've got 4 cylinders, 1, 2, 3, 4 cylinders. Normally it's encased in a cover that says Rolls-Royce on it.
Ray Holmes's Hurricane engine is an ordinary Rolls-Royce Merlin V12, but it tells the story of the extraordinary heroism of the Battle of Britain pilots who challenged the might of Nazi Germany and won.
The German reaction after the events of the 15th was of shock. They had not expected opposition of this ferocity. They witnessed a number of collisions, one of which was Ray's. This looked to them as if the British were suicidally attempting to stop them with everything they had. But it was harrowing. They seemed to be having no impact. The RAF was far from finished. Adolf Hitler realized when he saw the battle reports that the Luftwaffe were not gaining air superiority, and therefore on September the 17th he issued an order cancelling the invasion of Britain until further notice.
If you ask me, I can't believe that I had all that 4 years of war. Well, I didn't feel like a hero. I just felt that I'd done I'd done the job I was supposed to do, that was all. And that's the way I feel about it today.
That was a brilliant story. Thank you so much, Disco, for suggesting that and sending me that link. That was awesome. It was getting a little bit emotional at the end there. That was so beautiful. Everyone came together to celebrate it and everything, and he was there and signing autographs. I mean, how surreal it must have felt for him. That's amazing. I love that stuff. Oh. Richard's been telling us about his mom being around in London during this timeline and says she could not escape the war. U.S. soldiers practicing getting the boats for D-Day at night were attacked by German E-boats and slaughtered. Bodies and equipment were washed up for weeks. Jesus Christ. Roy Cousin says Ray Holmes was portrayed in the film Battle of Britain by Edward Fox in a scene showing the bomber being rammed and the pilot parachuting from the hurricane. I vaguely remember that scene. I'll have to watch the Battle of Britain again because when I watched it, we were in America and I didn't have a lot of this context that I've had. Obviously, I've gained a lot of it since we've moved here, right? Because we've been doing a lot of research on this channel. Plus, I've seen a lot of stuff tangibly in person. So I'll have to watch it again, especially now that I know some of these specific stories about some of the pilots, and I know the areas really well and everything. It'd be probably heart-wrenching for me, but it'll be worth it. Oh my gosh, Richard. Thank you so much. Tell your friends I said thank you. That's a lovely compliment. Thank you very much. That's very nice of them to say. Oh, we have a bit of an update. So they're on the partner and everybody's on their way again. From the pub, they have a bit of ways to go. They're gonna go a little bit slow though, because apparently the partner has a leg cramp now, and it's hurting his calf. Pulled his calf. So he's got to go a little bit slow, but here's some pictures to show us. How pretty. How pretty is that? Oh, that's so gorgeous. There's another one as well. Look at that. That's beautiful. Love it. Wow. Guys, 5 hours and 15 minutes we've been at this. This is reminiscing a little bit of our 12-hour live. I said I wasn't going to do a long live again, and here I am doing it, but that's what we do for the children. We've been drinking, including the birthday boy. Well, I hope everyone is having a fabulous time. Are you saying that they're only saying I was pretty because they were drinking? Thanks for that, Richard. I'm just kidding. Oh, all right. I feel like we need a minute because that was a really powerful, just incredible story, and I feel like we need a minute, and I'm not sure how to follow that one up, to be honest. Whew. Oh my goodness. 2:30, 5 hours in. What are we going to do next? Let me think. Let me see what we got. We can do comments. Oh, this one might be interesting. They said that after 5 years abroad, I moved back to America at 55. That might be interesting to see. It's a little bit of a switch from the history, but let's see what she's got to say. This is from Healing to Becoming, and I'm not familiar with their channel. But this seems like it would be interesting to find out what she thinks. Definitely make sure you let me know in the comments any comments that you have that you guys want, or any questions. And also, don't forget, if you can, scan the barcode or click the link that I'm going to repost in the chat now to help donate to our cause. We need 120 pounds to reach our goal. So if at all possible, and you have any spare change, we would be appreciative. If not, understand, but I appreciate you joining me, because any proceeds that we make from this live stream / video replay will also go to that cause. So you being here makes a huge difference as well. All right, let's see what this woman has to say.
So much for tuning in to From Healing to Becoming. Listen, 5 years ago at the age of 50, I made one of the biggest decisions of my life, right? I packed my bags and I moved to Africa, a place that I had never, ever been before. After living in Africa for 2 years, I moved to Europe. Lived in Europe for 2 years, and I made another decision, and that was to move back to America. And I want to tell you guys, why did I decide to move back to America?
Yeah.
Because 5 years ago, you could not have told me that this would be my story, because I moved in the middle of a pandemic, right? I was just over it. Everyone else was living their lives. They were living the life that they wanted, but I wasn't happy. I was not happy. And honestly, when I left America 5 years ago, I did not think that I would move back. I thought maybe my daughters would eventually, move over to Africa and that sort of thing. But that could not have been furthest from the truth, because after being in Africa, then I moved to Europe. Okay. But I want to talk to you guys about why I decided to move back to America. Listen, had I just looked at the news and looked at all the negative things that is going on in America, I probably would not have made the decision to move back. But listen, I am single. I'm an empty nester. I'm midlife. And my family is very important to me. So after living abroad for 5 years and exploring, I did so much traveling in Africa and Europe. And I'm so happy that I made that decision. Most people make that decision after retirement, right? It's like when I retire, I am going to travel.
Yeah, she's got a point to that. I feel her on that one, because a lot of people that I encounter have either they lived abroad and then moved back and came back, or they moved abroad when they were young and stayed, or they retired abroad. There's not a whole lot of people in our age bracket that make a big leap like that. So I can feel her on that one. It is a tough market. It's a tough group, because you're still, for me, she's an empty nester. I still have my kid with me, right? And I have to worry about all of that on top of it. It's a difficult position, because when usually you're at this stage of your life, you're looking, okay, what am I going to do for retirement? And you don't think of uprooting your life in the middle of your 40s or 50. At least I never did anyway.
Even retirement, and I'll talk more about I'm in the pre-retirement phase of my life, and I'll talk later about what retirement means for me, right? But most people, the life that I was able to live over the last 5 years, most people do that when they're retired, right? But no, not me. I wanted to explore the world, because I believe that as long as I have breath in my body, that I can do whatever I want. Amen. I don't have to allow people or age or anything like that to dictate the life that I want to live, right?
Absolutely. I always thought it was weird too that I don't know if it's like this in the UK as much, but it's like this in the US, where you're almost expected to work until retirement age, which is 67, 70 or something like that now. And then that's when your life begins. Like, that's when you're allowed to do what you want to do with your life. And it's like, why do we have to wait until I'm almost in the ground to live my life? That's crazy. And I mean, that's just insane. You should be able to live your life while you're alive and while you're physically and mentally able to. Not, where your body's given out from working like 60 years of your life and stuff. That's crazy.
Right. And so, about this video, right? Why did I move back to America, a place where I said that I would not move back to? First thing I'm going to say is, after living in Africa, I have a greater appreciation for being an African American in America. I have a greater appreciation for my ancestors who helped build this country, like the blood, the sweat, the tears of those Africans who were enslaved and brought to this land and built this land, right? I just have, Africa gave me a deeper appreciation for that, because when I was in Africa, I realized how American I was. Although I looked, and let me back up. Kenya, I lived in Kenya. The people in Kenya were amazing. I lived an amazing life in Kenya. I had house help. I had drivers. Oh my God, I lived an amazing life. I did not even drive for 2 years in Kenya. The weather was absolutely beautiful. The people were absolutely nice. I mean, it was just amazing. But living in Africa, it solved that mystery of, you're really, you're in America, but your ancestors really come from Africa. And Africa is really your home. And during the time I left, it was kind of like a big migration around 2020. A lot of people were leaving and going to Africa. They were going to the Gambia. They were going to Ghana. I chose to go to Kenya. So a lot of people were leaving. And then some of my friends that I met abroad, the other expats, some of them are still out there exploring and living in other countries and doing beautifully. And some of them, decided to go to a different country, and a couple of them, not too many, but a couple of them decided to come back to America. So for me,
I think it's also unique to get this perspective from an African American, because the African American community in the U.S. it's just the history of the slavery and how long we went on and everything that we did to perpetuate it when we knew we shouldn't, and all of that. It's just it's an interesting perspective, I think, for African Americans to go back to Africa. And I've seen a few of these videos now with people that have gone back to Africa to try to find their roots and stuff. And they always have incredible things to say about African culture. So this is quite apt, and I'm really glad we watched this one, actually, because it's showing me a little bit of insight, make me feel a little bit better about sending the kid to Africa.
Having the experience of living abroad for 5 years, it gave me a greater appreciation for being American. And I'm not only talking about the conveniences of America or the amenities of living in America. Although those things are nice, right? For example, one of the things that I missed about America when I lived in Europe, and it's simple, having a pantry at home and having a walk-in closet, right? Those, instead of just having like a wardrobe, or maybe your washer and dryer is kind of like in your kitchen or in this small little closet or something like that, right? So I do miss that. I miss having an air conditioner. Most houses in Europe, they don't have air conditioners, right? And so It's just those small inconveniences. Now, I was still getting Amazon packages. I still, there was a lot of things that I did get, but I'm from New Orleans. I couldn't get crawfish in Germany, right? So
trying to find Creole food. There's a good one in London. We had good Creole food for Christmas once in London. But yeah, I get it. She's from a very unique spot in the United States as well. So that makes it a little bit harder, I think, to adapt. Nicola says, my husband is 77 and still working. My husband works to put a roof over our head. My goodness. I mean, it's great that that he's able to work, and that's wonderful. I hope he's not in a position where you have to, but I think he probably has deserved a rest. But I understand not everyone's situation is ideal for that. But power to him. Hope you guys are okay.
Not the New Orleans way. So there are certain things that you do miss when you're living abroad, and some of those amenities and some of the conveniences that we do have in America. You do miss that. But most importantly for me, I think if my family would have said, okay, we're moving to, that would be different. But when you are in midlife, now this is my story. I am single. I'm an empty nester, right? And so me being abroad, yes, I have met some beautiful people, but I did not have a community like I have with family.
Fair.
I talk to my family all the time. My daughter's probably every other day, other family members once, twice a week. Like we were on, like FaceTime. I talk to my family all the time because due to technology, I was able to stay connected. However, there's nothing like personal connection, right?
Yeah.
I started seeing how I was just missing out on things. Your family, they don't stop living because you're not here, but you start missing birthdays and special occasions and events and that sort of thing. So, although it was nice being abroad, you really you start missing family. You start missing those things that's truly important to you, right?
She's got a point. I do remember my partner saying, we talked to his mom once a week minimum. He probably talked to her twice a week while we lived in the United States. But it was very, it's very different when you're in the same room and you can give your mom a hug and stuff like that, right? I remember him touching on that. So I think that's kind of what she's trying to say. So in a way, for me, my family trauma and everything of losing everybody pretty much in the US, and having the people that mean the most to me with me, and having my child be younger, maybe it's a godsend for me. Maybe it's a blessing in disguise. And, if from that point of view, because it's the people that matter are still tangibly in my vicinity, right? I never thought of it that way. She definitely made me think that way. So that's an interesting way to think about it.
I also started missing the sense of home, just being home. Although I was abroad and I had an amazing time, it wasn't home. When I first left, I thought, okay, I'm going to retire. It's cheaper to retire abroad and I'm never going back. No, I miss home. America is home, is what I know, is what I'm familiar with, right? Man, when I landed and I was walking through the airport and I saw that U.S. Customs, sign, right? I felt so good because this is my country. This is my country. I'm not a visitor here. I'm not a visitor. It's unfortunate how my ancestors got here, but this is my country just as much as it is anybody's, you know, so no one, this is no one else's country no more than what it is mine, right? This is home. I don't have a village in Africa. I don't, you know, one of the things that I also learned in Kenya was to see the different tribes there. I realized how African Americans, we are a tribe. We are a tribe. There are some things that are common for us. I don't care if you're from the North in New York, if you're from the South, Alabama, California. There are certain things that all of us have in common, certain sayings, certain things that we do it's like we're just a tribe, right? And so being abroad, I started missing my tribe of people, my tribe, right? Now in Germany, not so much because I was around a lot of Americans in Germany. But when I was in Kenya, Germany kind of resolved a lot of that for me. And also when I was in Germany, I was also working, I had a contract position that I was working in Germany. So I'll talk a little bit more about that later. So family, having that sense of home, realizing that, you know, America is home. And I am in midlife and I am getting older and I do not want to age abroad without my family. That's not everybody's story. I see so many of my peers, you know, and when I say peers, I mean like other Black expats who said, you know, we're leaving and, you know, we're never coming back. Some are in, you know, Africa, Thailand. They're all over Europe. They're all over. And some have decided to age abroad. It's cheaper for them. They're okay. You know, they'll go home and visit their families and that works for them. But for me, I needed to be with my family. I wanted to be here. And so I
can understand that. As she said, all her family here, her daughters are here and everything. I could totally understand that she would want to like age near family. I mean, we have that conversation all the time that anywhere the child ends up is where we would end up, you know, settling or retiring or whatever, because, you know, we'd want to be near her. She's all we got here, basically, especially at that point. So, yeah. I'm just really sorry you're in the position, Nicola, that you're in and that, you know, you aren't getting much help. I hope that you guys, I hope you can find some relief soon. You know, sounds like you've earned it. Welcome back, Manny. Thank you so much for coming back. Any updates? Yeah, we're going to do some updates after this video if we finish it. We've got about 5 minutes left.
Another thing is people say, I had the question like, you sure you want to go back? It's you know, America is a mess right now.
It is.
Are you sure you want to go back to America? It is a mess right now. Have you been watching the news? I am aware of what is shown on the news. I limit myself on how much of the news that I watch. How my life is on the ground in America is nowhere near what we are seeing on the news.
That's fantastic.
I have curated my own little place. I moved in my own little cute apartment. This is my little transition sanctuary. I love it. I've curated it. And I feel good. This past weekend, my nephew, he came and we hung out and we went to DreamCon in Houston, and it brought me so much joy to spend that time with my nephew. My daughter have been over. She has cooked several times. You know, I watch her cat. Like, it feels so good to be home. Now, am I going to continue to travel? Yes.
Good for
I
her.
cannot not travel. I have to travel, and I have to travel abroad, right? But the long travel, the staying away for years and years, I'm not going to do that anymore. I may go for maybe 30 days, or maybe, I may go somewhere for 2 months, or I may go visit somewhere for 2 weeks. And I'm going to take you guys along with me on the journey. I want to see other parts of America, and I'm a little embarrassed about saying what I'm getting ready to say, especially after living in Africa and Europe, that I've never been to California. So I am.
That's so real though, because a lot of Americans will opt to go abroad if they have the opportunity. A lot of Americans don't have the opportunity, but if they have the opportunity, there'd be a lot of people that will opt to. Sorry, the church, my window's open and the church bell down the street. The church is ringing. Church bells are ringing. It's super distracting. Yeah, that a lot of Americans, they'll opt to go abroad because it's usually a once in a lifetime opportunity for them. But most of them haven't seen most of America, if they've seen any of it at all. We did a round America trip and we only got to see maybe half of it, if that. So I completely understand. It's just such a big place and you don't have a lot of time, and it's so expensive and stuff. So I don't think she needs to be embarrassed by that. I'm sure she's not the only person that has a similar experience.
I want to explore other parts of America. I want to go to South America. I want to go up to Canada, right? And so I am always going to travel, guys. That is not going away. I am always going to travel. But I just believe that, people should live the life that they really want to live, right? And not live a life that that society try to place on you. And I don't care how old you are. Okay. So anyway, I am here. I am back in America. I want you guys to stay tuned because there's so many things that I will be exploring while I'm here in America. So for those of you, who's been rocking with me for a while, some of you have been rocking with me since I've been making sister lock videos. Some of you came on board when I was in Kenya, right? And I had slacked off on making videos and that sort of thing. But I'm in the new chapter. This is from healing to becoming. And I am forever evolving and living the life that I want to live.
Good for her.
Marching by the beat of my own drum. And I want to encourage you guys, if you are someone, especially my women, if you want to live a life of reinventing yourself, trying new things, healing, evolving, like this video, subscribe, be a part of this community. If you want the second half of your life to be even greater than the first half, come on over. Come on over. But for those of you who's been rocking with me, thank you for rocking with me. Thank you for hanging in there with me. Those of you who's new here, come on board. I would love to connect with you guys. So anyway, you guys, I love y'all so much. And just
that was a cute story. I mean, I'm happy she's fine. I like her perspective about just live your life as best as you can with the way you want to live it, as no matter what age you're at. I love that. I totally vibe with that. I think that's part of it's very, very common in America, but I think it's pretty widespread in a lot of Western cultures that we just kind of get into these routines and these we have to hit these kind of milestones and stuff rather than just living the life we actually want. And it starts to become autopilot and NPC rather than something we actually choose, which I think is the video that's coming out today. Actually, it's about the NPC situation. Anyways, the sheep, if you will. Anyways, so yeah, cool video, cool woman. I'm glad I gave her a shot. It was fun. Okay, we got some updates. The partner has pulled a muscle in his calf, so they are going slow, but they have gotten a little bit further. some more beautiful countryside of Kent. And this is, I had it pulled up, hold on. Oh, the church bells, oh my goodness. Maybe there's a wedding or something happening. It's 3 o'clock. St. Mary's Church in Brook. That is what church this is. So let me see if I could find it on a map to see where they are. It's going on for a long time. Must be something going on, right? Oh, there we go. So this is, oh, I want to show you. So according to Google Maps, this is where they are in this vicinity. And they should be heading back towards the Ashford train station, which is right there. I don't know what the path is that they're taking. Probably something like this, because I think they had to go through Willisboro to get there. Oh my God, they're probably so tired. Oh, I should have made them a Sunday roast, but I didn't plan it. I don't even think I took anything out for dinner, actually. That'll be an interesting evening. They've been gone for a long time now. When did they leave? We started our live stream at like 9:15-ish. They left before that. So they've been gone for about 6 hours. They got to be home soon, right? It's got to be soon. I'm just asking. I can do it on the computer. I don't know why I'm trying to fuss around my phone. Oh, I hope my partner, I feel so bad if he's pulled his muscle. Oh, he didn't stretch it properly before he started walking, probably. Oh, all right. Let's see where we are in the fundraising portion. Update, okay. £404.96. It's an odd donation amount, but okay, we will take it. We will take it. It's fantastic. I didn't show y'all because I'm slacking because I'm getting tired. £404.96. That is so close to the goal. Oh my God. The child is going to be so excited and happy. You guys are amazing. You really are. This is indeed one of the best communities ever. You guys so just rally together and help and all. Like it's such a good community. I'm so lucky to have you all here. And thank you for keeping me company this afternoon while I'm trying to keep them motivated and ready to go. Let's check in with you all for a bit. A boat has sunk in northern Cyprus and 6 are dead. Oh God. All right, hold on one second. I'm just going to put this up so we can read it together. All right, this is from The Guardian. So, 6 dead after ferry carrying nearly 270 capsizes off northern Cyprus. Many of their passengers and crew are reported to have been rescued now. At least 6 people have died after ferry carrying nearly 270 passengers and crew capsized off the coast of Turkish-occupied northern Cyprus. Hold on one second. I think people are at my door.
Are you still on?
Yes, because I you know you guys running along there.
So we can.
Okay. You okay? Alright, I'm gonna get the lower down in a second. Hold on. I'll be right there. Everybody is home and the partner's in pain and the child's exhausted. But let's finish this article up real quick. Some 237 people have been rescued. The search is still underway for 24. The region's Prime Minister, Uno Usto, told the state-run TRT news channel. The catamaran-style ferry had been traveling from the port of Carina, also known as Garin. I think I'm saying these right. My apologies. In the breakaway north of divided Cyprus to the port province of Turkey. Carina's mayor Murat Sekul said the ferry belonged to the Filo Denizcilik company and had sunk off Diana Beach. Started taking in water about 7.5 kilometers off the coast. Geez, video footage shows the scene wearing life vests and stuff. Oh my God. Many of the passengers and 8 crew members were rescued. Wow. That is super sad. Oh, that's awful. I have to admit, though, my first instinct was, oh my goodness, there's like an attack or something because of everything that's happening in the Middle East and some talk of Turkey and Cyprus and all that kind of stuff. So it's really sad that all those people are dead, though. I hope that it doesn't get any higher than 6 because that is terrible. You can tell they're home because they're loud. All right, y'all, I'm going to end this. I have to go tend to the partner's wound, and I got to get the lowdown from the child of the history and everything that's happened. Thank you all so much for participating in today's live and keeping me sane and with everything. I hope that everybody has a wonderful rest of the weekend. Enjoy your bank holiday if you're in England or a part of the UK that celebrates the bank holiday this weekend. Enjoy the weather as long as it holds out, but definitely more rain here in the southeast if we can get it. You guys have a great day. Don't forget to check out the video that's dropping in a little bit, and I will see you soon. Love you all. Bye. Thanks again for all your donations and support for the child as well. I appreciate it so much. Bye, guys.